and these are just um trying to get to again the nature of a thing. And so a lot of people stop at God, a lot of religious people stop at God because they believe, they, like you said, Quantum, they come from a creationist standpoint. They believe that it all started with God and God created everything else. So then if you reduce everything, you're going to only go back to God. But then that begs the question, right? What if you reduce God? Where do God go back to? Oh no, that's God. So there is no before God. Oh, so basically you calling God energy. Like that's always been my point with the creation thing. It's like, all right, here's this God you said that created everything. Well, what about the things that exist that God didn't create? Like God didn't create vibration. It's impossible for God to create a vibration. God didn't create energy. God didn't create matter. You know how we know God didn't create these things? Because these things was always in existence.
Right. And we see them transforming
But
without
hum,
some hand coming.
but humble, a religious person to say that God created everything.
That's the point.
That's why you can't have a
How do you
you can't.
create something that was never created?
And then I'll ask you scientifically. Explain to me how energy always was.
The first law of thermodynamics does that.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, the first law of thermodynamics is not
It
break
simply
down. Hold on
states.
1 second, King J.
It simply
The first
states.
law of thermodynamics states that energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only transmute from state to state. Why? The reasoning being that energy, right, is a sustainable substance.
That's not the question, humble.
That is the question.
That's
How
not what
do
I
we
asked you,
know?
brother.
What you asked me, bro?
I asked you. You said energy always has been, right?
Yes.
Where did it come from?
It don't come from anywhere. It's always
Exactly. You don't
been.
have an
That's the
answer.
crazy
Exactly. Humble.
question.
Humble. That's the point now. You sound like a religious person. You
How
can't
do I
explain.
sound like a
Hold on, hold on,
religious?
hold on. Just
Yeah,
like a religious person can't explain where their God comes from, you cannot tell me where energy comes from. You have to start at a certain particular point and come forward.
because
It's
there
the
is
Can I
same
ask
no
a
point
And
exact.
question?
where
that's
energy comes
exactly
from.
no,
Can
but
I
that's
ask a
the
question?
exact point. That's the exact point,
Exactly.
King. And then we have to put these views up and debate them to see who's make the most logical sense.
Well, I
Right,
bet
but
you
let me
mine makes
ask
more
Quantum. Hold
logical
on,
sense
King
than
J.
everybody on
Hold
this
on one
panel, to be
second.
honest with you.
Let's
But the
debate.
point of
What's your
all of this, is one is scientifically verified and the other one isn't. The other is faith based, right? So you have to believe that God was always here. We know
What? But
energy was always here.
no, humble. We don't.
Yes,
No,
we
we
do.
don't. We
So
made it
let me
up.
ask
Just
you a
like,
question.
hold on,
Where do you
humble.
think?
We made that up
It
just
comes?
like they
What do you
made
think
up
it
the
How
comes
God of
y'all
the
from?
make
gaps
that
to
up, bro?
explain this. Hold on, humble. Just like the religious people made up the God of the gaps to explain the things that they can't explain. We made up the same thing in
But my
science.
my
So
We
question is,
have
you're
no.
how do
You
you
saying
cannot
explain
tell
it?
me where energy came from. You can
no,
only say it
because
always
energy
existed.
didn't come from
But how
Your
anywhere.
do you?
answer will only
King,
be it always existed, always will be. You cannot tell me the
hey,
origin
hey,
of it.
King. But what do you say? What do
I
you
don't
say?
know. My answer is it's quite honest. I do not know.
Oh, you don't know. Okay,
No, I do not
that's
know. And a
cool.
wise man knows when he don't know shit. I'm not going to
yeah?
sit and
That's
Right,
what
act
right,
that's
right.
what
smart when
So,
I
that
don't
that's
so,
have
what
so
that
a
this is what
intelligent
I'm. This is
answer.
what I'm gonna say. This what I'm
that's
gonna say. That
Go
just
ahead,
real quick.
Prince.
I'm gonna say this real quick. If there is a creator of all things, right? Then and he knows all things and he's in all places at all times. There's nothing he don't comprehend. Then he can also explain to us his creation,
Well, then
who
you
we
would have to tell me. Then you would have to explain. Then I would say God is evil. Then because you would have to explain to me that if God is omnipotent and knows everything, why
mm,
is He allowing these atrocities that happen with these children, these murders,
right.
these innocent
I
people to
get
be
it.
killed?
I get it.
Like there is no method to the
intolerant.
But
madness.
this
He's
That's
but this
why
is
I
what I'm gonna say.
debate him.
open-minded.
But beyond before we get to the morality of a quote unquote creator or God, right? Before we get to that level, let's just deal with the science of observable
Right,
creation.
right.
What we see coming from creation itself. What can
Well,
we
but see, you've
observe?
already attributed that to God. God
No,
is
No,
an
no,
no,
no, no, no.
abstract.
I
he's
ain't.
not
God.
giving
I,
that
I haven't
explain, King
attributed it
J.
to anything. I'm just saying let's look at what's happening in the observable creation.
Okay, so let's stop right here. If you want to look at the observable, what's happening in the observable realm, we cannot associate it to abstract concepts.
What do you mean?
That's only if you look at
Wait, wait, wait,
looking
wait,
through a
hold on.
creation
Wait,
as
hold on.
view.
Clarify
And
that.
just like hold on.
Wait, clarify
Let me
that.
say
You said
something.
you can't
Science,
Hold on, let me
science,
say something.
science, science
What's
is
an
a systematic
abstract
study of the
concept?
observable,
Hold
right?
on, let me
That's what
What's
I'm
an
saying.
abstract
So
We
concept?
when we
can't.
look,
We're not
when we okay,
observing
so let's
abstract
break it.
concepts. We can
Let's take.
observe our ideas. We can observe our thoughts. So, and
No,
those are the
no, no,
only
no.
way.
What
Those
I'm
are the.
saying
We
is
cannot. We don't observe our
simplify it.
prayers.
Simplify it. I'm saying
I'm
simplify
simplifying
it.
it. I'm.
So
I'm simple.
simplify it to
I'm.
this. Okay, so
Is your foot not
let's
a
look at it
prayer,
like this.
King J?
Look at it like this. If I got an orange round sphere in my hand,
Mhm.
right,
A
and I
circular
tell you
object. Mhm.
a circular spherical object that's orange, and I tell you I got it from a tree, right, but then I
Mhm.
tell you this is an apple, right, but you tell me, hey, you got it off a tree and it's a round and it's orange, then obviously objectively it's not an apple. So what I'm saying is when we look at observable creation, it don't have to be
Subjectively, it's not a.
it
Subjectively, it's
doesn't
not an
have to be.
apple because if it's open for interpretation.
No. That's what I'm saying. That's not interpretable. That is objective. The definition of objective is that's not up to
Well, how is there
interpretation.
contention? Is if the fact that there is contention makes it subjectable?
The fact that it's
If
contingent just means
in science, if we do testable, repeatable process and come up with the same exact result, there is no subjectivity in that.
that's my point. That's called
Did he
objectivity.
make
That's a
the
So
definition.
so so so
So what
two
I'm saying
people.
is when we look
So
at the
me and you
universe,
would be able to look at
when
the
we look
same
at
data. Hold on. Me and you will be able to look at the same raw data and come to that
correct,
same conclusion. We
that's
wouldn't look
called
at the,
that's
we
called
wouldn't look
scholarship.
at the apple or the orange and come to two different conclusions.
That's
No,
the point he
exactly.
making, King
That's what
J.
I'm saying. Exactly. We would not. So what I'm telling you is we should be able to come to the same conclusion and agree, unless you want to just debate for the sake of debating, we could do that. But I'm just saying, when you look at the observable universe and you look at the creation of suns, moons, stars, and planets,
Celestial objects.
celestial objects that we can observe, we can see comets and we can see all these things, right? And when we see a planet coming into creation today, because new stars are forming,
Well, we don't
moons,
do that with our naked eye. We need telescopes. We need tools and
just like
instruments to see the. And
just
that's the
like you
same
can't
reason why Pluto isn't a planet today.
wait, hold on. But what I'm saying is the fact that we know Pluto was there, we know that it formed. Now,
Not
when
at
we
first
see
we didn't.
when
At
we
first,
see, but I'm
when did
talking
Pluto
about
become a
now.
planet?
I'm talking about at the progression. My whole point is that if the creator is all knowing, he's all wisdom and all this stuff, right? Then he
Mhm.
can explain to us whether we're not talking about morality, whether he's good or bad. We're just
How can
saying,
God explain
hold
anything to
on,
you if He doesn't talk to us?
hold on real quick. Because the creation itself is readable. You can read the room, can't you? You can read the environment because that's how we interpret.
Everybody's logic is different, and everybody comes to different
But
conclusions
but
based
but
off
it
their
doesn't
logic and
matter.
experiment.
A orange ain't an apple, brother. My point
We're not
is
talking about
we can
oranges and apples.
observe.
We're talking
We
about
can
everybody's
listen.
personal experience and the variance in that personal experience in life.
Right.
And
So
everybody has come
let
to
me ask
different
you a
conclusions.
question. Okay, let me play with you real quick since you want to play again. When in your observable reality, does the sun come up in the east?
Well, and for the longest time, and I'll be quite frankly,
No, today,
I'm
right
answering the
now.
question. A
When your
lot of
sun came
grown,
up this morning,
hold on, brother.
was it a bright
I'm
sun? Was it a
answering,
bright
brother. I'm
star in the
answering.
east? Yes or no?
Are you gonna let me answer the question?
Just yes or
And this
no,
is,
please.
and brother, it's not a yes or no.
Yes,
So
it is.
well, it's not. So I want to answer the
Does
way I
the
want to
sun come
answer,
up
brother.
in your reality? Does the sun come up every morning?
Brother, I want to answer the question the way I want to answer the
All right, go ahead.
question.
Do your thing. You free. You got your liberty.
I
Go ahead.
appreciate
You got
that.
your liberty. Yeah, for sure.
When we first started, right, we thought the Earth was the center of the
Who's
universe,
we?
right?
Who's we? Who's we?
Humans, brother.
Uh,
Humans.
no. A select group of
Humans,
folks, not
brother.
all
No,
humanity.
brother.
Not all humanity.
Are you
A
gonna let me
select group of
fully
people
answer the
believe that.
question, or are you gonna engage me halfway and not let me answer it?
I'm just telling you, a
Brother,
select group.
you can contest when I'm done answering, brother.
All
I'm
right, go
trying to
ahead,
answer
brother.
the question fully, brother.
Oh my God, does the sun come up in your reality? Yes or no?
Before we discovered retrograde, we
We
thought the Earth. Hold on, brother. We thought the Earth was the center of the universe. It's not. It wasn't until we came Galileo, whereas we placed the sun as the center of the universe and noticed that we rotate around it.
But
Right.
was the sun
So
already the center of the universe? Was it already the center?
it was subjective. Clearly, it was. If we thought it was
No.
the Earth,
It was subjected to a group of people, but was the sun in fact the
brother.
center?
Until
Yes,
and
it
huh?
is.
Did we
My
know
point
that?
is
Did we know
objectively,
that? So correct. So
we
my
know
question
that.
is this: were they correct for their time period, so putting the Earth in the center of the universe, and all of
That
their
group of people
calculations,
were
and all
that
wait, hold on, and
select
all of
group
their
of people who thought
calculations and
that
all of the
were
things were
wrong.
based off of the Earth being the center of the universe.
No, that see the
Were they
thing
correct?
is, no, they were wrong. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the creation itself
I'm
is
glad you
still
said that.
fixed. The creation is whether man has a subjective belief or not. That's the reason for objective understanding that we have as
What?
humans. The reason why we have the ability to objectively reason is so that we don't have to have weird beliefs. We can have a solid truth, right?
Then why do we
So,
have? Why do we? Everybody have different
like I
conclusions,
said,
brother. You're
before you
not
went on to
explaining the.
this, hold on, let me finish. Let me rebut now. The before you went on this long drawn out tangent, I just simply asked you, in your reality, does the sun come up every day? The answer
Brother,
is yes. The answer,
the sun is
yes.
the sun does not
So
the
unless you're a
sun does not,
weirdo,
brother. The
unless
sun
you're
does not move.
wait, hold on,
It
bro.
doesn't
Hold
rise
on,
or
my
set
nigga.
anywhere.
Wait, let me slow down. I'm going
You
too fast.
think that?
Let me slow down
Hold
Okay,
on,
let's
because
slow down. You're
we
talking
gotta
real
hear both
fast.
of
obviously
y'all.
I'm
We gotta
going
hear
too
both of
fast.
y'all.
You're
Because
talking real
all
Hey,
I'm
fast because
saying
you
is
just
that
suggested that the sun
all I'm
rises
saying is
and
that the
sets.
reality, the objective
hold on, King
reality.
J. You gotta let him land his plane, King
Okay.
J, and then you next.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Let me slow down some because obviously I'm talking too fast, bro. But the reality, objectively, is that the sun rises and it crosses the sky every day. Whether you
No,
subjective,
brother. No, it
whether
doesn't.
you hold on, what? Hold on.
No, that's crazy. The
So
sun does not
let me ask. Hold
rise.
on. Let me
God
ask
damn.
humble. Does the sun come up every day, dog?
According to our subjective reality, yes.
Both
Subjective
y'all slow.
reality, nigga. Do you see the sun in the sky
Y'all
right
grown as
now?
hell thinking the sun
Wait,
rises and
hold on,
sets.
real
Oh
quick,
my
because now you're making me
God.
mad. Now you're really making me mad because you're being dumb. Does the sun
No, brother,
is it
your
in the
statement is
sky?
dumb. No, the
Is the
sun does
sun,
not rise and
No,
set,
hold
idiot.
on 1 second.
my
1 second.
nigga?
Time out. Let
See,
me
this is what I'm
clarify
saying,
this.
man. I can't be having
Hold
these
on,
dumbass
Cosmon.
conversations,
Hold
dog.
on, Cosmon.
I'm
Hold
really
on
trying to
one
get
second.
to a real point here,
How you think you
scientifically,
feel?
So
How
and
you
this
think
nigga
I feel
telling me
when
the
it's my
sun
show and I
ain't in
can't
the
even
sky.
comment? I can't even comment on my show. The incoherence
oh well
start when
yeah,
you
let
even think
Quantum
about
get in here.
when you even think about creation. Don't everybody don't look at creation. So what
You
you need
niggas
to
is
do
dumb.
is if you say that God is a creationist and I say that existence is a formation type system, we need to debate that and quit going on because your
I'll
incoherence is
debate your
just to
niggas right
keep
now.
his
I'll
inco
take on any debate right now today. I'll stop what I'm doing today. We can set a debate right now.
not you. Who is that? King J?
No,
Nah,
nigga,
that's the
this
other
Prince
brother.
Cosmo, nigga, the false god
Oh,
killer, nigga, creator son.
The
Fuck,
false God killer, the person who just said the sun rises and sets.
nigga,
Well,
I'm
that ain't
looking in
that.
the sky right now at the sun, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about, weirdo?
Brother, you slow. Brother, you a grown
yeah.
ass
Well,
man
well,
thinking the sun rises and sets. You can't be
Nigga,
that
you're a
slow,
grown
Cussing
brother.
ass
on my
Hey,
man
channel
thinking
and
hold on,
acting
that the
like
y'all.
that over
sun
here, man.
is not
Fuck
in
That's
you
the
all
sky.
y'all out.
crazy.
What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Now y'all got me cussing. Act like y'all know where y'all at, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
My bad.
Have,
yeah.
have
I
some
don't play that
decorum.
stupid shit, my nigga. That it really
The
makes me
thing is,
mad, bro. When people
Have
Cosmo.
some
act so
decorum.
stupid to act like the sun is not in the sky right now. How are we arguing about that?
Brother, nobody arguing about the
So
sun being in the sky.
hold
We're
on
saying
one
that you're
second. Let
slow
me
for
get in here
suggesting
real
that the
fast.
sun rises and sets.
All right,
Okay,
hold on, y'all.
but
Hold on, hold on,
That's what
hold
I'm
on,
laughing
hold
at you
on.
I'll
about because
succeed
you're
to
a
your
grown
retarded
man
ass.
suggesting that the
No,
sun
nigga,
rises and
fuck it.
sets.
No, I'll succeed to your dumbass, nigga. Okay, the sun is in
Why
the
you
sky.
steady cussing, brother? You can
All right,
disagree
hold on,
respectfully.
y'all.
All right, respectfully, let me stop cussing. But the sun still is in the sky.
The sun is in the sky and it does not rise nor does it set. It's being
Okay,
in the
whatever.
sky is not the
Okay,
question.
okay.
You're
Either
making the
way,
assumption. You made
my
the
whole
statement
point
that the
is
sun
my
rises
whole
and
point is that
sets.
my
It
whole
does
point is
not,
that
brother.
my whole point is that when you go outside, you can see the sun objectively with your two eyes and your numb skull, and it's up above your head in the air. That's objective reality.
Okay.
That's not subjective. That's not something I believe in. Nigga, I'm looking at it.
Okay, well,
So here's
it
the
is
thing,
subjective because you came to the
really
wrong
fast, King
conclusion.
J. Hold on, really
No,
fast.
it's not subjective.
Hold
You
on, Prince
weirdo.
Cosmon. Hold on, Prince Cosmon. So the reason I said subjectively is because when we look in the sky from our vantage point, right? Anybody, right? We'll see the sun in the sky, and there'll be parts of the earth that see the sun. There'll be parts of the earth that don't. And our vantage point that looks like the sun is setting and rising. What is actually happening objectively, though, is the sun and the earth are rotating around one another. So
Okay,
is it
so now
really
let's get to the
setting
point
and
I was
rising,
saying before.
or is
Humble.
not
The
really
earth, the
setting
sun
and
doesn't
rising?
rotate around the
Okay,
earth.
Hold on one second. One
so let
God,
me
second.
what
get
are
to
Hold
the
y'all
point.
on.
talking
Let me land
about?
my plane. Hey, bro,
No,
I
you're
let
the
me land
weirdo,
back
King.
for a
You're the
minute. So
weirdo,
let me
bro.
land my plane.
Nobody else is weird up here but you.
So what's objectively happening is the earth and the sun is rotating around each other, right? But from our vantage point, it looks like the sun is rising and setting. So subjectively, right, from our vantage point, yes, the sun is rising and setting. But objectively, no, the sun is not rising and setting on the earth.
And
All I'm
also,
saying, all I'm saying is that
the
the
sun.
sun.
And also, humble. The sun does not rotate around the earth. You made a mistake in saying that. The earth
Okay,
Yes,
rotates.
it,
so
yes,
now let
yes,
me
We
get to what I
rotate.
was
We
talking about.
rotate around the sun. The sun is the center of the universe. Like y'all got to stop saying this crazy
the
stuff.
All right,
sun
look,
is
I
not
got
the
look.
center of the universe.
All right, check this out. Let me say this now. When we look at the
That's
galaxies,
crazy to say. No, hold on.
when we look at the
That's crazy.
galaxies, right? When we
Brother,
look
how
at
you
the
you gotta study
Humble,
Galileo,
let him
brother. Y'all can't
talk.
just say
Humble, I'm
this
just
all
gonna
right,
crazy
give me
check
a
this out.
debate
stuff.
with one of these. I'm gonna debate both of them at the
All right,
same time.
I'm already ready for my debate right now. I'm just letting y'all know. I'm giving you my bullets. I'm aiming at your heads already because I already know the creator is ever present now. Y'all just don't get it. The galaxies are in spinning, spiraling motions right now. Everything is spiraling. Why? You say? What's behind the spiraling rotation of everything in creation? It is the creator's
Time and nature.
presence. That the spiral is the signature of the creator in all things. He's present in all places, everywhere.
Well, we don't see him doing nothing. All I see is things forming.
Exactly, because you can't see the creator like you see a
Because
false
there
ass
isn't
God.
one.
Wait,
Because
hold
there
on.
isn't
Wait, no,
one.
no, no.
I
You
see
can't.
time
Wait,
and
no. Let
nature
me say
though.
this. Let me finish my plane, sucker. You can't see
Hold
the
on, gentlemen.
creator
Hold on.
like you see a false ass God sitting on a throne telling you to go kill babies and go to war with your brothers. That's a false God. I'm a false God killer. I always aiming at these niggas. I've been doing this shit.
Hold
So
on, real
look,
Yeah.
quick.
the
I want to let
creator is
King Hurt get in here,
invisible.
man, before you got to teach another class. Go ahead, King Hurt.
Hey,
Yeah,
yeah.
you better hurry up and get me up out of here because I'm gonna bust all y'all niggas in the jaw.
Nah, you
And
ain't
your
going
false God.
nowhere.
Calm
Stay
down, bro.
right there.
Hold on, chill
You
out.
Calm
Let
can
down
King
real
get
Hurt
quick.
get
y'all
it
stay
in,
there
man.
so I can hit you back.
He's in a classroom setting. I wish y'all would act like y'all were where he's
I,
at.
I know
Cause
you
y'all
do.
decorum
I
is
know you do.
horrible. The way
I
y'all
know.
treat each
Yeah.
other is horrible.
We
You
know.
need
Hey,
to do
yo,
better, man.
Cosmo, he not trying to kick you out, bro. Shut up.
No, you ain't going
Oh,
anywhere,
okay.
though.
Calm down,
Don't
Cosmo. Calm
leave.
down.
All
Don't
right, I'm
leave.
calm down. My
Go ahead,
bad.
King
Peace,
Hurt.
peace. Shalom.
Yo, real quick. Y'all just hop on real quick. I just want to say, hey, Cosmo, because because like King J is being literal. You know what I'm saying? So you guys have to decide on whether you're gonna be like literal when y'all talk about these stuff, or we just having like a regular conversation. Because
Exactly.
when you was talking about the Earth going around the sun or the sun going around the Earth, I mean, he was combating. He was
That's
uh
elementary, bro. That's
I know,
elementary. My
but
kids
the
know
thing
that.
was, but wait, hold. The thing was that he was being literal about it, and but we all know that you know what I'm saying the Earth, the sun doesn't go around the Earth, but it's just
Correct.
like the sun doesn't come up and all that stuff. We know that, but I
Correct.
mean, sometimes you just can't be literal when y'all having these conversations
I was
because it's
trying to just show what
from it.
objective
You know
is.
what I'm
That's it.
saying?
I
That's
was
all I
just trying
want
to
to
say
say.
we
I
can
gotta
see.
go. That's
All
all
I'm
I
saying
want to
is
say.
we can
I'll
see
holler
the
at y'all
sun.
later.
So Hart. Well, I'm very correct in saying that the sun is the center of our universe. The
Correct.
sun
I
does not.
agree.
The
You
sun does
wouldn't
not. The sun
correctly
does
say
not
that.
rotate around. Hold on, now you cutting me off. Like y'all
We
gotta have
all
some
agree. We all
decorum,
agree
brother.
with that. We all agree
People
with
can
that. Second
disagree.
grade
People can
doctrine.
disagree with you, and you just mute your mic.
We
Not talk while
always.
I'm in the
We
middle.
already agree
Not
with that.
talk in the middle of me literally speaking, brother. It's crazy.
All right, go ahead with your second grade doctrine.
I'm not even talking to you.
I know you.
Tighten up,
You just
I'm
got
Cosmo.
on my
talking.
Just
nerves.
tighten up on the
I'm
You
decorum.
just got on
responding
my
to the
nerves.
brother.
So
I'm
you just
responding
got
to
on
the
my nerves.
brother
So
Hurt.
You can be
I'm
triggered,
talking.
upset, angry,
Yeah, you just got on
Yeah,
my
violent.
nerves. So yeah,
Take
I'm
a
gonna
deep
remember you,
breath
King.
and
it's
like let's
crazy.
have a healthy discussion, everybody.
It's
Because
healthy. This
people
is
at
healthy
home
for me.
watching, this shit is like
Shit, I'm a
you're not
real
giving them nothing.
person. I'm not fake
You're a
at
real
all.
person, but you gotta be able to control your emotions, brother.
Self-control.
I
If you
will.
don't
Stop
have
lying.
self-control, you're just the weakest link in the room, and nobody would ever take you to do anything serious because you don't
All
have
right, just debate me
self-control.
whenever you're ready. Peace.
Just remember that. Go ahead,
Nobody
King
wants you
J.
to. Nobody would debate you on these silly points, brother.
Shit, I'm gonna
Is
debate
is
You
him.
the
I'm gonna
silly,
is
bust
you
the
the
his
one.
head.
is the
I'm gonna
is
You
the
debate him.
does
talking
the
about the
sun
sun
brother
going
does the
around?
sun
We already know
brother?
that.
I can't even talk, brother.
All right, go ahead. Finish up, bro. I'm gonna be quiet.
Jesus. You saying silly stuff like the sun rises and sets.
No, I'm just
The,
telling you what
you're saying
objective
silly
means.
stuff. Humble saying silly stuff that the sun rotates around the earth. This is crazy. Y'all need to go back to school.
I mean, to be fair,
I'm
you
ready to
did
get
just
these
sit up here and
debates
say
going.
that the
I'm gonna show the
sun, like
incoherence of these
our
niggas.
sun, is the center of the universe. That's a category error.
Our universe.
It's our
For sure.
galaxy. It's the center of our
Whatever it is,
galaxy.
it's the center of
Look,
our
you don't
shit.
even, you lucky you got that shit
So
right. I
are
was
you
gonna
trying to
bust your
say
Shit.
the
head in the
solar
debate if you
system?
would have said it was the
Cause
That's
center
what
of
I'm
y'all
our
getting at.
crazy.
universe.
You're getting at
This
everybody
is
else
I'm,
getting
this is
mad.
I'm
second
gonna
grade
Earth
bust
is
your
education.
not the
head.
Y'all
center.
Like
gotta,
you
y'all gotta, y'all
incoherent
gotta
from the
grow up,
jump. You don't
brother.
even know what
Y'all
you're
gotta
talking
grow
about.
up
I
Earth is
for
can't
not
real,
the
wait to
center
debate you. I
of
didn't
the
know you was
Milky
a
Way galaxy.
creationist. You want to
brother.
be a
The
This is
sun
creationist,
is the
whatever
center
you
of
think
the
the
Milky
creator.
Way universe.
No, it is not you gotta.
I want King J to talk. Did you ever get to talk, King J?
I did. You know, I'm used to this environment. A1. I mean, so it's cool, but I would like some just time where we don't cut off each other. I mean,
I'm
I don't agree with
personally
them clearly, but I
bothered.
mute out.
I'm
But
personally bothered that they won't allow me to be able to hear what you have to say.
it's all good, family. It's all good. I'm used to it. Bring them back. It's all good, but
Go ahead. Can you get it out so we can pass it?
yeah. I got it. I wanted Herc to be up here because he is a mathematician. Like this is actually his area. You know what I'm saying?
Listening. Trust me. He listening.
But I just was the sun being the center of our Milky Way galaxy is all I was suggesting, not the Earth. I'm also suggesting that the sun does not rotate around the Earth. Simple.
So can I read this? Real fast? It is a common misconception that the Earth simply circles the stationary sun. In reality, both bodies orbit around their collective center of mass, known as a barycenter. The concept of a barycenter. In any two-body system, the objects orbit a shared focal point. If two objects had equal mass, the barycenter would be directly in the middle of them. However, because the sun is significantly more massive than the Earth, containing about 99.8% of the solar system's total mass, the barycenter is located very close to the center of the sun. Why doesn't it feel like a mutual rotation? While the Earth and sun technically rotate around what family? What family? While they technically rotate around each other, the Earth just don't rotate around the sun. The sun also rotates. I don't know where King is getting this from. Hold on one second.
Well, you gotta stop using Google, brother, because Google is always
And
gonna
what else do
be
we use,
the
King
be
J?
the
What
bro,
else do we use?
Hey,
When
but
brother.
you bring me
I'm gonna say
something
this though
else,
real quick.
Humble. Now, I would like to tell
King
you what
J,
we used
now
to
you
use,
bring me
brother. Can I
something else and
speak,
say
brother?
something.
Why can't
Hold
I
on,
speak,
King J,
brother?
I just got.
Damn.
Hold on, King J. I just got put down from listening to you. I had to listen to you. Hold on. If this is not accurate, now you have to show me something that says something different than this that is accurate. And hold on one second. I got one
Yes, I
more
can do
thing
that. No
before I land
problem.
my plane. Hold on. So is the sun the center of the Milky Way galaxy?
Ooh, it's getting hot in here.
Because this is easy.
Hey, when I think
stuff,
I'm gonna have to
yo.
leave and come back. I can't hear
That
nobody.
GPT gonna be the death for
Yeah, you
you.
gotta leave and come back because they definitely getting it in right now.
This is
The death,
easy stuff, bro.
the death for you,
Easy
humble.
stuff. Easy stuff. Not hard at all. No, the sun is not at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. So how do you get off saying that the sun is at the center of the Milky Way of our galaxy? The sun is at the middle of our galaxy. No, it's not. Who
Okay,
taught you that?
okay. It's in the
Whoever
suburbs,
taught you
according
that,
to
you gotta go
your
back and
source.
tell
Your
them your
source says it's in the suburbs.
That's crazy.
Your chat says it's in the suburbs. Let me know. It's in the suburbs. Okay, it's right outside, according to your chat GPT. But I would like to respond, humble, because you can't use. So, like back in the day, brother, when somebody asked you a question, you actually had to know the answer. You had to have the information in your head. You couldn't say, "Okay, I don't know. Let me go look it up." That in itself lets you know you don't know what you're talking about. You chat GBT and everything, and you coming to the wrong conclusion. Let me respond, brother. I'm not finna sit here and play with you and make you act like and let you act like the sun rotates around the earth because you chat GPT and came and didn't know what you was reading. Brother, we live in a heliocentric model, right? I'll walk you down. Hold on, brother. I'll walk you down. We live in a heliocentric model from the Greek helios, meaning sun, In this model, particularly, the Earth rotates on its axis, which happens every 24 hours. The Earth revolves around the sun. It takes 365.25 days to complete one full orbit around the sun. It's called a year.
This
Jesus
elementary
Christ.
school shit,
And
bro.
this heliocentric model, right? The Earth rotates around the sun. The sun is the center of the solar system. This is the model that we live in. The old model, the old outdated model was called a geocentric model. And it's when the Earth was the center of the model, the Earth was stationary, and the sun rotated around the Earth. You don't know what you're talking about.
So now, with that being stated so eloquently
Questions for
by my brother,
clarification. I did have a question.
with
For
that
King
being
James.
stated,
Because I know that. Go ahead.
Go ahead, man.
I'll
No,
jump
you
back
good.
in.
You good. Go ahead,
No,
bro.
you
You good.
actually
You good.
right. Who cares about my information?
No, go ahead, bro.
No, I'm serious. I don't. I
Now, I
actually
would like
didn't.
A1 to
You did me
chime
a
in on
favor.
this because
No, you
A1
did
has
me a
a
favor.
very logical mind.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you did
he
me a
is
favor. I'm
logical. He
not
is
supposed
Virgo.
to interject
Virgo's
to
the
y'all
most logical
argument.
sign of the zodiac. He should
He's the
I'm
know.
not
most
supposed to
logical,
interject. I'll talk to
and it's
y'all
going to be
like behind the
circular
scenes.
without his interjection, I think.
Yeah.
It will be, but I'm gonna let it go. Go ahead. I'm gonna ask you behind the scenes though. I'll talk to y'all later.
All
That's on
right.
y'all.
I was gonna say, but just to say what you said, because going back to the blueprint of all creation, whether we talking about the Earth's rotating, the sun rotating, the galaxies rotating, everything is rotating. The question is why, and what generates the rotation of all things. Even your hair follicles coming off your nappy,
But it's
your
rotating on its
lovely.
own axle.
I'm saying
But it's not.
even
You
down to
understand that? It's rotating on its own axle. And it's not moving out of place. That's what I'm
exactly. So
saying.
what?
Okay. So
I
how
get
is the sun on its axle not moving around the Earth? Explain that.
because
And remember, there's other planets too.
exactly, which are all rotating. Vortexing current is the reason why everything is spinning on their axis and
Humble don't even agree with you, and
and
he the one who said it.
subject to their orbits. It's all rotating. Even the very fingerprint on your thumb is in the shape of a vortex, a rotating spiral, because that is the very signature of the creator who is ever present and unseen in all things. You can't see the creator like you see a man sitting on a throne. No, the creator is invisible, but yet ever present and knows all things, and he feels everything that you feel. See what I'm saying? So the reason why the colors are green and blue and purple is because the waves are spiraling. The sound waves, the vibration that Humboldt was talking about, that very vibration is in motion because that's the creator's energy. He is everything, the source of all. I'm not talking about a God in a Bible or a book sitting on a throne somewhere. We gonna be gods one day. That's why we having these deep conversations about creation, so we can get to an understanding that's comprehensive and systematic, that we can really teach scientifically to our kids. We're not just lying to these kids about what we believe. No, nigga, I can show my son and my daughter the galaxies are spinning. You know what I mean? I can show y'all this. Show you your hair. And then I can tell you that that's the creator's signature, so that you're not connecting yourself to some deity that's saying he a jealous God and a man of war. No, we don't fucking worship no lords, gods, or saviors. The creator only over here. You dig what I'm talking about? And all of us are brothers and sisters, sons and daughters of one great spirit, who is with all men, China, black, Mexican, everybody. We all brothers and sisters to help each other learn of the creation and love each other in harmony. It's everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Peace is everywhere. Love is everywhere. You just gotta choose it. Why? Because the creator is all of it. He loves all the love. So that's all I wanted to say. I ain't trying to tear nobody down, you know what I'm saying? But if you want to debate me and I can show sources, because I got sources too. Scientific, spiritual texts. I ain't just up here talking shit. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's all I'm saying. When you're looking at yourself in the mirror, know that you are a son of the creator. He gave you to be the best person you can, to learn all you can, debate everybody you can, everything, question everything. Don't just believe in no books, nigga. Hell no. I'm gonna read it all, But the greatest book for us to read is the creation itself and yourself in particularly. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I gotta say, man. Peace to A1. Peace to the Titans Debate League. You dig what I'm talking about? Y'all follow your boy Prince Judah Vaughn Cosmon on my YouTube channel. Salute to the Credit Gang. You already know Cosmon Cal, Saint La Shalom, Malachi Maccabee, and Big Bro Daryl Cosmon. We do this thing all day, every day. It's a blessing to be in y'all presence. I love all y'all. Deed the truth, man. Y'all stay strong, stay solid. Don't back down from no false ass guys neither. It's false god killers all day. Let's get it. I'm out, man. Bless up, y'all. Peace.
I'm still stuck on King J think the sun is at the center of our Milky Way galaxy.
Bro, I'm still stuck on you thinking that. I'm looking at this stuff like, wow, this brother really thought the sun rotates around the earth. You do know, humble. And when it comes down to mass,
The
we talking
center
about. Hold on, brother.
of the
We
galaxy.
do know when it comes down to mass and gravity, when it in regards to physics, the smaller object always orbits the massive one. The massive object does not orbit the smaller one, brother. You finna die in this, bro. I thought you was intelligent, humble. You saying some
So
crazy
can I
stuff.
say something real quick?
Yes.
Go ahead,
Because when Humble said what he was saying, right, and he brought up the information about the Berry sensor, I somewhat agree. Well, I do agree that like AI overview isn't a like correct source of information. But when I like went and looked it up, like NASA also like affirms what he was saying. Like literally, it doesn't like literally rotate the way we see the Earth orbit. Because I'm gonna stop
Brother,
using the word
the
rotate.
Barry Center is called the balance point. So when you look,
He's going
so hold
from
on,
I ain't
brother,
never
hold
do
on,
nothing.
brother. I'm
he
answering the
said
question
he's
because
from
He
both of
he
y'all
didn't
are.
Berry
finish.
to
He never
Oh,
finished.
okay,
He was
okay,
actually
okay.
trying to teach you something, but you
Yeah,
ain't
I
gonna get it
wasn't.
if
It
you cut
wasn't
him off.
even a question. I'm just letting you know
Oh,
what
it
I
wasn't a
like.
teaching moment. It
Well,
wasn't a teaching moment.
he's
You
attempting.
agree?
He's
But I'm
attempting. Let him attempt. Let
okay.
him
So
attempt.
I'm trying to bridge the gap between what both of y'all are saying, right? That's all I'm attempting to do.
I understand,
Because you
but
saying
in
that
that
based
attempt,
upon
you're.
like, all right, bro, you got it, bro. You know what I'm gonna
I'm
say,
just
bro.
saying because in that attempt you're trying to rationalize nonsense. So the Berry Center, right? They said to an observer, it looks like the sun is standing still while the Earth circles around it because the pivot point is tucked around. It's tucked away inside the sun's core. So there is no Earth rotating around the sun, brother. This is common sense, and we too grown to be talking about this and to even thinking that. We too grown, and it does get frustrating because we learned this in middle school, and you're suggesting that the smaller object, you're suggesting that the larger object is orbiting around the smaller one.
No, that's not
Is
what I was suggesting.
I'm
But
not
you
That's
I'm
said,
not
not
talking
what
to you.
nobody is
That's
suggesting,
what
Drew.
humble is
That's
suggesting
not
because
what
he said
nobody is suggesting.
and
You
that's
humble.
said
what I
You
was
that
said
trying to
humble.
get
You
at. That's
said
why I
humble.
said
You
I was
said
trying
the
to bridge the
sun rotates
conversation.
around the Earth.
I said the earth and the sun rotate around each other.
Right. Right. So
Right.
that means humble. You're saying it. So that's what you're saying because
No.
humble,
Exactly. Hold on, King
the
J.
sun does not
Exactly
move.
what Drew just read is exactly what
Humble,
I just read.
humble. The
So
sun
now
doesn't
bring
move.
your source that
Humble,
disagree with me and Drew. Bring your
humble,
no more filibustering. Bring your source
humble.
that
I'm
disagree
reading
with
my
me and
sources
Drew.
now. I can jump on my laptop and you probably won't even chat
Where's
GTP
your source that
ever
says
Bring
again.
your
the
sources
sun is
that
the center of
disagree
the
with me and
Milky
Drew.
Way galaxy? What's
Brother,
your
when I
source that
get
says the sun is the
so
center of the Milky
y'all
Way
gotta
galaxy?
understand. Hold on. I need to talk with more people like in this field because when I said the heliocentric model, anybody who's scientific, that was the reference to
But
why our
that's
sun.
what
Hold
I'm
on,
saying though.
hold on. To why our sun is the center of our universe. It's called the heliocentric model. The previous model was the geocentric model. If you're not familiar with that, then you
Hey
need to
Drew, can you
study
look that
because
up
this
for
is
me?
like we've
Can
been
I
using.
say
Hold
something,
on,
everyone?
because
Can I say something?
we've been using this heliocentric model since Galileo. And if it's 2026 and you're not knowing that we use a heliocentric model, which says the sun is the center of our solar system, Then, brother,
That's what I'm getting at. It's the center of the solar system,
Solar
not the
system. That's the
observable
first time you
universe.
said
brother,
it right.
our
Jesus
solar
Christ, bro.
system,
That's what I
right?
keep trying to
Correct.
say.
So
You're
in that,
coming
in
up
this
here
solar,
saying
in
that
this solar,
everyone,
in this solar system, our sun is not rotating around the Earth.
and I didn't say that though. Do you
Brother,
not?
so I'm not
You're not
talking
even
to
listening
you,
to yourself.
brother.
You're
I
not
don't
even
even know who
listening
you
to
are.
yourself.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Humble, the person who said it.
You keep
I don't even
telling
know who you are,
everybody
brother.
else
You interjecting yourself in this
correct and talking
conversation,
as if you
brother.
come
I'm
from
not
a
talking to
higher
you because I don't even, you,
education level,
brother.
but
You
you are
interjected
also
yourself in this
incorrect. That's
conversation,
my whole point.
and you don't have a point with me because I don't even
I
know what
do
you're
have
talking
a point.
about. I'm talking to Humble.
Okay, let's ask everybody else on the panel if they
I'm
understood my
talking to
point
Humble,
then.
brother. You keep interjecting
Yeah,
yourself,
but
and
you were
brother,
wrong too.
brother, it's not your
That's the
turn to
whole
talk.
point.
It's
That's
not
the
your
whole
turn to
point.
talk. It's my point.
When it was my turn to talk, you
What can you
interrupted me.
can't, brother?
And then
Okay,
I said,
now
wait to
I'm
listen.
speaking. So
And
go
I
ahead.
was
I'm
ready to
gonna mute
understand.
out, brother.
And you interrupted me again.
I'm gonna lead by example and show how adult acts on a panel of grown men. I'll mute out and let you finish, and I'll respond.
You was talking the whole time. Okay, whatever. Like I was saying. Well, I already said what I was saying though. You can
Okay,
hear me
so now I'm
talking.
responding. So you asked the question. Show you the model. I referenced the heliocentric model. That should have been it. The previous model was the geocentric model. That was it. In this heliocentric
Didn't say
model,
it was the center of the
in
solar
our
system.
heliocentric model, the sun does not rotate around any planet. Y'all tripping,
That literally is not my claim. Like you, okay,
brother.
I
So
feel
that's
like
why I'm
you're
not
just
talking to
defending your
you,
point now because you don't want to be
brother.
wrong.
I'm talking to Humble. So your claim ain't got nothing to do with it. Why are you even talking?
Because you are also wrong.
Humble made the claim, not you. So why are you talking if it ain't got nothing
Because
to do
you
with
are
you?
wrong.
I'm confused.
If you wrong,
If you disagree, brother,
you
you
do not
disagree.
want
That's
We
access to
don't
fine.
want to hear the
But I'm
information.
fact
not
that he
wrong.
is
I'm not
wrong.
wrong about us using a heliocentric model.
He
Yes,
don't
but
want
Called
to
you are
hear
modern
wrong in
he
science.
your
is
explanation
wrong.
of the heliocentric model when you said the sun was the center of the universe. That ain't true. Then
Solar
you said
system,
the
whatever
sun
you
was
want to
the
call it.
center of the
The
galaxy.
Earth ain't.
Hold on.
Shit.
I never said the earth was. I'm telling you where
Brother,
you were
you're not,
incorrect
brother.
at.
I know because I'm not talking to you.
You were still
I'm talking
incorrect
to
in what you
Humble.
were saying.
So if you're not defending, brother, if you're not going to defend Humble's point, let Humble talk.
But he did defend my point. He read
No,
the
he
same
didn't. Bro,
thing I just told
Humble,
you.
I'm talking to you, brother. You said that the sun rotates around the
Your
earth. I said that's a bunch
heliocentric
of
Greek model is wrong.
Ermin and Gurman. You understand?
Listen, your
You Ermin and Gurman.
heliocentric model is wrong.
According to who?
According to updated science. What are you
Brother, that's
talking
modern
about?
science, brother. What
Hey,
model do
do
we
you want to debate
Humble?
that, King James?
Humble.
Do you want to debate that? We
Yes,
can
we
debate
can.
that.
Let's get a quick topic because you just made that up. If we're not using a heliocentric model, what model are we using, Humble?
We're using the updated astrophysics
Which is what?
model.
So you're saying
Modern
where you
astrophysics model.
wait, Humble. I'm taking notes, brother. We're not using the heliocentric model in science no more that states that the sun is the center of the solar system. We're using. I'm writing this down. We're using the updated astro what model? Yeah. Stop talking.
Y'all done? Y'all done?
Nah, I was waiting on. He was responding, but I think some probably having some technical difficulties on his end now. I'm gonna probably just jump on my laptop so I can actually just show my screen and show the different models. How we came from a geocentric model to a heliocentric model. I can show the actual systems and show the sun at the center where it's not rotating anything but on its axis. I can show
Yep.
Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Earth rotating around the sun. Like this is crazy. Like
Isn't there a new updated model that says the sun is actually moving and while the planets are rotating around it, they're following the sun as
no,
it moves?
it's called gravitation at
Oh, you
orbit.
ain't seen so you think the
Hey,
heliocentric model?
can you name it? Can you reference this model so we can pull it up and look at
Yep,
it? So
yep,
talking
yep,
it.
yep, yep. That's what I'm about to do right now.
That's all you got to do. 'Cause I gave you the name. It's called the heliocentric model.
Pull up the video if you can. That shows it too, because I
Yeah.
know what you're talking about.
Don't nobody know. They making up stuff. They want.
No, I'm hip to what he's talking about. I actually just pulled up an old presentation. I ain't gonna show it though, but I was
How?
I got a whole presentation on this.
Mm-hmm.
It
That's
was
what I
really
know.
it was really going over like astrotheology in this
Okay.
video, but it was all about
The
it was really
orbit.
about the precession of the equinox, the
Okay.
orbit,
Okay. Yeah. So
all
you
that
already
stuff.
know.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, well, I wanted you to jump in because it would have ended this whole little. Because I know you're very logical. So
I wasn't really listening to the whole convo though. I just was
okay.
making sure nobody ain't cut each other off.
Okay.
But
For sure. For sure.
that one part, I was gonna say something, but I wasn't about to take your side though.
Either way, it would have been either way. Either way, it would have been needed. So
Yeah.
I mean, you ain't got to be on my side. Say how you feel. But I'm looking at this stuff now, this model now. So I know that every has their own orbit on their axle, right? But to suggest that the sun is rotating around the Earth to me is absurd.
But humble, if you're gonna use AI overviews and just read whatever Chat GPT read to you, you might as well just go to Wiki.
Exactly, and then bro, I don't like that
Because to
because
despise Wiki, yeah, go ahead.
Don't go to Wiki.
I remember
Wiki.
when people used to have to know the information.
Yeah,
Like if you ask somebody a question, you had to know it because that meant you studied it. Now, if every time somebody asks me a question, you like, let me go to Chat GPT. That makes me feel like you don't even know nothing.
Well, that's what they made them for. They made those
No,
things so
brother,
they can actually do
no,
that.
that's
No,
not what it's for.
because
To be
some
your
people would
entire
know that. No,
reliance
that's
on
exactly what.
information.
Hold on, let me say something about that. That's
pull up the
exactly what
same.
it's for.
Oh yeah,
It's
that's
some
the
people
video.
who would say things, and people who might not even know anything about it would believe them people, and them people was lying. So what they did is they made a way that people who might not even have nothing to do, but somebody answer a question and they say, well, that might not seem right, and they can go look it up. What you
And
mean
now,
that ain't what it's for?
and it has led to
That's the same
confusion
thing they would do. That's the same thing. No, wait,
brother,
hold on.
people
Let me finish.
manipulate
Can
the
I
Chat
finish, bro?
GPT
Can I
systems,
finish,
brother.
bro? Can I finish, bro? They made this tool for that reason because some people who would be learned would have facts, but then they would add a little more to it. I ain't saying that you would do just the same with you. So Humble has a little something, and he goes and he puts it in there and asks the question because this is another information source. Just like if in the old day, you would say something, he'd say, let me get back to you in 3 weeks. I got to walk to the library so I can look it up and then come back and debate what's in the library. And you might not agree with it because you ain't read what he read. So now they got it where you can look at it right then, right now. You can't be mad at that. The fuck?
Nobody, I didn't worry like that. And then what you just said didn't make sense because if I'm able to pull up the same thing, we all have access to the same Chat GPT, right? And if I can pull up the same thing and pull up contrary evidence contrary to what he just pulled up, then that's nothing but more confusion. What did it just solve? Nothing. Nothing. So at some point, there has to
Then you
be
go to another
there
source.
has to
You
at some
go,
point because Chat GPT just isn't vetting sources.
okay, then we go to Google, then we go to other
No, you go to
websites that's
reading the
on the
books
web.
and referencing books and stuff, brother.
The
Like
books are
read.
online. Did you know
No,
they put
brother,
books
brother, brother,
online?
brother, brother. You're not making sense.
Brother,
You're
they
not making
put books
sense.
online. Did you
You're
know
not
they
making
put
sense.
books online?
Yes, they have books online. They have PDFs.
What do they put the
I have
books
PDFs,
online for, brother?
brother. That's totally different than the question
Brother,
I'm asking
what do
about the
they
Chat
put the
GPT,
what do they put the books online for?
so people can read.
Okay. That's the heck fuck is you talking about?
Talking about Chat
Why
GPT,
everybody
not
cussing
books
so
being on.
much, man? What is going on?
Because they're losing the argument and they don't know how to express themselves intellectually. When you can't articulate your argument, you curse.
Come on, that's just how I talk. That's natural. Sometimes I don't even be thinking about
Nah,
it.
you can't articulate
Ain't no
yourself
cuss word. I wasn't
intellectually, so
You
now
cussing
you
sound
at
just
you.
cuss.
frustrated. You sound frustrated.
He can't
Nah, you
articulate
don't know.
himself
I don't
in
know
that
what it
moment.
sounds. It is frustrating to listen to this because mentally
It's called
transmitted
cognitive dissonance.
infections
Cognitive
are
dissonance is
trying
what
to
you're trying
take
to say.
over. These mentally transmitted infections are trying to take over, and to combat those, I have
You
to
don't
use
even know how to
logic.
articulate your argument correctly. It's crazy. So the only thing that I'm suggesting is this: that ChatGPT is the death of us, brother. You know what I'm saying? There used to have to
It
be an
is.
actual time where you had to know the information. That meant you
Yeah.
studied. That meant that
Yeah.
if somebody, I'm just telling you how I feel. If
Right.
somebody every time you ask me a question, you got to go GTPP it and chat GTP to it, that means you didn't know it. That means you didn't know it.
Would they know it after they chat GPT?
If we're going back and forth and then there's some contention and be like, well, look up this fact, and we look up and fact check something, that's totally different than making your whole argument based off of the chat GTP response to your question that you wrote a particular way to get a certain answer. Like that's
I
crazy.
I don't know about
And
that.
well, you
All I
don't
know
know. I
about is
don't because
this.
look, I
All I know,
don't do that. I don't rely on chat GTP for my overall scholarship.
I
I
believe,
still
though,
read
I don't think
PDFs.
nobody.
I still read books. I still get outside. Like, come on now. Like you that's not scholarship.
Yeah, brother, I don't think that's what's going on here. I think
It
you
is
mad
because
because
I
when you
guarantee
ask a
you.
question, I let you finish and you had hushed. Can I go? I don't think that's what's going on here. I think what you fail to realize is that the humans understand that people have information and they want information. And they put places that you can get information right at the moment. What's making you upset is that you can't be smarter than people for long because when they look it up, they actually gain the information that you just had. So now you're mad because they can go get that information momentarily and then dispute what you're saying. I believe that that's disingenuous of you to be mad because we created this tool definitely for that reason, to learn right at the moment. Okay, so what I didn't know about the full thing that they saying, but I think I've heard something and you wrong. And then we go look it up and I prove that you wrong because of what I heard, because now we got the information right here in front of us. You mad about that? I don't understand why. You say that books are on the internet to read, information is on the internet to read, but yet you mad when people do it. How long do you think you want to be right, or do you want the argument to go? You should, as an intellectual, want people to be able to go get that information right at the spot so they can prove what you talking about. Because I guarantee you, if they ever look it up and chat GPT agree with you, you gonna be happy.
I'd rather than read a book or I already knew the
Sir,
information. So
they
I'm
read
like
the book
I'm showing
online.
look, I'm showing my screen on this computer that you're talking so much about, right? Now if you can see my screen, you see it says sun-centered solar system. The sun is the center. We see the earth rotating around this. Now in this model, where would it be the sun rotating around the earth? This is what we're actually talking about.
So
Yeah.
this is a
So
false
hold on, hold on, hold on, humble,
why
hold
you
on,
say
humble,
this
hold
power.
on, humble. Give me just a second, then you can
Now
have
you're
it.
looking at the model.
Now you
We're
look now.
talking
Hold
about what
on.
we're seeing on the chat GTBT.
Yeah, I guess what you fail to realize is that humble say, okay, that's that model. Now there's other models because that model ain't the only model. So he came with
Yes, it
this
is.
model.
Yes,
Look,
it is.
no,
Where he
no, it's
doesn't
not,
show the
because
model.
here goes a model right here.
What model,
The model where the sun is moving.
brother? What's the name of the model where the sun moves?
Let me get it
I'm
for you
looking
right
at
now.
mine is the heliocentric model.
Okay, let me look at this one.
You see what I'm showing? The heliocentric model.
Yeah, let me go back and find
You
what
see
the
where it
model
says
called.
that? Heliocentric
Yeah.
model. It says the Earth rotates on its axis. The Earth revolves around the sun. You see that?
Uh-huh.
The
Uh-huh.
Earth revolves around the sun. Model, heliocentric model. Actually, the graph right here shows the actual sun shows the actual rotation of the planets around the sun. Now I'm waiting on your model.
King J, you just said we too grown for this, bro. How
I
you
know.
gonna pull up this outdated
Hold on,
model?
hold
That's
on,
crazy.
hold on, hold on, humble.
Heliocentric,
Hold on, humble. It's called the
modern
H
science.
E. Listen, this model is called the HELICAL model. You look it
Show it.
up.
Show it.
I just
You
showed
making
it
your
to you.
argument, brother. Make your argument. I'm showing
I just
mine.
showed it to you.
We don't, brother. We don't see your screen. You want to share it?
You don't see my
Let
screen?
Humble share. Let Humble share your screen so we can laugh at you.
You don't see my screen?
No. Okay. We can see it.
Yeah, we
You
see
see
your
my
screen,
screen?
bro.
You ass white? I mean, pass guy.
Now, what are you showing? What are you showing, and what's the reason for you showing it? So I can bust your head.
This is the helical model. of
You
the
can't even
solar
pronounce
system.
it. So, brother, you
The
can't even pronounce it.
helical
That lets
model,
me know that
the
you're not familiar
helical
with
model,
it. You just
the
Googled it.
helical model. I'm actually
You
familiar
can't
with
even
it. How did I
pronounce
bring
it.
it up if I wasn't familiar with it? Our
You just
solar
typed it
system is a
in.
vortex. This is the vortex model that the sun moves and the planets follow it.
And this is the model that we use in modern science right now. This model.
No,
So what
this
you
is a
bring it up for,
they
dummy?
don't use what you mean. What this is? You said, is there
Brother, we
another model?
talking
There
about
are some people. Yeah, there's people that use that model.
brother.
What do you mean?
Brother,
Yes, there's people
I
that use that
resign.
model.
I respectfally just stop
Thank you. Yeah, I
because
would
if
too. I
why are you
respectfully take
showing
your
it
decline
if we're not
because you
using it,
said there's no other models that out there that people go by. There
brother? No,
are.
but brother, there's not. We go by in modern science. We go by the heliocentric model. All other
Okay.
models are
Well,
outdated and they're not used.
I just showed you. This is a
Brother, we
newer
don't, brother. You're
model.
not.
This is
You
a newer
showed us
model.
a model
This
that we
model
don't
is newer.
use.
This model
We don't
is
use it,
updated
brother.
from the
We don't
Helios
use
6.
it.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. Well, why do they got it?
They
There's
made it
plenty of
up.
people that used it.
No, we actually do use it in a bunch of various different fields and how they design planes. A bunch of stuff takes this model into
I
account.
can't wait to
Actually,
debate these.
I've been
And
hip to it
so
for
we
a few
use, so
years
do
as
we,
well.
and we use it to
But
discover the universe? No.
just look it up.
I can't wait to
Because
debate these
I wasn't
guys.
familiar with the sun sitting still and not moving. Like I wasn't familiar with the one you were talking about. Well, it's the old one, but I knew
Right,
that
that's the
I knew
outdated
I just
heliocentric model.
automatically knew that the sun moves through space, and they were saying how fast it goes. They got like a whole thing because they are using that to debunk the whole flat Earth thing.
Thank
So
you.
that's how I know about that because it's a whole counter argument.
with the sun?
It's a whole counter argument that they're using with modern science. That's the only reason I was privy to it because they were using it to debunk the flat Earth stuff. So that's how I came into it. But
Exactly, A1, and
And
that's
question,
correct. And that's
question, because y'all not making sense, brother.
Hold on
You're
one
not making
second, I
sense.
got you.
I'm not making
So
sense.
what we're
No,
doing,
you're not making sense in suggesting that this model that the brother brought has replaced the heliocentric model. Has it replaced
Put me
it?
on the
This
big,
is
yes.
my
Put me on the big
hold
screen
on,
again.
brother. Hold on,
Put me on the big screen
brother.
again. Put me on the big screen
It's a
again.
simple question, brother. The model that we use in modern science is called the heliocentric model. It states that the sun is the center of our solar system and it rotates on its own axis and the earth revolves around the sun. That is the model that we use. Has that model been replaced?
Yes.
But by
Put
what model
me back
again?
on the
By
big
what
screen.
model again?
Put me back.
Hold on. I'm trying to write it down so I
Put me
can
on the big
fact
screen.
check that you said that the heliocentric model has been replaced by this model that you're showing. What is the name?
Helical. Helical.
Yeah.
Helical.
Model. And you're suggesting this model is the model that we currently use and that has replaced the heliocentric model, correct?
Put me on the screen.
And then one moment. You're finna die on this, brother. You could have just simply said that this
It
model
builds
exists.
upon it. It doesn't replace it to
Brother,
help you
so
out.
A1, are you helping him or are you gonna be the host again? Because you wasn't saying nothing when
I thought you just genuinely wanted to know.
Nah, I want to listen. I want to
Or if
beat
you want
them
to
up
cook, I'll let
because
you
I
cook.
want to beat them up because they don't know enough.
Okay, I'll let you beat him up. Go
you
ahead.
don't
That's all.
know enough. How do you say we don't know enough when you
Humble,
don't know?
humble. You said
You
the
still
Earth
think the
rotates
sun
around the
sits
sun.
stagnant in the middle of the
Humble,
galaxy?
you said the Earth rotates around the sun.
I said they rotate around each other. You see how
Right.
bro,
So in order
you
for them
see
to
how
rotate
this
around each
brother be
other, that
doing,
means
bro?
that at one point the sun will have to go around the sun, Earth, right?
This brother is terrible.
You're not making
This
sense,
brother
brother.
is literally sitting here saying that the sun is stationary around it, is stationary in our galaxy, and everything move around the sun. This is what this man is saying.
The
This
planets.
man
It's
is
called
literally
the heliocentric
using
model, and that's
outdated
what we use.
information to
No,
say
that's
that
not
we
humble.
use that today.
That's
This
not
is
what I'm saying.
absurd.
That's what the scientists say, humble. I'm gonna
That's
go with
not
them
what
over
the
you, brother.
scientists say. Hey,
Yes, it is.
A1, set this up, bro. Set this up, bro. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Brother, you're gonna go back to the first grade after this. This is gonna be
This
a
is crazy.
slaughter.
The heliocentric model doesn't account for the movement of the sun. That's why shit needed to be updated. But
Yeah, but that ain't the point. The move. So A1 that just debunked. I mean, come on now. So the Earth, you believe this too?
it's
That
not
the Earth
about
rotates
believing
around
it. It's the updated science. I don't know what to tell you.
Is the no A1, stop. Everybody stop. A1.
Humble, I hate you done
debate
took my
is,
debate.
hold on. The debate
Easy.
is the sun stagnant in the middle of the universe?
That's not the
debate.
question.
That is
What's the question? Let's set this title up for y'all too.
The question is, does the sun rotate around the earth?
No.
That's what you said, and that's my contention. That's my contention. That's my contention.
That's not my argument. If you
That's
want
my
me to get
contention.
scientific, hold on. My argument is the sun and the moon. The sun and the earth, right? Both rotate around a center of mass.
You said around each other. You said around each other.
Around each other. Yes.
Right. So humble. For clarity, in order for them to rotate around each other, that means at some point the sun rotates around the earth, correct?
This bro.
You just said they both rotate around each other. So that means that the earth rotates around the sun and the sun rotates around the earth. Let's have clarity. What are you exactly saying, if not that?
There's a Bayark line, right? That the sun and the earth rotate around. Both of them.
You don't know what the base center means.
Both of them at some point, right, meet faces that rotate around each other. What part of that aren't you not understanding?
Brother, the base center is this. Brother, the base center is, you realize the sun is larger. The Berry center is hold on, brother. The base center is the center of mass you're talking about is the sun in the Berry center. Brother. Yes, it is. And it looks like the sun is standing. It looks like, I'm looking at the thing right here. Hold on, let me share my screen because I'm tired of you. I'm just tired of you. Hold on, brother. I'm tired of you. Look, what does it say? What does it say? What does it say? This is the Berry Center.
Yes.
Right. I'm looking, brother. So what I'm talking about. It says because, hold on, brother. Now let me cook. Because the sun is so much heavier than the earth, the Berry Center between them is located deep inside the sun.
Okay.
You know what that means? You know what that means? Here it goes. Here it goes. To an observer. Hold on. I'm not done. Let me read my source.
Don't move.
I'm reading my source. To an observer. Hold on, Combo. Why are you screaming, brother? Combo, I got a screen to read my source. It says, to an observer, it looks like the sun is standing still while the earth circles around it, because the pivot point is tucked away inside the sun's core. So it looks like, humble, while it looks like that, brother, please believe me, the sun is not moving around the earth, brother.
Okay, so
please believe me when I tell you that you will die on this hill.
So King J, can you answer this question?
Yes.
Anything that you just read, did it ever say that the Berry Center is the sun itself?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, guys. Read it again. Read it
yes,
again.
It does.
Hey, come on, read it again. Read your source again. Read it again.
To an observer, it looks like the sun is standing still.
Read where the biocenter is again.
The Berry Center is the balance point.
Where is it? Is it the sun itself or is it within the sun?
The Berry Center is the balance point. So that is the distance in between the brother.
You're not understanding my question.
Brother, I do understand your question.
Itself, or is it inside of the sun?
Brother, the Berry Center, the balance point, that the Berry Center is the balance point. This balance point is it lies within the center of the sun and corresponding to the earth in the distance of inside the center of the sun.
It ain't say the center, it say deep
within
the sun. God. It say the center.
So when the earth, hold on. So when the earth rotates around the sun, right?
So how
the earth is rotating around the sun? Brother, hold on. That's the whole point. I don't think you comprehended what you even brought up. It shows that when the earth rotates around the sun, it looks like the sun is rotating around the earth because the mass of the sun is so big.
No, what the?
You tripping, brother?
Bro.
Ain't no way in earth, but set it up.
This dude is crazy.
Set it up.
He said the sun is so big. It didn't even say what he said. He said his source said the sun is so big it looks like.
Bro, you don't understand the mass gap.
That's
You
not
understand the mass gap? I brought it up earlier where it says that in physics, smaller objects orbit the massive ones.
so. Let me tell
That
y'all what his
massive objects
source
do not
said.
orbit
Hold
smaller.
on, hold on 1 second. So what your
What
source
about
said,
gravitational
I
pull?
don't gotta see your source to read what your source said. His source said, right, that the Bayer center is within the sun. However, the sun
Yeah.
is so massive. Hold on. The sun, now mind y'all, the Bayer center is the mass in which is the massive center in which the sun and the earth rotate around.
No.
Right? Listen.
No.
So
The Bayer center is the Bayer center is the ballast point. It's the ballast point.
So how do you not like people cutting you off, but then you cut everybody else off? This is why
That's a fair point. Go ahead, brother. That's fair.
Hold on. So what his source said is the biocenter, the sun is so big that it looks like it's standing still, and only the sun is rotating around the earth. But that's because it encompassed the Bayer center. So what actually is happening is the sun is rotating and the earth is rotating around a center of mass. The center of mass is just within the sun's barrier. So it doesn't look like the sun is rotating around the center of that mass. This is oh my gosh, bro.
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick? Humble, I like how you slid in there and took my debate. And y'all giving him too much information. I was ready to kill it from the jump.
Listen. It's
you finna die on this balance point, brother. You think that is an actual the Barry center is an actual object when they rotate on the axle. It's humble. You finna get so much education.
What?
You've been erming and germing this whole.
So now he don't know what a Bayer point.
But I just showed you what it is.
You don't know what a Bayer.
But I just showed you what it was.
That's the problem.
That's the balance point. The balance point. It's the balance point. And that's why you're thinking that the sun is rotating around the earth, brother. Like it's crazy at this point. Now let me get back to this helical model that the brother suggested has replaced our heliocentric model. Both of y'all finna die right now on this one point. Like I don't understand why y'all be saying the crazy
if you get
stuff.
your information, just get your information and let's debate it, man.
No, you ain't gonna make it to the debate. You ain't gonna make it to the debate if I keep typing. Hold on.
I'm already over here waiting in this tree in the Coliseum.
I didn't know how King J say, hey, yo, you use chat. First off, I use Gemini. But he said, yo, you use ChatGPT, that will make it right. And then my man continues to use ChatGPT.
Brother, brother, I have to use what you're using to show you that.
You can't discredit a source, or you can't discredit a tool and then turn around and use that tool. That's
brother, we own a computer.
That's King J.
That's like me saying you can't read books, and then I'm turning around and I'm reading books. What type of Jedi mind trick is that? Yo, he terrible, bro.
Hold on. But the brother may ask a question. So I typed it in. I'm gonna read it just what it says. I said, did the helical model replace the heliocentric? It says it's a common point of confusion, but the short answer is no. Hold on, I'll show you my screen just to let you know I didn't type in nothing crazy or.
I didn't use ChatGPT, by the way. I use Oxford.
It don't matter what we use. He's still wrong. My man really set up here and really is trying to convince us.
But now you probably finna say that my ChatGPT. Wait. Now you gonna probably say my ChatGPT is wrong, but yours is right. Okay. So did the helical model replace the heliocentric? It is a common point of confusion, but the short answer is no.
Can you read the whole thing, please?
Yeah, the short answer is no. The helical model, often seen in, viral video. The helical model, often seen in viral videos showing the solar system traveling through space like a vortex, did not replace the heliocentric model. So you're going off of some viral stuff that some people like. Come on, brother. We're talking about real scholarship.
What else do it say?
Can you read the whole thing?
Can you read the whole thing, please?
Sure. It doesn't make your point at all. It says, in reality, they are two different ways of looking at the same set of facts.
Okay, there you go. That's all I
What?
wanted to hear right there.
What? Brother, all data is neutral.
Because I'm a philosopher.
All data
That's
is neutral.
I told you that there were other models that people look at. You said it
Right.
wasn't.
But we're talking, brother, we're talking about what we use. We don't go by this in modern science, brother. This is not the standard.
Well,
We
ask your
use the
chat
helium.
GPT.
If you talk to some astronomers or some scientists, they will tell you that the sun is the center of our Milky Way, and we use the
Now he
heliocentric
trying to say
model.
the
They
Milky
will
Way.
not say anything about no helical model or anything geocentric. They will not tell you this. They will not tell you that the sun rotates around the earth. This is crazy.
Like I told you, I'm a philosopher. That
Hey,
philosophical
our
view of just what
debate
I said. There's
is
more
the
than one.
sun stagnant in the Milky Way galaxy? That's our debate. Is the sun stagnant within our Milky Way galaxy?
That wasn't the debate.
Now
The
that's not the
contention,
debate.
that wasn't our
Now that's
question,
not the
brother.
debate.
That wasn't our question.
I'm saying that while the sun have celestial bodies that orbit it, the sun also has a mass point, which we call the Bayard Center, that also orbit other celestial things. So you're like, as you were saying earlier with this heliocentric model you keep bringing, you keep saying that that the sun is a stagnant thing that is in the Milky Way galaxy, that's in the center of the
No,
Milky Way
I've
galaxy.
never said the sun was stagnant.
Now he ain't saying the sun is stagnant. So what's the
No.
point of you keep bringing up the
Brother,
heliocentric model?
I said, brother, let's be specific. My point of contention to you was, I said the sun does not rotate around the earth. That is your argument. Hold on one second. I gotta jump off. I gotta take care of something real quick. I'll be like 2 minutes.
I want y'all to riddle me this. If the Milky Way galaxy is moving and the sun is within the Milky Way galaxy, and we know that it's a spiral galaxy because things are moving. As the sun encircles the Milky Way galaxy, it bobs up and down on its elliptical plane. And this is the wave that the planets and stuff follow as they circle. This is even in his model. Man, humble, you lucky.
I mean, yeah, you don't even really have to take it that far because, like, I was over here. That's what I was trying to say earlier. I was looking it up, and that's why I didn't think he meant literally like they spin around each other. But I was trying to explain that and like literally read, the source. I just put it didn't let me put the link. But yeah, it literally says it literally affirms what Humble was saying. If you like, just take a second to listen.
Put another one of them videos up, Quantum. Quantum, you there?
Oh damn! I thought I was talking. Yeah, I hear you. I got the. You still got me backstage on the other one?
Yeah. Oh, I see the videos. Yeah, there they go.
Okay.
History, our understanding of reality has been trapped in a deadlock. Supernatural theism on one side versus cold materialism on the other. Theism relies on a logical error. We are told a creator acts upon the world, yet deciding and acting are verbs that require a sequence of before and after to occur. It is incoherent to claim a cause acts while simultaneously existing outside the very flow of time required for action. On the other side, strict materialism meticulously catalogs physical stuff and phenomena, but it fails to identify the underlying conditions that make measurement or meaning possible in the first place. Neither side survives a rigorous audit. They skip past the foundational mechanics of existence. Finding a coherent answer requires us to look past the cataloging of objects and instead identify the absolute minimal mechanics required for anything to function. To do that, we start with a single foundational rule, the only axiom. It states simply that nothing exists outside existence. There is no external vantage point, no magical realm beyond the veil, no strings pulled from a void. Because existence is a closed system, it is entirely self-contained. It can only operate through internal conditions that sustain it from within. Once we stop looking for a supernatural person holding reality together from the outside, we realize the actual highest power is the unified internal mechanism that makes existence possible. To find out what that mechanism is, we use an audit method called Know the Ledge. We identify what is absolutely necessary to prevent existence from physically breaking. Our first test subject is time. Forget about mechanical clocks or human perception. We are defining strictly as ordered update, the raw sequence of before and after. If we remove ordered update from the equation, reality breaks immediately. Without sequence, there is no causality, no process, and no ability for anything to happen. The universe freezes into incoherence. Our second test subject is nature. Look past trees and planets. Nature is defined strictly as constraint, form, and boundary. If we strip away constraint, we lose identity. Without boundaries, no distinct objects can form out of the chaos. Everything bleeds into unmeasurable noise. Existence breaks and intelligibility collapses unless both of these conditions, ordered update and structural constraint, are operating simultaneously. This chart breaks down the exact anatomy of reality. Existence, or E, only obtains when a structured state functions under an ordering relation. Time and nature are locked together. Look at the logical claim on the right. The two are inextricably equivalent. This framework decodes thousands of years of vague ancient intuitions. Father Time and Mother Nature are precise functional titles for sequence and structure. Calling them the highest power does not imply intention or a supernatural agent in a costume. It is a stark, impersonal unity. Ultimately, the universe is entirely sustained by the necessary self-sustaining mechanism of time and nature permanently locked together. Once we understand this universal architecture, we can look at the human scale and ask how identity on a logical error redefine the soul functionally, stripping away the concept of a ghost in the machine. In this framework, an identity is a stabilized frequency signature anchored within the system. Your physical body is the mechanical hardware required to express and sustain that specific frequency. The mind emerges as adaptive software, the interface mediating between your identity signature and your physical hardware. Human consciousness is the functional result of the time-nature union, the necessary outcome of identity processing through physical matter. Through a Bayesian lens, the universe begins in maximum uncertainty. Every action is an update that organizes the system. Because every action triggers a measurable consequence, ethics operates as a coherence technology, aligning our decisions with existence. This coherence allows us to audit our cause and effect decisions, moving accountability away from supernatural blame and toward functional alignment with reality. As the universe accumulates these organizational updates, evolution functions as a process of progressive recognition. Each stage of life builds on the feedback of the last, allowing awareness to climb through time's field and nature's form with increasing efficiency. Enlightenment is not the act of escaping the world, but the complete recognition of its mechanics. We are the universe learning itself.
Yeah, man, that's one of my videos. I don't know if I can show the other one if he have to do it. A1 might have stepped away. Can't call nobody up. But
Yeah, explain that one first. Break that one down.
all right, bet. Let me see where we at.
Occur.
Let me go source by source. So this was talking about, this is we'll go back over and not stop it in places. I can't hear it. A1, you there? Damn, I can't hear. Hey, can you hear me, A1?
Yeah, I'm over here about to mop my store. You need some help?
All right. No. I didn't I couldn't hear my the thing playing. I can't hear
Acts
my
while
oh yeah, I was gonna go back through and stop it and go piece by piece with it.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So I can know what it's talking about. All right. I just couldn't hear my thing.
For most of history, our understanding of reality has been trapped in a deadlock: supernatural theism on one side versus cold materialism on the other. Theism relies on a logical error. We are told a creator acts upon the world, yet
So this part right here is this describing one of the problems that I found in my observations of existence. It talks of a creator and how people believe is some people out there that believe that existence is because of agent type creator who created everything from nothing.
deciding and acting are verbs that require a sequence of before and after to occur. It is incoherent to claim a cause acts while simultaneously existing outside the very flow of time required for action.
So one of the things I ask myself is, if God created existence, does he exist? Because if he exists, existence is because there is time in nature, and the video explained that further. But to me, this is why it became incoherent.
action. On the other side, strict materialism meticulously catalogs physical stuff and phenomena, but it fails to identify the underlying conditions that make measurement or meaning possible in the first place.
So what the materialist and a lot of atheists do is they point out the fact that it's incoherent to believe in a creator God, which I agree with them. But where they stop is they just put the question up and they don't try to answer it. And so materialism answers the question about and shows that it's logically sound to say that creationism or an agent creator is incoherent, but they fall short because they don't try to find no answer. They just say um, it is what it is. Basically, that's a straw man, and we'll get into that later. But I'm gonna play this.
Neither side survives a rigorous audit. They skip past the foundational mechanics of existence. Finding a coherent answer requires us to look past the cataloging of objects and instead identify the absolute minimal mechanics required for anything to function. To do that, we start with a single foundational rule, the only axiom. It states simply that nothing exists outside existence. There is no external vantage point.
Your video keeps skipping
Nah,
and freezing.
I know it, man. I was just about to say I think I might need to leave and come back in on that account.
Do what you got to do.
Bet. But yeah, that right there was saying that's the basically the basis of my argument. That's the only axiom that I come up with first. That nothing can exist outside of existence. And why? Because it's a logical observation that to exist is strictly to be within existence. Whether you're within existence doing um some action or creating something, you still have to exist first, which means you have to answer to the conditions of time and nature because you have to have time to be efficacious and you have to have time. I mean, you have to have a structure from which to do that with. And that's a logical observation for me. Let me see. You got any questions? My bad, my bad. You hear me? All right, I'm back with that other one. If you can share
Floating
my
city.
screen.
But while the mind can construct an
Oh, that ain't the right one. Hold on, that ain't the right one.
image, the universe is under no obligation to build it. Imagination is often treated as a mystery, but it functions as a mechanical simulation. It is a cognitive laboratory where the brain rehearses possibilities without the cost of physical execution. In this architecture, consciousness acts as the persistent observer, the user navigating a mental interface. This interface organizes logic and ideas into a stream of information.
Nah, bro, it's skipping. You got to teach that shit. Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat.
I'm back. You there? I gotta share my screen real quick.
Most of history, our understanding of reality has been trapped in a deadlock: supernatural theism on one side versus cold materialism on the other. Theism relies on a logical error. We are told a creator acts upon the world, yet deciding and acting are verbs that require a sequence of before and after to occur. It is incoherent to claim a cause acts while simultaneously existing outside the very flow of time required for action. On the other side, strict materialism meticulously catalogs physical stuff and phenomena, but it fails to identify the underlying conditions that make measurement or meaning possible in the first place. Neither side survives a rigorous audit. They skip past the foundational mechanics of existence. Finding a coherent answer requires us to look past the cataloging of objects and instead identify the absolute minimal mechanics required for anything to function. To do that, we start with a single foundational rule, the only axiom. It states simply that nothing exists outside existence. There is no external vantage point, no magical realm beyond the veil, no.
As I said, this is the reason that I believe in formation and not creation, because to create anything, you have to exist, and you have to have time to do anything, and time is ordered update before, after. You have to have time to do anything if you're existing, and you're going to be the reason for anything, if you're going to be the effect of anything. You have to exist. You can't exist outside of existence. Now, if you're saying that so said being exists and he doesn't go by the same standards as we do when it comes to time and nature, that's fine that you're saying that too. He's still subject to time and nature. And so that's my point on that.
Strings pulled from a void. Because existence is a closed system, it is entirely self-contained. It can only operate through internal conditions that sustain it from within. Once we stop looking for a supernatural person holding reality together from the outside, we realize the actual highest power is the unified internal mechanism that makes existence possible. To find out what that mechanism is,
That's what I said. I said, okay, if that way is incoherent, then it must be an answer to what is the reason that there is something rather than nothing. So I made the logical assessment that existence have to always has existed, not some being, because that being exists. Therefore, existence is the highest power. It's what we should be answering for first, because anything has to exist to be able to do anything.
Do you think anything exists outside of the physical realm?
we use an audit method called Know the Ledge. We identify what is absolute.
My bad. I had already pushed play before I started. You said, can anything exist outside of existence?
Outside of the physical realm.
The physical realm is existence. Does what you're saying exist?
Huh? So are you familiar with superposition?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about superposition, I'm talking about quantum physics, I'm talking about the possibility. All possible states are possible until possibly observed.
Now, do they exist?
Yes.
Okay, well, if they're in
So
existence, then they
the equation suggests, and if we talk about the cat experiment, are you familiar with the cat experiment, which would suggest that the cat is both dead and alive simultaneously, according to the Schrodinger's equation with pi equals, correct? So you just brought up
yeah,
pi.
yeah,
So
yeah. We just
there's
shake the
actually an
box.
equation.
In quantum onlyism, we just shake the box to see if the cat is alive. We don't ask a question. We don't ask a question. We don't ask the question that Schrodinger asked because it was incoherent for him to ask that question. It answered something, but it just gave you a logical hypothesis for you to make an evaluation. Now, to me, that's an uninteresting point of view because you could just shake the box to see if the cat is alive or not.
Well, it suggests that actually that not even upon observance, nature itself would interact with it and cause the wave function to collapse. You understand?
Is my
So,
exact point. Is why we know that time and nature exists everywhere. Because for that cat in that box, the moment that's passing for me outside of the box is still passing for that in the box because we both exist. So whether it's dead or alive was an uninteresting question. I mean, it was
well,
interesting at that time, but
mhm. But I mean, the actual Schrodinger brought it up to show how observed that it actually was. It wasn't to actually prove the point of particles,
well,
the probability of the particles.
His point was trying to prove just the question that you asked. Could there be something that exists that we just don't see?
Well, that's what I asked you, and you said no.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
yeah.
what I asked in regards to the things that exist. Do things exist?
I won't say. Let me change that. Let me change that. There isn't anything that exists that you shouldn't be able to identify in an intelligible way. This is what my philosophy actually does. We answer for an intelligible existence. So when we form these questions and they're to give answers that's intelligible that people can understand instead of a incoherent answer like, well, it's things that exist that you can't see. So we know it's forces and things that exist that we can't see, like the wind. I can go outside. I'm only weigh 158 pounds. If the wind blowing hard enough, it's gonna blow me over. We ain't seeing the wind, but we knowing that it's a force. So when people say things like that, they're still going back to time and nature, what they're trying to get past. And you have to understand that what you're talking about exists within existence, and existence is the necessary constitutive conditions of existence. So nothing gets
So the same,
outside of that realm.
but the same probability would suggest that nothing exists.
And then that's when we did, yeah, that's somebody's worldview. If they can say that, and we can debate that, and I can prove that that's an incoherent idea.
But you're using quantum physics, correct? So it's based off of certain
I
law,
I would I would I know I would
or you
use
making
my
up your own
philosophy.
stuff. Are you
I
making
would.
so
No,
this is
I have a philosophy. No, I have a
oh
philosophy, just like
so
Plato
so
and Socrates and
so
everybody.
what you're
I have three
suggesting is
books.
okay, so what you're
I'm
suggesting
suggesting that my philosophy makes more sense than theirs. And that's what
okay,
everybody makes
oh,
philosophies
okay.
for, so we can debate. Would you like to debate your philosophy,
I
your
would like to
ism?
I would like to get out a sentence. So
All
okay.
right, well, we gonna play
You're
this. We gonna play this video.
I, go ahead. Go right ahead,
Absolutely
brother.
necessary to prevent existence from physically breaking. Our first test subject is time. Forget about mechanical clocks or human perception. We are defining strictly as ordered update, the raw sequence of before and after. If we remove ordered update from the equation, reality breaks immediately. Without sequence, there is no causality, no process, and no ability for anything to happen. The universe freezes into incoherence. Our second test subject is nature. Look past trees and planets. Nature is defined strictly as constraint, form, and boundary. If we strip away constraint, we lose identity. Without boundaries, no distinct objects can form out of the chaos. Everything bleeds into unmeasurable noise. Existence.
Now, as I stated, one of my reductios that I used was to try to explain existence without time or sequence or update. And I can't explain an existence without saying before or after or any of those things in between, which leads me to come to the conclusion that time is one of the necessary constitutive conditions of existence. Again, I do the same reductio for nature. I found out that if there's no nature, then there's nothing moving, changing, or anything. So the reductio is that nature has to be one of the constitutive conditions of existence. And those two things are all that's needed to be together for any existence to exist. So when people form their possible worlds and people say, this is what I believe, or their philosophies or their thoughts, even if their thoughts are other people's thoughts and they don't have full context of what they're thinking about, they always presuppose that time and nature is there and they don't try to talk about it. And this is where they become incoherent with answers.
Breaks and intelligibility collapses unless both of these conditions, ordered update and structural constraint, are operating simultaneously. This chart breaks down the exact anatomy of reality. Existence, or E, only obtains when a structured state functions under an ordering relation. Time and nature are locked together. Look at the logical claim on the right.
I'll pause that for you. So if you'd like to, you can get a good look at one of my images that I formed to explain this. This right here that it's pointing at is my biconditional existence if and only if there's time and nature. You see the two before that is a modus tollens and a modus ponens. But right now we're just talking about the conclusion, my conclusion to my question, what is existence? Is that existence is if and only if there's time and nature. E is equivalent to existence, the form, and existence. T and N is time and nature. So, oh, y'all can't see my. I thought y'all could see my pointer. Y'all can't see my pointer. I'm tripping. But plain English meaning is existence is identical to the union of time and nature, and the transcendental defenses for that. You can't see them right now because they don't talk about it, but we'll play a little more.
Right. The two are inextricably equivalent. This framework decodes thousands of years of vague ancient intuitions. Father Time and Mother Nature are precise functional titles for sequence and structure. Calling them the highest power does not imply intention or a supernatural agent in a costume. It is a stark, impersonal unity. Ultimately, the universe is entirely sustained by the necessary, self-sustaining mechanism of time and nature permanently locked together. Once we understand this universal architecture, we can look at the human scale and ask how identity emerges from these base mechanics. We can redefine the soul functionally, stripping away the concept of a ghost in the machine. In this framework, an identity is a stabilized frequency signature anchored within the system. Your physical body is the mechanical hardware required to express and sustain that specific frequency. The mind emerges as adaptive software, the interface mediating between your identity signature and your physical hardware. Human consciousness is the functional result of the time-nature union, the necessary outcome of identity processing through physical matter. Through a Bayesian lens, the universe begins in maximum uncertainty that organizes the system.
Now, let me talk about that it just talked about, the soul and the individual frequency of the soul. In short point, this is a mechanism that I provide to show how we fractalize into the same workings that is the entirety of existence, because we are existence, EXISTENTS. Since we are existence within existence, then we fractalize and we show the same mechanism. The reason that it's so simple, that time and nature and the simplicity of this mechanism is it, and everything else inside is complex, is the same reason you can look at your human body and see your skin on the outside, but as you look within your body, it gets more complex. This is the same mechanism of the universe, and this is why I know when we find the soul, it's going to be a frequency that's generated by some conditions that I set for it, which I believe it's going to talk about.
Because every action triggers a measurable consequence, ethics operates as a coherence technology, aligning our decisions with existence. This coherence allows us to audit our cause and effect decisions, moving accountability away from supernatural blame and toward functional alignment with reality. As the universe accumulates these organizational updates, evolution functions as a process of progressive recognition.
I had to stop that real quick. As you can see, that's the main point of my philosophy, to take accountability. And so what I've done is I've formed this system that actually takes away all the supernatural aspects that people have, and it gives us an existence where we have to be accountable for the things we do and accountable for existence, so we can proceed and persist within existence for the reason of being. That's the vector of time and nature, the vector to be.
Each stage of life builds on the feedback of the last, allowing awareness to climb through time's field and nature's form with increasing efficiency. Enlightenment is not the act of escaping the world, but the complete recognition of its mechanics. We are the universe learning itself.
And that's what it is. We are the universe, looking, gathering information, and continuing to persist, evolve, even if it's technologically, to be able to go further out into the universe and existence, to see what all of those forces are, so we can have better answers, as opposed to just saying it's God, a personal being that's intentional and the reason for evil, the reason that I can't make my own choice not to do things. I make that choice because that's how God made us. Then if that's the case, in my view, I'm just an artificial intelligence, and we're all artificial intelligence, because the real intelligence would be the creator that intends for you to either go to heaven or go to hell for his entertainment. And I can't agree with those. That's an incoherent view to me.
For most of history,
Let me see if I can't grab another file. This is a file that I made because people don't understand the only. So I don't know if A1 is back yet. But man, if we want an intelligible existence and we want to be able to answer anything,
How
we
can one
definitely
single total existence possibly contain all the countless unique individuals we see around us? You know, from stars and planets to every single person. It's a huge question. Well, in this explainer, we're going to explore a mind-bending framework from philosopher Jermaine Darnold Nugent that tackles this very puzzle. How can one unified reality give rise to our undeniable individuality? Let's get into it. So, here's how we're going to break it down. We'll start with the idea of the one total system. Then we'll look at how individuality fits inside that whole. After that, we'll get into potential versus actuality, redefine time as something called ordered update, and finally pull it all together with the one and the many. All right, first things first, we have to establish the foundation, the container for everything. What is this ultimate system that holds all of reality? The starting point for this whole framework is a concept called the only, and it's exactly what it sounds like. As Jermaine Darnell Nugent puts it, the only is the one and only total existence. It's not just an existence among many. No, it is the single all-encompassing condition of being itself. And this leads to a pretty wild idea: absolute closure. Think about it. You can't put existence inside a bigger box because any box you could possibly imagine would already have to be within existence to begin with. The only cannot be grouped into anything larger because all groups occur within it. They're simply
this is just like you think about numbers. All numbers fit within the label of numbers. So you can singly identify each number, but each number is just that, a number. Within existence, existence is the only existence. There isn't any other existence, but we exist within the only existence.
Does
So
time
our
does
in
time does time exist within this existence?
yes, that's what existence is.
Time
Existence
does
is the
exist.
necessary and existence is the necessary and constitutive conditions of existence. This constitutive means this is what existence is consists of. This is what existence is made of, and you can have existence with just these two things.
Uh-huh. Are you familiar with presenting?
Okay, we're gonna watch some more of the video. Maybe it'll answer. Hold on.
He about to run out of video in about 3-4 minutes. It's King J.
So this is the crucial distinction to make right here. There is one existence. That's
Are you playing anything or what? What you doing? You want to hit play?
Whoops, my bad, my bad. No, my bad. I thought I was talking and I was on mute. My bad. Right here it says existence, the one total condition, the single all-encompassing field. This is why existence is the highest power. Anything, a creator, has to exist first. So existence would be the highest power because this is what it has to do to be able to say that it's the reason for anything. The existence, the many end of this, that's existence. Now we, me, you, A1, anybody that we know that exists are existence. The many individual things, the node population. Oh shit. Damn. Dang, man.
in
We'll start
existence
from
to
right
begin
there.
with. The only cannot be grouped into anything larger because all groups occur within it. There's simply no outside. So this is the crucial distinction to make right here.
There is one existence. That's the total singular field. But within it, there are countless existents. You see the difference? Existents are all the individual nodes, the objects, events, and beings that populate that field. So to put it simply, there is one existence, but many existents.
Okay, so if everything is just part of one single system, how can anything be truly unique or individual? Well, this next part explains how individuality isn't a contradiction to that unity at all. In fact, it's a direct result of it.
Here is the core principle. Think of it like this. The ocean is one single unified body of water, right? But it can express itself as countless unique individual waves. Each wave is just a localized pattern of the whole ocean. In the same way, the framework says, individuality is what unity looks like when it localizes.
This is the individuality that we have to take into account of everything that we know exists. I'm a human. A1 a human. People in the panel or people in the chat are all different individual humans. And though we're all humans, we are all individually different. Same as our sun. We have a sun that burns. We're in a habitable zone. It produces life. And just because there's other suns, it doesn't burn just like our sun. It doesn't react just like our sun reacts within existence. So you can expect for it not to have the same type of outcome that we experience right here in this localized existence.
Every individual thing is just a unique, local pattern of the total system. For instance, Jermaine Nugent refers to himself as the only Jermaine. He doesn't mean he's separate from existence. He means that his specific pattern, his exact configuration of history and structure and relationships at this precise moment is completely unique. And this applies to everything. Every star, every atom, every person is the only itself.
Now, this framework gives really specific jobs to two big concepts we've all heard of: infinity.
Now, this right here is going to explain what I've come to find out about the conditions of infinity and eternity. Infinity is the indefinite continuation and ordered update made intelligible by time. This is why we can have the imagination and have the idea of what infinity is. Eternity, the same way. It's the persistence of structure and the identity made intelligible by nature. With nature, we understand that eternity is a condition that things will persist and change.
And eternity. Infinity isn't just endless. Here, it's the condition of indefinite continuation and ordered update. That's the function of time. And eternity isn't just forever. It's the persistence of a specific structure or identity. That's the function of nature. It's the two of them working together that allows for unique individuals to even emerge and stick around.
But what about something really deep, like quantum entanglement? You know, if two particles are linked, aren't they kind of the same thing? Well, the answer here is a clear no. Entanglement is relation, not sameness. I mean, to be related to something.
This is the beauty and the simplicity of quantum onlyism. You just asked the question about entanglement, and this explains it. While these things are entangled, they're only entangled in relation. They are not the same. Nothing in existence is the exact same. It's logical.
You have to first have two distinct things to be in that relationship. A deep connection doesn't erase individuality. It actually requires it. This idea is so fundamental, you can even see it in how we think about numbers. The number 1, what does it mean? It means a single, distinct individual thing. 2 is just a set of two distinct ones. Even a group of 4 is still just one set made up.
I'm going to pause that for a minute to give y'all my idea on this. See, 1 is the individual thing that is 1. 2 is just 2 individual ones. 3 is 3 individual. There are individual entities within a set. The first set is 1. The second set is 2 ones. and so on and so forth. So these sets can be broken down into individuality. The numbers, they are all numbers. And this is the sets that we can imagine that make infinity and eternity. But we'll talk about that in a minute.
Of 4 unique members. Grouping things together doesn't dissolve the individuals that make up the group. Okay, so let's apply this whole framework of individuality to the difference between a general
I told you, you was asking about potential a while ago and possibilities. Here we go.
possibility and a specific actual thing that happens. Think about our search for life in space. We're always looking for planets in the habitable zone, right? That's just an area with the potential for life. But finding a planet there doesn't mean we're going to find a mirror image of Earth. The shared condition of being habitable is just a broad possibility. The actual life that might show up there, it would be its own unique, localized expression. And this is the key takeaway here. Think about the word vehicle. It's a really broad category, right? It covers everything from a bicycle.
Now, this is a analogy I put together to show that while we can imagine things, we say vehicles. We know vehicles exist. There's vehicles that travel in the water. There's vehicles that travel on the ground. There's vehicles that travel in the air. And then you can imagine other vehicles that can disappear here and show up there, vehicles that can fly light speed. So then we try to actualize these. We see that we actualized watercraft. We see that we actualized ground in vehicles. We see that we actualized air vehicles. Have we actualized a, a vehicle that can go light speed? No, we haven't. So just because you can imagine those things, we can actually do deductive thinking and be critical thinking to see if these things exist. And this is the categories that we have to deal with. And I'll let this play.
To a starship. But within that category, there are specific limits, like the speed of light. That's a known highest threshold. So just because something is a vehicle doesn't mean it can hit that highest speed. A broad condition of possibility does not guarantee the highest known expression. Now this next section, this one is absolutely fundamental. It's going to ask us to completely rethink what we even mean when we say the word time. But hold on. Before we even get to time, we have to remember the primacy of existence itself. It's the first gate. A rock might not be conscious, but it exists. And because it exists, it can be part of a process, it can be changed, it can be studied. All those other qualities, like being alive or...
Even if a rock doesn't have thoughts and things like we see, even if it doesn't have a consciousness, it's within existence to be experienced. It doesn't have to show that it's has a mind, because the minds that experience it, and this is what those things have significance about.
So does the universe?
Hold on, we playing this video.
Okay, I'm sorry.
or intelligent or useful are secondary states that can only happen within existence.
So like
So if existence is the absolute first condition, where does that leave time? You know, our most intimate and constant experience. What is it, really? And here it is. This is where the framework offers its most radical redefinition. Time isn't the ticking of a clock. It's not a number on a screen. Those are just how we measure it. At its most fundamental level, Father Time is not a clock. Father Time is ordered update. So what does ordered update actually mean? Well, think of it as the fundamental sequence of before and...
See, where a lot of people fail with the word time is they don't understand, just like I talked about vehicles a while ago. The word time encompasses the thing that is measured, not the clock time, not the dilation. Oh, time goes slower over here. We experience it fast over here. That star is burning faster. This one is spinning faster. That's fine. That's exactly what I'm saying. The time that it takes for those things to do things is what I'm talking about when I say the ordered update of things. It's the fundamental sequence of before and after. Is that makes the processes possible for anything that we can talk about. It has to be able to do that. It has to, for us to have an intelligible answer to it.
After. It is the very condition that allows for process, for change, for one state to transition to another in a way that makes sense. Without this basic ordering, cause and effect would be meaningless. Reality would just be static chaos. And this idea holds true even in the most extreme places in the universe, like inside a black hole. A black hole dramatically warps the local measurement of time, sure, but it doesn't erase the condition of ordered update itself. Things still happen in a sequence, there's still a before and an after, even under that insane gravity. The fundamental condition for process is still there. And with that, let's bring it all back home. Let's reconcile the grand totality of the one system with the beautiful specific reality of the many individuals within it. So we arrive right back where we started, but now with a much
Damn, I was on mute that whole time. So here we go again. Like I say, the one existence. We are many existence within existence. So when people say the universe, I believe that they're talking about existence. The universe, if it exists within existence, then I can answer for that and still show that time and nature is the logical reason why there is a universe. But when people say the universe, they are actually talking about existence itself. This is what nothing reaches outside of. There's one existence. Like we don't exist and then something else exists, but it don't exist within our existence. That's okay. I'm talking about the totality of the word existence. And if it exists, I just showed ways to prove that logically time and nature are the necessary and constitutive conditions, and we shouldn't actually be looking for a creator because it just adds problems to what we're saying.
deeper understanding. There is one total existence, the only. And the many individuals we see and experience are simply its unique, localized expressions. Unity and individuality, they aren't opposites. They're two sides of the very same coin.
So let's just recap the key takeaways from this whole framework. First, the only is the single closed system of existence. Second, every individual is a unique, localized pattern within that system. And therefore, the unity of the whole and the individuality of the parts are not in conflict. They are perfectly coherent aspects of one single reality.
And this leaves us with a final, pretty profound thought to chew on. If you, as a unique individual, are a localized expression of the entire system of existence, then what is the unique perspective that only you are revealing about the whole?
And that's my argument. Why haven't I found anybody with unique perspectives that are their own? Why do everybody always have to piggyback off the incoherence and still try to answer for it? And this is what I'm here for. These are the type of conversations I want to have, and not just conversations. I have onlyism. So if you have an ism, don't even ask me questions about onlyism. Put your ism up and I'll show you how it's incoherent. This is how we debate. This is how we have logical discourse about what existence is. I believe that my philosophy withstands any other philosophy out there. In fact, I have books to prove it. You see the three of them up there in the corner. Quantum onlyism, divine mechanics, which provides onlyism, and then my possible worlds book, which is the quantum truth of the only divinity. This is what I use to show that the incoherent beliefs that people have can actually be answered for in a logical way with time and nature as the forefront of what we're trying to answer. Let them back up.
We here, Chief.
Okay. And King J, like I say, this is onlyism because I know right now in existence, I might be the only one that actually logically wants an answer for things without any mystery and stuff. So I ain't trying to push this on you or nothing. I want
Okay.
you to understand that I respect your view, and I would gladly have discourse and
Yeah,
debates about it. And I want you to know that
I
I respect
appreciate it.
what you got going, because if that's what you got going and it's got you able to be comfortable enough to even have these discourses, then
Mm,
that's fine with me. I put a philosophy so I can debate people, because what I've experienced, I feel like I can logically explain it. And I'm not going to be a person
mhm,
that says, I just don't
mhm,
know.
mhm. And I respect that, and I respect because I think that's what we all should do in regards to when data is concerned, is taking that data and coming to our own conclusions. That's what they did. So I don't have a problem with that. But I do have some problems with the actual equation that you suggested. You suggested that we need time to exist, but I would suggest that at the very core um, tenet of quantum mechanics, physics, that um, it's static. Time does not exist in the quantum realm. Is that correct?
No, time actually exists if those things exist within existence, then I prove what existence is, which is the necessary constitutive conditions of those. And so those quantum materials actually need time and a nature to persist.
Well, so wait. So are you familiar with the Wheeler DeWitt equation?
Yeah, I actually in my book Divine Mechanics, I
Sure.
go over that.
Okay. Now, in that equation, it suggests that there is no clock.
Right.
It suggests that the universe doesn't evolve through time because the universe is this. It is the entire system itself. So therefore, there is no outside time to measure it.
Right. And that's where I dispute them. I debate them, because when you go further into the Wheeler
Mm-hmm.
the Wheeler DeWitt philosophy or their
Mm-hmm.
view, because
Mm-hmm.
it's what they was trying to do was answer for creation. So when they say that time don't exist, they're doing that specifically to say that a creator wouldn't need time.
Well, they
What I
combine reality, relativity with quantum mechanics, and this is what they came up with.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah, and that's what I came up to refute them, and that's why I say I got all of those in my books, where I ain't just gonna say refute, because you're gonna see, if you ever do just take a look, interesting look, you'll see that a lot of the things that people was coming up with, the philosophies, you'll see that I agree with some of them. It's just that a lot of people in their isms, they stop when they answer like one question, or they don't answer a question. What they'll do is refute another philosophy's view, and that's what that philosophy will stand on, just
mhm.
refuting another philosophy. That's not what my philosophy does. My philosophy is a philosophy that gives you a mechanism of how it works. I give you a mechanism. I give you a mechanism of what existence is. Then I give you a mechanism in divine mechanics on how it works. And then I'm able to debate these to prove that my philosophy stands on a little bit more ground because of the questions that you ask to answer things. And that's why I say the target of a creator is the wrong target when we're looking for what the word God means. Because in the real definition of God, after you talk about him being an agent, what is he doing that supports us? He is the reason for existence and he sustains existence. I can find those two reasons within time and nature and prove those. And then I don't need to worry about going to hell or worry about a devil tempting me to do stuff when I know that I'm the one who makes these choices. And these choices are provided by nature and time. This is what makes morality big and accountability big within my system, because I understand that the reason I don't go around just unaliving people is because I won't do it to myself. Why? Because I want to be. So if that's one thing that I do, then I don't need a God to tell me not to go and do that to people. I don't need a guy to tell me about raping somebody because I got a daughter and a mama and myself as well. Wouldn't want nobody doing that to me. So the reason I don't want nobody doing it to me, I shouldn't go do it to anybody else. And that's the logical explanation for the technology. I call morality a technology for us to better understand existence and move about in a intelligible way.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like you claim to have a mechanism, right? So what is the mechanism that allows that mechanism to exist?
Well, that mechanism, see, that's why that mechanism is existence, the highest power. That mechanism is existence because there's nothing else to look for if we know the highest thing to do is to exist. The thing that you have to do to be able to do anything else is to be. So I don't need to look for anything outside of that. I just need to find out what is existence. And I understand and I recognize that existence is the necessary constitutive conditions of time and nature together in any place at any time in any imagination when anybody's trying to make an intelligent conversation or make a coherent assessment of existence. You have to have time and nature. You have to have ordered
Well,
update.
I disagree with your definition of existence because you said imagination. To my understanding, to exist mean is to be actual rather than potential, right? So, potential existence is not actual existence. We're being specific here, right?
Yeah. I never said that.
We never said what.
I never said that existence wasn't the highest power.
Well, you said You said existence is imagination. You said with your
Imagination. Wait,
imagination,
hold on.
like.
Imagination is within existence.
Hmm?
Imagination.
So in the
uh,
word potential, can I imagine?
that's exactly what your imagination is. Your
Well, that's not
imagination is to
that's not
provide
that.
possible.
Well, that's not the definition to exist. To exist is to be actual. Actual
Exactly.
is
And
not
how do you be actual?
to exist. Actual is not potential.
Exactly. And what is existence that I just put forward? To be
The
able to be
the
in
physical
time and to
definition
have a nature, to be able to be in time and to have a nature. That's how you exist.
to occupy a point to exist. Okay, but yeah, but
Correct.
there has to be some sort of physical. This is within the physical realm.
Correct. And that's why I know that time and nature has always been and everything else transformed within existence.
But time doesn't exist within the quantum field. It's static. There is no time.
Time does
That is why that's why all
time.
things are
No,
possible.
no, no, no. No. There's actually time. Tell me this: when the
No,
people are when the people are making an assessment to say that there's no time in the quantum field, is the quantum field existing?
no,
The
no.
quantum
It
field
doesn't.
doesn't exist.
Listen. Time is something we use to track. That's all it simply is. Before we
Uh,
existed, was time. The time exists before us. Before the people who are tracking it, the time exists.
Absolutely.
No,
See, and that's where
no.
we disagree, and that's why my philosophy. That's what I form my arguments for. I'm talking about. It's so robust. If you ever want to
You're
debate that, let's put
arguing
it
that
up.
we need time to exist. I'm arguing that we created time to count.
Let's
It's
do
totally
it.
different.
Let's do it. Let's debate that.
Well, brother, the Wheeler thing to debunk. You already know. You're familiar with Wheeler, but we
That
already
did,
broke that down.
yeah, but the Wheeler that didn't debunk
Wheeler
my view.
DeWitt.
Wheeler DeWitt that didn't debunk my view.
Well, well, yes, it does because there is no time. There is no time within that equation in the Wheeler DeWitt. So when
But
they're
that's
combining
why
general relativity with the quantum mechanics, they remove DT.
what I'm saying is this: when people run to the Wheeler DeWitt and say stuff like time don't exist, it's usually just like you overreading the math and the metaphysical conclusion that they wanted. That's what I'm saying. Wheeler DeWitt equation is more like a canonical quantum gravity does not include types thing. Like they're
It says the
trying
universe is
to
in a static state,
they're
basically.
trying they made an equation to say that a God exists. And this is why I refute them. While their definition and their equations are out there, mine are too. What you have to do now is bring that to a debate and let's prove whose is the most logical, mine or Willard DeWitt's. I
Has your
believe
has
that
your has
quantum.
your has your equation been peer reviewed
Yes.
by who?
Everybody in the world who's came
Brother, yup,
across it.
brother. Everybody in the world that came across it, but only me and you done came
Yeah,
across it. That's kind of disingenuous.
no,
Has it been submitted to be peer reviewed by other people in your field,
yes,
in the quantum
actually it
field?
has. Yes, actually it has. And this wouldn't
When?
be submitted to the quantum field. This would be submitted to philosophy.
Also, it's natural philosophy.
This is why everybody going. I'm telling you,
Or it's
I
natural
have a
philosophy.
plethora of information that would defute and not actually and prove that this view is the most logical, intelligible, and coherent view out there.
How can we prove
I'm not taking
subjective?
nothing about. I'm not taking nothing from Wheeler and DeWitt. I'm saying that their view is not more coherent than mine, and I'm willing to
It
put
is.
that up again. Well, let's put it up, and I can prove it.
Well, it's subjective. It's all going to be a subjective argument. So, I mean, like,
It matters none when you put it up, and there's people that get our information and they say it, whether they subjectively say that quantum onlyism. That's enough, because if that's what we doing when we
Mhm.
discourse,
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what we're going to do. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's fair. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I'm familiar with your stance in the quantum only. We've had a conversation before.
yeah, but not the whole thing though, because
Yeah,
the argument is so the entire philosophy and
it's
my
nuanced.
entire philosophical argument is more than anything. I've never got past it because people come into my shows, they start acting irate.
Okay.
And then hell, you see what happened a while ago. I almost got kicked out my own show. I said two cuss words, but, but with that being said, though, that's what I'm here for. Like I know that people gonna have questions that I answered, but like you said, if they haven't came across them, how can they know that they right? Well, then we put them up, and I show like I can show all the things that I've come up with, and it's just my philosophy, just like Socrates, just like Plato, just like Thales, just like the Anaxagoras, all of them did the same thing that I'm doing. Just like the Bible comes up with a theology and a point to explain existence, I've done the same thing. It's coherent. It's not only coherent, it's the most ontologically uh sound argument that I've ever seen. Like,
Mhm. I respect the fact that you have your own, theory, but I mean, it just seems to me that you're confusing existence with like experience. You are defining existence by how we perceive change, which is time. So I just think that you're kind of confusing the two. I think that perception is subjective.
that's fine, that's fine. I think it's also conditional.
hmm So if we take away the mechanism of time, um, and the math, right, will still show that the universe is static. So I think that the
Well,
universe would
well,
exist without time. Your
well, when
argument
you
is that
say
nothing
that,
would exist
when
without time. I'm
no, no,
arguing that
what you oh, go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
no, I'm saying you're making an argument that the universe would not exist without time. I'm making the argument that um, time is something that we simply use to keep count. To count.
Right. And would you like to debate that? I can prove.
Mm,
I mean, if you look at the National Institute for the time standard or the standard of time, they'll tell you that what they're measuring when they measure seconds is the decay rate of a cesium atom. Like
okay.
they're actually
Right.
measuring something. That thing that they're measuring is time. The other stuff that you're talking about are measurements of that thing that's happening. And that's what I can prove logically.
That we're not okay. So wait. So if the past and the future and the present are all happening simultaneously, you agree with that?
I agree. Do I agree with is the past, the present, and the future? It's all happening within existence. So yes, and that's what I'm proving. Like they're all happening within existence.
So how is time? If everything is happening at the same time, the past, the present, and the
It,
future,
I
how is
never said it.
time? Oh
Go ahead.
no, I'm saying how is time
Oh,
existent? Like
yeah.
how is
It's not happening at the same time. There, it's not happening at the same exact time. It's happening within existence. That's the difference in what I'm saying and what other people are
but
saying,
you're
but
saying
they
existence
don't.
is experience. So you're replacing the word existence for our human experience.
I'm no. Existence is the ground of anything intelligible to be talked about. Everything has to exist. Anything that we talk about exists. When we talk about existence, we can't talk about anything outside of existence because that thing would have to exist. This is why existence is logically the highest power. Be-
Well, but see, in your quantum
what we
mechanic, in your model, everything exists at the same time and doesn't exist because all these things are possible at the same time. This is like why
the
it's like
possibility wait the possibility of things existing and coming into existence are two different things. you
so
you're
if the
supposing that
possibility
you're
so
su-
if the
you're supposing that you're supposing that time, like you said, the future, now, and the past. Let's
Mhm.
go back to them real quick. Sorry, you asked me, are they happening at the same time?
Yes.
They're happening at the same time of existence,
Okay.
but they're happening in an ordered sequence. Which, when we talk about the past, we know that we can only access the past through memory.
Okay.
Our memory exists still.
Hmm.
Therefore, the past is existing with us because we use it as a relational tool.
Hmm.
This is what the past is, a relational tool to what's going on at that moment. The future is what is going to happen, whether we know it or not. We're just gonna throw that out the window.
So
And
if
it is
so,
the sequence, and it is the sequence of the after in time. That's why time is ordered up. That's why I understand that thing that we measuring when they talk about any type of time is that moment that's passing. This is why I say that if you say that
but
time
see,
doesn't exist in a black hole, fine. Time exists for that black hole because we're observing it within time and it has a nature.
mm,
I have a nature to be able to observe it within time. This
okay.
is why I understand that time and nature are the necessary and constitutive conditions of existence. Any
So
imaginative.
so if the so
Go
so
ahead.
if the so if the future already exists, right? Then that would mean that time is not a force that is creating this future,
The
right?
possibility of future, the possibility of the future exists.
Exists. So there's a possibility. So there is a model to whereas the in that particular model, the possibility actually exists. It actually has fruition. It actually is. So if that is the case, then time is not a force that is creating the future. Time is just simply something that we are using to chart or map from our particular point to where we're actually at. It's not something that
Point
is
proven.
actually needed to
Point,
create the actual
point
universe.
proven. Point proven. That's why I know the universe wasn't created. It has always been.
Yeah, but I
Point
don't have a
proven.
time. I don't have a problem with that. But when you're saying time
Okay.
wise, because I'm saying it's static. So there, when it's static, there
If,
is no time.
if you're saying that existence is static,
Yes.
the existence is right because the existence is the only of its kind. The things within existence
Mm-hmm.
are dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, but it
I'm not
doesn't
talking about
require.
time.
But it doesn't require
Time
time.
is just time is a condition within existence. Existence is the highest power. So you can't give time
Exactly.
anything unless time exists. But existence is because there is time in nature. So you won't have an existence without time.
Well, I don't.
The problem
I think.
is, oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, if you said existence is the highest power, then you don't need time to exist.
But we do. Because how
No,
else would you have an how else would you have an intelligible conversation about things changing within existence?
without
You
time.
gonna always talk about before and after. I don't care if you taking time or not. You gonna be talking about before and after. You gonna know that how you looked and how you felt before you showered and after you showered. Like this is a concept that you cannot get past.
Mm.
Nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems
Nowhere.
as if you're confusing existence with change. Something can act. I just think that something can actually exist um, without having to change. Right? Do you agree with that? Something
I
can
never said
exist statically.
I never said things had to change, but it's still gonna be existing. And if it's having any kind of effect within existence or can be observed, it has to be abiding by time and nature
It's not
because it is
nature
up
is
that
doing the observing.
because it
Nature
is
does the
updating.
observing.
It is up that what does nature observe? Thank you.
The phenomenon, but in time
What
does not exist.
now how
There
is
is no
nature
time.
observing observe? What do you have to do to observe? Do you need
Well,
time to
it's
observe?
interaction with that.
Wait. Answer this question, yes or no.
That
Do
was the
you
word I was
need
waiting for. I
time
was waiting
to
for
observe?
observe to pop up. I was waiting for that word to pop up. Go.
Do you
I'm gonna
need
mute out.
time to observe?
Listen, the nature interacts. That is the observation. The interaction of
Does your nature need time to observe?
is immediate. You're asking how long does it take for nature to observe the
Yes.
phenomenon?
The
There
answer
you
would be
go.
yes.
Immediately,
How long? You have to use that. How
instantly,
long? That
instantly.
shows that time existed while you trying to
No,
refute it at the same exact time. That's incoherent to me. This is why I
no.
have this philosophy to argue. I think you should stop asking questions and come on and bring whatever your ism is
No,
and let me dig
no.
a hole.
It's static. I'm just standing on the stance that it's static, and I mean, with that,
What
I mean,
existence? If you want to say existence is static, that's fine because there's nothing that can change existence and what it is. That's fine. But the things within existence, the existence, change
my problem
because they
with your theory is that you're saying that without time we can exist, and I just have a
and
problem.
that's the debate right there. And that's the debate right there.
I would debate that for sure.
Okay.
Can we
That's the
exist?
same thing that's the same thing I just debated Suave Boss here. Not
Is
in those
time
words, but the same thing.
is time a prerequisite for existence? I would say no,
Right.
and you would
That's
take
it.
the
I
affirmative
would
too.
take the affirmative.
We
I
can
would
rock
take
with
the
that all
affirmative.
day, every day.
Bet.
Yeah, we can
Hey,
rock with that.
one.
I like that title. Is time a prerequisite for existence?
Here, let me write it down. Let me get to my board real quick and write it down for us. It's time a prereq. Yes.
No,
That's a good one.
it is a good one. I like it. It'll probably take me about a week to get ready. What about you?
Is time a
Requisite.
prerequisite for existence?
This is interesting.
Mhm. I like it.
I notice the person that's going to exist is being in question in terms of their whether they're present or not, whether they're existing or not. But yet,
Mm-hmm.
time that shows a dualism and a type of identification as it pertains to person X.
Mm-hmm.
But yet,
Exactly.
time stays linear. Time needs to also actually take on a dualistic attribute of its own. I don't want to say it outright. I'm gonna stop there. If you're gonna split the person that's supposed to exist in two different states, time has to also exist in two different states. I don't want to give it away.
Exactly.
Separation is false. Absolute separations are false. So when what is it's in the logic, I think they say something about what A is to B, whatever the. So A
Equals
is like B, and if B is like
yeah.
C, then A is like. You're right. I'll just stay. I'll just
They
stop there.
look. Hey, look.
Right.
They think A must cause B.
Yeah, if we're gonna go that way. Yeah.
I never said that, and
Yes, you
that's where I'm
did.
gonna beat him up.
Oh
No,
my
I
God.
didn't. No, when did I say that time caused nature or nature caused time? I never said that. I
When you
said
said it,
time and nature are the necessary constitutive conditions of existence. You need to look up necessary and constitutive and understand what I'm
we
saying.
already set it up.
I not once said time and nature would ever be away from each other. In fact, my total argument is that you need both time and nature at the same time for any exist. I'm fist to eat you.
Right, but you're confusing the existence with
I'm about to eat you.
causality.
I'm gonna prove to you what existence is. I'm gonna prove to you that you don't know what existence is.
God.
You get your argument together to say that to show that I'm confused. I show you that I'm not. We got the argument. I mean, we got the debate. Shit,
Yeah,
don't
we
even
already know
talk
about
What's up?
superpositions.
Yeah.
We know
What's
about
up? Who else?
superpositions.
Was that Sadiq that was just talking? Sound like it.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it is. That's exactly who it is. What's up, Sadiq? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, brothers? What's going on? What's going on, Al, man? I'm really listening, brother. Business game is taking it all in, brother. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate King J and brother, of course, and my buddy A1, who's been down from day one, and everybody in the audience for sure. Yeah, I would just say on the just to throw this out there. We know there's a concept of negative time. Indeed. If time is positive as we understand it, only flows in one direction, they call it has a linear relationship in that regard. But what happened if we're dealing with a set of circumstances
Regression.
that occur before a physical manifestation or a person exists physically? Then time, that's a negative existence, right? In that regard.
Stay right there, brother. Stay right there.
Yeah, I don't
Because
want to go too far. It gets very
Stay right
exotic.
there.
Right.
Stay right
Okay,
there
I'll
because
stay
when you
there.
just
Okay.
let me build on what he's saying
because when you just
real
said,
quick.
hold on.
Okay, and
Okay,
I'll
go ahead.
mute
Go ahead.
out
I'll
for
let you
sure.
be. I'll let you. I'll let you build.
And then you can close
then
on
I'm gonna
both
knock
our
it
points.
down.
Yep.
Bet.
Because if we say X is required for Y, so let's say X is time, Y is existence. X is required for Y to exist, then X must exist, right? Before it can facilitate Y. And if X must exist by your own
Wait.
rule.
No.
No?
None of that is right in my model. I say
X is
that
required.
time and
You
nature.
said
I say that time and nature has
it's
always
required.
existed. I say that time and nature has always existed. What
Our
is
debate
existence?
is time required for existence. So that's
Right.
all right. So if
Right.
X equals time and Y is existence, you're saying X is required for Y to exist. So if
No.
in X, yes, that's what you're saying. You're saying that time
Exist.
is required for existence, right?
One half of time. Yeah. That's one half of existence. But you
So
can't
so
just have an existence with time. That's
so
what you're leaving out. Listen, stop asking me questions because you trying to get your argument together. I'm done
look,
with
mine
the
is together.
discussion.
We're gonna talk about infinite regress. The brother asked about the clock that never starts, and that was the point that I'm bringing up, right? The clock that never
Exactly. And
starts.
you try, but I'm telling you that you're trying to look for a creator, and I can prove that total ideal breaks at the
Your
first, and
creator
that's
is
why. And
time.
that's
Your
that.
creator is time.
No, I never said time created anything. I
Yes,
believe in formation in a morphogenic existence. This is what y'all. That's why I say you got to read my whole philosophy. Boy, it's way past creation. This is formation.
What is our debate title again? Is time a
Is time
prerequisite for
is
existence?
is time a prerequisite for existence?
Okay. All right. And
That's it right there.
you're saying that when I say X,
That is
it,
necessary.
so time isn't necessary.
I said that time is necessary
Okay, so when I say X
for
is
existence.
time and Y is existence and say X is required for Y to exist, you have pushback.
Yeah, because this is why. Because you're leaving out half of the equation.
The equation is X equals Y.
No, it doesn't though.
It doesn't,
It's
but you're saying time,
I because there are actually three conditions within this equation. You need nature also. When you're just trying to say that time is existence, I understand what you're trying to do when we get to this debate. This is why I can't agree with you on that. You have to tell me that time and nature both are existence, not just X is Y, because you need. I'm
One
gonna
has
move Y
because
to Z.
yeah,
I'm gonna move Y to Z. You need X and Y for Z. Z, if and only if you have X and Y.
but X must have account first. X must exist itself before we have Y.
No. They have always been at the same place, which is existence, at the same time,
Say
which is
less because
existence.
you're giving away too much. Because we already talk about superpositions. We know what superposition is. The state of being where all things are happening at the same time. Let's just say it for the debate. Let's just
Gotcha.
say it for the debate.
Thank you too for the wonderful discourse and the
Mhm.
debate we could have.
Yeah, I like the conversation because most people aren't able to have the conversation, especially in regards to quantum mechanics and things of that nature. But you have your own theory, and I respect you tremendously for even having the mental aptitude to be able to create your own comprehensive theory. And I rock with it, but even though it's really not applicable in the real world,
I
I
got
rock
you. I
with
got you. That's why I
I,
say
ro-
that's what it is. Like
I rock with
Socrates and Plato and them, they did the same thing. Everybody didn't agree with them. In fact, didn't nobody agree with them till after they was dead. Maybe a few people because they had schools and shit. If I had a school that we could talk about this, I guarantee you'd be sitting in one of them air conditioned places talking to me with that suit on like I got some money and shit, asking you if can you understand this to teach it and make 120,000 a year.
And
I
I
guarantee you'll
hire you.
grab them books.
I hire you, brother. So go ahead and go ahead and get that started so we can have somebody to, you know what I'm saying, for real,
But
brother.
that's all I'm up against. I would send you my books to look at, but then you'll get up out of the debate. But I
Nah,
might send them to you.
because
Matter of
look,
fact, all of my debate interlock with us. I think I'm gonna start sending them copies of my books.
you need to and post them on the thing. Because one thing about me, brother, is I don't have to agree with you to respect your grind. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
definitely disagree with you, but I would promote you just because I respect you and you doing something positive. I don't have no books written, and I don't think nobody on the panel do. You know what I'm saying? So that in itself is an accomplishment. So I'm not a hater by far. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, thank you, man. And like I said, that's what one thing that I knew I was gonna have because I done lost friends over this when I didn't have it all the way together and I couldn't explain it right. My mom's a Christian, her husband is a Muslim. You know what I'm saying? And while they do like tell me go ahead, do it. My mama signed one of my books, my good luck book. They both all signed it, you know what I'm saying? And they still ask me questions about it. And so that's why I'm glad that you because some people it was a dude up here today. He just act like he didn't want to talk to me because he couldn't disagree and still say, okay, that's how you see it. You know what I'm saying? He wanted me to say, oh yeah, you right. And that's not what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a discourse. We're gonna see what you agree with and what I agree with, and then that's what we debate. I ain't supposed to try to force you to believe that. If you would disagree, I happily accept your disagreement. That's what we're supposed to be doing. I don't like all that arguing and stuff. And I know it comes because I used to be fired like that too. And today I was still a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But we we getting into places where people, like you said, you disagree, but it's just an interesting topic because of the steps that I've taken to come up with this, and it don't stop nowhere. And so, if I was on the shoe on the other foot, I would definitely be wanting to read your book. You know what I'm saying? And so, and that's what it's about. It ain't about trying to get nobody to believe nothing I'm doing. I'm talking about I'm living a nice life where I ain't fucking with nobody and ain't nobody fucking with me. It's because I believe time and nature gives me the opportunity to be, and all I need to do is make sure I ain't fucking with nobody, messing with nobody.
you feel me?
I
And
heard it.
I
I heard
respect
that
that.
only. Yeah, for sure, right? For sure. Yeah, definitely. Can I add one more dynamic to the last talking point I was mentioning to you guys? As what you guys were talking about regarding time. Uh, if we know that something is going to happen, well, once we get into the quantum, we got to get into predicting a future event. If time is going to take
Probability.
on a negative attribute,
Hmm.
because we're assuming it's going to become positive at some point. And so we can use a bomb, just for, ironically, right, or a point of creation. And so we'll count down to dissipate an idea taking on physical form. That's when time occurs. From that point on, point zero, it becomes positive, right? So just to establish relationship between positive and negative time. Typically, when we deal with negative time, we establish a point, or what I would use in my field of circles, a frame of reference to establish that which would time would act as a predictor, if you will. Typically, how time's used is the tracking device. It's a track and trace modality, more or less. And so we're tracking a future event. We'll count down like the rocket at NASA. We got 5, 4, 3. Now time is actually negative in that regard. Because why? Because the rocket takeoff doesn't exist yet. It hasn't happened physically yet.
Exactly.
Right? 3, 2, 1. We got blast off, guy. Now, once it take off, we start counting again. But then this time is tracked positively, family, because now we're dealing with energy and motion. And I won't go too far ahead of myself, but just wanted to add that in there and just mute back out and stand back and enjoy the conversation.
The turtle all the way
Right.
down.
And I see your view from that, but then you have to understand that when you said negative, you made sure you put time. You made sure you put time after that, and this is the concept that we're talking about. And that's why I say you still have to have time to make an intelligible conversation about it. So that's why you said negative time. Why? Because we know that even though we're using that concept of negative time, I've never proposed that time is linear, and while time can be measured in a linear fashion, the actual thing that I propose is time. That's what makes my time father time, because these aspects would exist as a way to explain the thing that is being measured.
Right. Yeah. Now that's going right.
The
So
event, whether it's an
facts
event,
onlyism. Now
whether,
that
Stay
goes
right
into
there.
King Jet. Right. I was about to bring it to
whether
King
it's an
Jet.
event, whether
Stay right
whether
there.
Because right there.
whether
Okay,
it's
King
an
J picked
event.
up, so I don't have to say it. Go ahead, King J.
Stay right there. And just
Right.
a question. Just a question to you, family. Does the potential for the
Right.
particle to appear constitute existence?
Oh man, we're going somewhere.
We
Oh
get
man.
somewhere. We couldn't agree. You ain't gonna answer that question though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Only he
yeah, I
said
am.
Because
he actually
because
just said
time.
it.
My hand was
He
hot.
did
I
say
hadn't
that.
had my coffee. And my fingernail was sweating. It wouldn't let me unmute himself. Oh, I'm definitely gonna answer
I'm gonna
that.
mute out.
Yeah.
Now, you said, does the possibility exist? Let me tell you something. A possibility definitely exists. This is one of the factors that we have to have to factor in, because
So time is the creator
possibilities
then.
exist. Who? Time
So
is not a
time is
creator.
time
Time is
is
not
the
a creator.
mechanism.
Time is God. Time is God, and part of the mechanism that
Okay.
forms things. That forms things. It doesn't create anything. There's already nature. You forgot about our goddess. She's over there with the things for time to invest in, so they can change the unfolding, the things that we see in the physical. Some of the things that we measure, the relation of the thing that we're measuring when we're measuring time, the distance, the actual thing that we're measuring, not the concept of what it is after we measure it, not the inches that we took over it, not the time that it took to get there, the measurement of the time. I'm talking about the actual being there and experiencing it in the each moment that a change occurs. Like I'm walking from here to each moment, every little th- th- uh, it's time right there for me to be able to do that. If there wasn't time, I wouldn't be able to update and change.
Well, no, that just sounds like you're tracking. That's the tracking thing. You're just tracking.
What am I tracking?
I'm listening,
What
man.
am I
Go ahead, guys.
tracking? What am I tracking? Time.
From that particular point, right?
From any particular point that you
From
can
that particular
imagine.
point. From
Time
that particular,
from
not from
I
any,
agree with you.
not from any superposition.
No. When you was talking about possibilities, hold on. Those possibilities exist within existence. So don't try to
So,
take them out of there now. That's called
so,
moving the goalpost.
so let's
Or
talk.
I ain't gonna even say move the goalpost. That's called moving the quantum field.
Hell nah. But I mean, yeah. Well, so look, how long do you think it'll take you to get ready?
I'll be ready right now.
Oh damn.
I'm talking about this is so ready for that exact question because people experience nature and they experience time, but they try to say that they're not experiencing time. And so this is like actually the first thing that I knew that I had to prove that time exists. So I'm ready for that right now. Of course, we still have to have other discourses and make it big. So it'll probably be like 2-3 weeks. I know he got some debates already scheduled, so it'll probably be after the tournament. Give you enough time
Oh,
to
okay.
get
I
to
need
build a
about a
big old building. I want you to be able to build a big old building. I'm gonna come fly over because I'm an
need about
owl.
a week.
I'll fly
I
over
need
and bird droppings. I'm gonna put bird droppings all over the structure that you build.
Oh man, it's
Yeah,
gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun.
it is. Yeah, it is, man.
Yes, sir.
So time does exist. We agree on that, right, brother?
Who you talking to
If a
me? You talking to me? Okay. My bad.
Yeah. I'm talking to you. So time does exist, right?
Yes, time does exist.
When did it begin to exist?
Never. It always has been.
All right.
Well, yeah, see, yeah.
I know this because even when you propose an idea of God, knowing a creator, knowingly or unknowingly, you presuppose that time and nature is already the construct in which he is in, making efficacious actions.
So let me ask you this then, brother. The person who's outside of space and time, wouldn't they be timeless?
That's an incoherent view. There's nothing outside of it. That's one of the incoherences that I prove within my philosophy and argument.
Where do you get time from?
Time is that there is nature and existence. And this is one of the arguments that
Go ahead.
based off of my observable existence and my experiences within
Your observable existence of what? The Earth or the universe?
of existence.
Your existence based off the Earth or the universe?
Based off of existence. I don't base it off the earth or the universe. I base it off of existence. Because I have to be able to do anything. So I have
Your
to exist
existence or your
first.
observation?
Right. I'm only
Well,
asking you that because I'm only asking. Now there are no wrong or right answers. I'm just asking you
Right.
to answer. Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I know that. That's why I was answering it like I was.
So do we agree that the universe didn't always exist, or did it always exist?
Well, I ain't gonna even lie, that's a good question, but I answer that by not even worried about the universe and talk about existence. And existence is the necessary constitutive conditions. And that's why I was telling him early. I think when people say universe, they're actually talking about the totality of existence. But let's just say they're not. They're talking about the universe is within existence. I agree. Because it exists, the universe is within existence. The necessary conditions of existence is what's going to be needed for the universe to exist. The universe would be able to unfold and proceed and persist and order and sequence into the universe we know it now, whether it is existence or it's within existence. So that's where the defeat will come.
So I'm gonna ask the same question: did the universe always exist, or did it begin to?
It depends on, like I said, that's uninteresting. I ain't gonna say uninteresting. That's a view that I don't have to look at because I would argue that the universe is existence. When people talk about the universe, they're talking about existence.
All right, no, watch this. I'm agreeing with you. I only exist because this universe exists, right? I can only. We're talking about time. We're talking about space. We're talking about matter. I only exist because this universe exists. So I'm gonna go back to my original question. At what time period? Does the universe have a beginning?
The universe, and just as I stated, if you're talking about the universe as existence, then yes, time and nature has always existed. The universe.
No, humble. You're right.
Okay.
So yes, the universe does have a beginning. Right. That's the correct answer. I don't care
now if you If you saying that
But
the
there was no
universe,
time.
if you saying that the universe has an existence and it is within existence, are you saying that when you say that, because I got to be discreet about this point, just so it
Right,
won't be no back.
right.
The universe exists, right?
Right.
So do we agree that if it exists, it's within existence?
Yes, I agree
Okay.
that if something exists, it is within existence. My question is,
I don't know if your speaker went out or what, brother. I don't hear anything. I don't know if it's just
I
me.
want to say I want to say he try.
I didn't
Is
hear
he
nothing.
trying to?
Okay.
My bad. Can you hear me? Are you saying that
I can hear you, yeah.
existence?
I
Existence.
can hear you, Humble. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, humble talking. I can't hear you, humble. I'm gonna go out and come back in, y'all.
All right.
No.
No,
That's
Oh, I can hear you.
we
I
can
can
hear
hear you
you.
now.
We can hear
and
you.
I'm
Yeah, we can
only
hear you.
talking.
Hey, Humble.
I can hear you now.
What
Go
up?
ahead.
No, that's y'all
You
two
go ahead,
talking.
bro.
That's
You go
y'all
ahead.
two talking.
Yeah,
Get it in
yeah.
there.
But is that Courtney? That's what it sounds like.
No, this is nobody. But watch
Oh,
this.
okay.
Watch this.
Somebody got the perfect name.
Yeah.
They come in, throw a mug, go throw a boomerang, and want to know who did
But no, it's all
it.
bro, listen to me. Every question I'm asking, there are no wrong or right answers. I'm just trying to figure out
Right.
your world.
And I
Yeah.
Right.
right, and I'm glad you're asking. Yeah, it's just this. Like, if I can if I'm just talking about existence, then I understand that everything has to exist to be. Now, if you're saying that the universe is existence, it doesn't dispute what I'm saying. It actually goes with it. It's just saying that the universe shifted states, phases, and forms over time because it's had a nature. Now, if you saying and if you're saying that the universe came into existence, then that's fine too. Because what I said is that existence is the necessary constitutive conditions of existence, which means everything else comes downstream from time and nature simply being.
Right. And watch this. I totally understand that. That's why I wasn't asking you that question. I was going a step beyond that to go and to say that if the universe didn't always exist, the conditions, the atmosphere, the matter, all that's secondary. So I'm asking you,
Right.
in which you both agree, the universe had to come into existence. So I'm asking you, where did that come from?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. If the universe came into existence, is because there was time in nature, and why I was making that thing. See, the universe would need a time and a nature to be. So that's what makes existence the highest power. And even if the universe did come into existence, then that's fine to say because I'm not arguing for that. I'm arguing that
So
existence is the highest power.
But
We
you
got to get
also argue that
that time
time.
attribute back in there. Time, right? Let's
Yeah,
get back on that time thing.
yeah,
no,
because he
you're right,
argued that
you're right.
you argue without existence, without time, there is no existence.
Right,
Right.
correct.
Now, that's the point I was going to make. Now, based off what you just said, Ben, and based off what the other brothers just said, it's not just two, it's three. You have to take time, space, and matter, right? Because if you had time and you had space, then when would you put it? If you had
Right.
matter, where would you put it? Okay, so
Right.
all three of them have to come into existence at one time. Like one of them
Or
couldn't,
have
like,
always been, or have always been. There's another choice. They could have always been at the same time. They don't have to
right,
come into
right.
existence
Thank
if
you.
they
Right,
always.
that's right.
Okay,
That's
all right.
right. So that's the first question I was asking you, and I thought that me and you agreed. Now, based off
Yeah,
your
no.
answer, hold on,
Well, I think we agreed
based off
at
your
first
answer,
because.
go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
go
My
ahead.
bad. My bad. Go
I
ahead.
don't know if
I
you
was
heard
gonna.
him. Nobody. Quantum said no. They don't have to all come into to being
They
all at
don't.
the same time.
They
I
don't.
wanted to hear a response.
Now,
They don't. I wanted to. Yeah.
That's a good
hold on,
point. Or anybody want to touch it?
Because they have always been. From my observation, they have always been. So there's no
Now,
coming into because.
hold on, but I'm not knocking whatever Quantum had to say, and
Right.
Quantum, we can definitely have that conversation. I was only addressing my brother Ben at first because based off what he said, we can definitely have that conversation. Now watch this. based off of all of us being intelligent brothers, I do think that we're going to come to the same conclusion. Now, after we come to that conclusion, then we're going to disagree. I'm just trying to see, can we come to that same conclusion?
Right, and that's what I feel. I think we came to the same conclusion about something always being at some time, and I think that's where it's going to split at the creation and formation thing.
But your
nobody.
your
He said,
mechanism
you know,
was
you can have
time.
space without matter, and you can have. You understand what he said? When he said,
Right,
no, you
come
don't
on.
have to have all three. He undid you just then.
No, right.
He said you can have space without time, without matter. You can have matter without space.
He
You
didn't
say, yo,
understand that.
right? I don't think you caught it. Yeah.
No. I get what you're saying too.
Okay.
Now, y'all can check me too.
No, I'm just playing devil advocate. That's all. You know, I'm just.
No, bro, no, and I'm figuring out what you just said. I'm figuring out what you just said.
All right.
And that's y'all can challenge me too. I'm saying,
hey y'all, hey, I'm gonna mute up for a minute. I forgot I'm supposed to be going somewhere, but I'm listening.
Okay. No, I'm agreeing with the brother playing devil's advocate, and I do hear y'all worldview, and I hear the other brother worldview too. So I'm just asking my worldview to try to catch up to where y'all at. And he playing devil's advocate, so he's challenging all three of us. I'm saying that all three of those entities, time, space, matter, they all had to come into play at one time. Not that one came first and the other one came second, the other came third. Now, watch this. I could be wrong. I'm just saying that if you had time, space, and matter, right? If you had time and space, if you had time and space, then where would you put the matter? Because it is no matter.
Right.
If you had space and
but
matter,
I would argue,
then where would you put it? So go ahead.
Okay, I think King J got a.
And that's why that point right there that you're making, by the way, is exactly the point that made me realize that time and nature and existence has always been together at the same time. And that's what made me put that together.
I'm saying this. Okay, now watch this. Bro, I totally understood what you said. Now, I agree. They all do exist. I just think that they was created, right? And they all had to come into existence at the same. Hold up. Let me say it this way. Not that time, space, and matter is eternal, right? But the existence of them existing, they all had to come into existence at the same time. Being eternal is outside of time, space, and matter, because if you are eternal, that means it ain't no time limit.
This course is
Wouldn't that
I don't.
really fast. Wouldn't that depends on how one see existence?
Right.
Like so 3 or 4 different people can have different definitions on what they think existence.
Well, when we Humble earlier, when we gave the definition of definition of existence earlier, Humble, I gave the definition of something absolute. It has to be absolute. It can't be potential, right? So when we start talking about superpositions and things like that in the future, then those things are potential and not absolute, right?
Right.
Okay. So they don't exist.
But that's not true either, because just because something doesn't exist on this plane of existence doesn't mean there's not other planes of existence.
That's not the question. The question is, what is existence on this plane of existence? It's not.
Right.
Doesn't mean like.
Here's what I'm saying, King J. Watch this. So infrared is a thing that exists, but we would never, according to how we see existence, we wouldn't say infrared exists because we can't touch it and we don't interact with it. But infrared
I think we observe
that exists.
Hold on. King J.
Do we see the effects of it in any type of way?
Yes.
So we can observe the effects, so we know that it exists. Correct.
Right.
We don't see the wind, but we know that it exists. Correct.
Exactly.
It's
okay.
Materialized though, bro. Like for example, the laws of logic. I can't pour the laws of logic into a cup and paint it green. I can't be like, hey, Ben, hey, nobody, hey, Jay, look, here go laws of logic, but we know it exists, right?
Exactly.
Everything is not material, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the material leads back to the immaterial and vice versa. Right, Ben? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So okay, now watch this. Nothing. Okay, numbers are eternal, right?
There we go.
There is really no zero. You only have zero positive or zero negative. Right, okay. So we know that eternalism exists. All of us know that. If you just know numbers, based off numbers, we can agree that eternal exists. Certain
Not
things
eternal, but infinite.
Infinite would be the same as eternal, man. That's the same thing.
Because there's different sizes of infinities. Some infinities are larger than other infinities.
When do infinities start, Ben? Okay, so it's the same thing.
If we're going to go by the purest form of the order of infinity.
Right, zero, positive or zero negative, right? Right. Okay. So what I'm saying is, numbers are eternal because you can't count forward to an n number and you can't count backwards to an n number.
But
So
Humble said it depends on your view. Humble said it. Yeah, if your view is limited, right? You can.
Hold on
right.
1 second.
Humble's correct.
But watch this. But here's the brain buster and all of that, right? There are more half numbers. Now, mind you, numbers are infinite, right? However, there are more fractal numbers than there are whole numbers.
Okay, now that could be true. That could be true, but eternity doesn't negate that.
But that is true. It's not that could.
That is true.
That's true.
Right.
But
they're both infinite.
I don't know if nobody knows.
Hold on 1 second. So what I'm
you know what you mean? Nobody. You know Humble talking about.
I don't think you
understand.
That are larger than other infinities.
No, I'm agreeing that even if it is true or could be true, that doesn't
understand what you said.
Right. I'm saying
if fractal numbers. You understand what that nobody? Right.
You breaking up, Sadiq?
Okay, let me drop off and come back.
You breaking up too, nobody?
But I'm agreeing.
No, you breaking up bad.
Yeah, you breaking up bad, nobody. Go ahead, talk, Sadiq.
I think Sadiq was up here earlier when we were talking about the Wheeler-DeWitt equation. I think Humble might have missed it, so I don't want to.
Yeah, I dropped down for a while. I had to go handle some stuff.
Humble. Now, mind you, when we got off the phone, our little conversation yesterday, I did some more studying. And boy, do you really want to have a conversation in regards to Ra and Atum, in regards to was Ra the actual literal son? Like, can we have that discussion? Like, pick some time apart from the day and maybe have that discussion.
We can have that discussion, but I mean, it's not going to go the way you want it to go.
I think it will. I think it'll show some clarity to because at the end of the day, I think we want to.
Let me ask you this question then.
Yes.
In Old Egyptian,
very familiar. Very familiar.
Even Coptic. Hold on. Even Coptic. What is the word for son?
Aten.
No, it's not. See, that's what I'm saying.
So, hold on. Stop. In order for us to have a conversation, you got to stop acting like you're the authority on the situation. What subject matter? You're not.
You go look it
up. Right?
I'm not
brother. Humble. I don't have to look up something that I know.
You don't.
I studied Humble. Stop. Humble. I know this. I study this.
No, you don't.
The word is the brother. So listen, you can disagree, but don't tell me that what I'm saying is wrong. Just say you disagree because you haven't studied enough. Brother. If you give me enough time to talk like you talk without cutting me off, I can clarify even more and be more specific. But every time I talk to Flo, you jump in and fill a butter and scream. So you asked me what the definition of the word was, and I said Aten. Aten has been the word for son in Egyptian lexicon since the Old Kingdom, all the way up. And I spelled it ITN, Iten. If you want to say Iten, sometimes you may see it as JTN. Now, what we do, with me and Brother Reggie get together, and me and Brother Smash, and all the other Egyptologists, and when we have discussions, we pull up the TLA. Now, the TL. Now, hold on. I don't know if you're even familiar with the TLA, but the TLA is what we use. We don't go to Google. We don't go to Wikipedia. We actually go to the text corpus. The TLA
So
is the text. The
what is y'all
TLA, and I can go on my laptop right now, and I can share my screen, and we can pull up the TLA and go through every text corpus of Egyptian Metanetter, and it would tell you the exacto script, what it says, and when it's used, what word. We could type in TLA, we could type in sun, and every instance of sun that occurs, it would give you that instance, and it'll give you the actual hieroglyphic and Metanetter attached to it, the actual symbol and the sign. We can do that, and there will be no instance in that TLA or any Egyptian script that we will see the word sun, Ra used for sun. Every time you see the word sun, it's
Can you do that for me, please? Can you pull
yes,
that up?
I can. I would love to go to the TLA.
What is y'all be doing the same thing that Humble is doing? Because I mean, like, come on, man.
No. I want him to do that so he can die by his own sword.
Right, Humble, you're right. Yeah. How can he say that Humble is wrong based off the information that Humble is getting when y'all are reading the same stuff that Humble is reading? Like,
because clearly we're not reading the same thing. Because if we was reading the same, because I read the primary text, brother. So if we were reading the same thing, we would come. There would no. Wait. If we was reading the same thing, there would be no way that we could mistake the word Ra for Aten.
No, okay,
we would not look at the word sun. Hold on. I'm landing my plane. We would not. Hold on. We all on this panel would not read the same text, and when we come to the word sun and it says ITN or JTN for Aten, we would not say, "Oh, that says Ra." You understand that? We will all come to the same conclusion.
Right, so hold on, King J. This is why I got it, King J. Hold on 1 second.
Humble, I got you real quick. Humble, I got you. The information that you're getting about the Egyptian language, is that the same thing that Humble can look up? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, it's not. Yeah, but he's not. It's not something that you would do. Hold on, I'm answering the question. It's not something that you would do off Wikipedia or Google. You have to actually pull up the. Hold on, brother. Let me finish the sentence. You have to actually go into the TLA, which is the actual text corpus, where you can pull up every text, every script, and go but one by one. Period. Or there's also a good site. There's also a good site, and I'll pull it up when I'm finished up on my laptop. St. Andrews University. St. Andrews University. If you just type in Egyptian PDF, St. Andrews, it'll give you every Egyptian script or every stela, and it'll give you the hieroglyphics with it. It'll give you the English translation, and it'll actually give you the Egyptian parchment as well. So that's what we're gonna do. And that's what we're gonna find out, and that's what we finna actually see who is an Egyptian Metanetter scholar. Because I don't listen. I be in there with the big boys. Humble talking about is some Google Mambo Jumbo for some. Hold on, let me finish, brother. You can respond when I get done talking my shit, brother. Let me talk my shit.
I allowed you to talk. Your mic is not louder than mine. I asked you a question. You did answer it. Now let me elaborate, Ken.
But I wasn't done. I wasn't done.
That's fine.
So let me talk my shit, or I'm gonna mute out, and you can just talk your shit by yourself. I don't care.
I want to get to the
you by yourself, brother. Are you asking a question for real?
I do care.
Well, now, okay, if you care, you're asking for some clarity. Let me answer the question. You screaming by yourself.
You did answer the question, so stop.
Brother, if I'm still talking and telling you I didn't, then I didn't.
You still talking is irrelevant. You answered the question. Now,
so find you another subject to talk about then, because I'm done.
You can talk all you want to talk.
Brother, who is just talking anyway? Because you don't have no brother. Who is just talking?
Let me elaborate.
Hold on 1 second. One mic, real fast.
I'm gonna talk regardless. I'm gonna talk regardless.
Hold on, KJ. Hold on, chill out, chill out, real fast. Have some decorum. Hold on, nobody. I'm gonna let you go. Nobody. Hold on, give me 5 seconds.
Nobody asking questions.
Hold on, this ain't gonna take long. And then we're gonna get back to nobody. And then we got some order in here. Hold on. This not gonna take long. So I get you. No, we ain't here. So nobody. You asked a great question, right? You asked a great question, and he answered yes. This is something that anybody could look up. Now,
Thank you.
I did this. I said, what is the word for sun in
Come on
Kemet
now.
Medu Neter TLA? Let's get
Come
down
on
here.
now.
In the Kemet ancient Egyptian tradition, the Medu Neter sacred word for sun is, what does this say right here, y'all? Am I making this up?
No,
Yeah, you are.
you ain't making it up. No, you're not.
This is exact. It say wrong. It say right here.
Come on now.
Right.
But no, humble.
Humble, I want you. Hold on. No,
Can we
but
talk to
God
you?
damn, is you having a discussion with
I
Humble or
ain't
me,
saying
brother?
nothing. You've been the one talking the whole time.
Damn, me and Humble having the back and forth.
Bro, I'm agreeing with Humble.
Okay, so are you gonna let me finish the point with Humble, or are you gonna like? How can I talk if you keep on jumping in?
Bro, he was just talking,
Bro,
bro.
go
He didn't have
ahead
a problem
and
with
dick
cutting him
ride.
off.
Hold on.
Call it whatever you want to call it. Now, based off what Humble just said, which what I was saying, and you agreed to too, you making it like this was some kind of secret knowledge. Humble know what it is. I know what it is. So don't act as if you have some kind of secret knowledge about what this thing meant. You were wrong on it, bro. That's
No,
the
I'm
whole
not wrong.
conclusion.
I'm not wrong.
Yes,
And the
you
fact that
were.
you're saying, brother,
No,
go ahead
you're not.
and make your plan so I can respond because I'm tired of your ignorance.
No, you go ahead.
The fact, so you can disagree and mute because I definitely mute every time you talk, and I don't, brother. You can't control yourself.
I just said now hold up now.
You're not controlling when hold on, because one thing nobody, you're not controlling when I talk or don't talk.
My mic is a whole lot louder than yours.
If you agree,
believe me.
Hold on. 1 second, King J. You can't talk and then he talk and then talk over him. Ain't nobody. I muted you. I'm gonna unmute you. Let's let King J get in here, and then I'm gonna let you respond.
I don't know. Am I the only one he went out for?
Go ahead, King J.
I appreciate that. Yeah,
I just want to say I know the quantum truth is the truth because we just quantum leaped into Kemet.
All right, hold on. Go ahead, King J.
Now here we go. We good. No, I'm here. So in regards to what the brother just said,
King J, if you talking, we can't hear you. I see you look like you lighting up, but I don't think we can. If you can hear me, King J, we can't hear you.
I can hear him. Go ahead, King J.
Oh, okay, I got it. I'm gonna leave and come back, y'all.
Okay. In regards to most times when people disagree, a lot of times it's just because of lack of comprehension or they don't understand the subject matter. They disagree out of lack of knowledge. So I understand that. If this was a panel with actual scholars of Medu Neter, Humble would probably be laughed off the panel. I'm trying to finish my sentence, brother. Humble would probably be laughed off the panel. Humble, if we ever do get a chance to be around some real Medu Neter scholars and ask this question, it would be just laughable. The difference, brother, hold on. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Let me finish. You can disagree. Respectfully, let me finish. Our primary, the way our research is totally different than what you're doing. And that's probably why you're coming to different conclusions. We don't look up Google and ask Google is not the whole purpose of us learning Medu Neter so that we can check the checkers. Because a lot of these people like Wallace Budge and Alan Gardner, they were deciphering these scripts and coming up with their own European biases based. You know what I'm saying? Like when they was finding the mummies and saying they was white people. So we wanted to learn how to read it so we can. So when they're saying the Hesse meant Negro, right? Then we can say, no, it really refers to a Southerner. Anybody south of Aswan, right? Those in the Hesse tribes between the first and fourth cataracts, right? The Urjek, the Yam, so who you calling Nubians, right? Within the land of Wawa, right? I speak indigenous terms. I speak indigenous terms. Hold on, let me talk, brother. Let me finish. Let me finish, brother. So those conclusions, brother, we will never can come to. Cause we would never look up Google or Wiki and be like, that's the primary source because of some Google.
Stop filibustering. Hold on, let me
count. But what we're gonna do? Hold on. I'm not filibustering. I'm finna land. I'm finna land. I'm talking my shit. But what we're gonna do is we're going to pull up the TLA today. We're gonna actually pull up the actual primary text. We're gonna pull up the story of the tale of Sinu, and we're gonna read it. And I'm gonna show you how you don't know how to read it. And
Okay,
we're
come
gonna
on, bro.
find out who is the actual metadata scholar today. So just hold on 1 second. I'm gonna jump on my laptop. I'm gonna pull up the TLA. We're gonna pull up these different tales of Sanu in these different scripts, and we're gonna go through them. And I'm gonna show not one time is Ra used for the word son. The actual word for Ra is day. And I'm gonna go through this. Day, the actual word for Ra is day. The actual word for son is Aten. Keep in mind, and this is probably what's confusing them, that if you look at the determinative for both of the words for day and sun, they both use the circle with the dots. So he
Come
may
on,
be
bro. You got to let
confusing.
Ben
He
go.
may be.
You
He
got to
may
let
be
Ben go.
confusing. He may be confusing those determinatives and thinking that Ra is actually. So I can understand the confusion. But that's why
No,
you have to be able to actually read and study the text to know the difference. That Ra is not the sun. Ra is the equivalent to day. They're
Okay,
possibly
go ahead, Ben.
light or possibly light. But the sun disk, that Aten, that word has always been Aten in Metanetter. It's never been
All right,
Ra.
all right, go ahead,
Yo,
Ben.
you gonna show us
And
what you
when and
talking
when
about?
Come on, bro. You got to let Ben go,
and
bro. Bro, you got to let Ben go, bro.
and when we
Like,
get
come
to this
on, man.
and when we hold on, because I'm rocking, and when we get to this 18th
You
dynasty, I
not
cannot
rocking. You
hold
filibustering.
on. Hold
Yeah, you
on. When
filibuster.
we get to the hold on, when we get to this 18th dynasty, Akhenaten, and we talk about and they talk about the cycles of the sun, the cycles of the Aten, and we talk about the solar boat. You do know that's the Aten boat. It is a solar boat that Ra sits inside. So that is talking about, and that is talking about how the sun moves across the sky. We talks about in the morning how it's the Aten. I'm sorry, how it's the Kepra, right? And how the Kepra beetle pushes it across in the morning, and the evening in the afternoon time, it turns into Ra, and he is represented and depicted as a freaking falcon with the sun on top of his head. And in the evening, is pushed by Atum.
We
So
understand that, bro. Come on, man.
he's mistaken Kepra pushing the
No,
sun
he's
across the
not. No,
sky.
he's not,
He's
bro. No, hold
mistaken.
on.
Hold
Bro,
on. He
I
can
got
talk for
your laptop.
himself, brother.
Bro,
Quit
I
cutting me
got your
off.
laptop pulled up
He
right
can
now.
talk for himself.
I
He's
know. Let
mistaken.
him talk.
Hold on, brother. Quit
See?
doing, brother. Stop it, brother.
I got the laptop pulled up
Brother.
right now.
Stop it.
Tell me what to type in.
Stop
Type
it.
in what?
He's mistaken Kepler pushing the sun across the Aten across the sky for Kepler being actually sun. He actually said that since Ra pushes the sun across the sky, that the Ra is the actual sun. And he's actually mistaken he's mistaken all because he don't know the scripts. The
I
sun
didn't hear
is
him say that,
always
bro.
the Aten. The sun
I
boat
didn't hear
is the
Ben.
Aten. But I don't even know what you
I
talking
didn't
about.
hear.
I
I
don't even
didn't
care
hear
what you
Ben
talking. You ain't
disagree
even
with
in the
that.
conversation. I don't even know who
No,
you
no,
are. I'm talking.
I'm being
I'm
quiet.
talking.
I let
I'm
you
talking
talk,
to
bro.
humble.
You can't
I don't even. You
overtalk
didn't
me
let me
on
do
my mic.
nothing,
Slap
Hold
me
on,
your
let him get
mic.
it in,
You
King
can
J.
leave
Let
the
him get it in.
platform.
Go ahead,
I'm trying to
nobody.
let Ben talk, bro. No,
brother.
no,
This
I ain't
nigga
trying
on Google, brother. He ain't
I
even on
ain't
my
trying
level
to
to have a
Go
no,
ahead,
no,
King.
conversation
I
with
want
me,
to know
brother.
what
Get
you
it in.
talking about. You don't have no sources unless you on Google, nigga. I ain't trying to talk. I'm trying to let Ben talk. You've been talking for a long time. Now, me and Ben has already disagreed, but we agree with what you talking about. We disagree with that. Ben,
Bro,
go
you
ahead,
sound
bro.
slow.
Man,
Who is
Ben, go
Ben?
ahead, bro.
Where
Go
Ben
ahead,
at?
Ben.
Who Ben is?
You.
Oh, I'm humble mystic. Oh shit, he calling me Benny.
This
I'm
nigga
sorry,
jumping in the conversation, humble. Is this your bodyguard to try to let you talk more?
no, I disagree.
He jumping in to let you talk. He's jumping in to
Bro,
stop me, humble. He's jumping in to stop me to let you talk.
Hold
That's
on, real
crazy. This
fast,
your
real fast,
bodyguard?
real fast. We got we got baby Dunn on the panel. What's up? What's up?
Bro, that's Babylon done.
Oh, Babylon Dunn. What it do?
Yeah, humble. What it do, fam? Hey, no, hey, I'm on here after this subject. I want to go back to the quantum subject, the mathematics and the negative zero. Nope, I don't want to stop this. Y'all go ahead with the raw conversation, even though we solved this yesterday in the chat that the disk is the Aten, the shape for the sun, and that Ra is the personification or the person, the representation of the
Thank
sun.
you.
I thought we solved that yesterday, but
I
y'all
thought we
just want
did
to argue,
too.
so go ahead.
I thought we did too.
I thought y'all did too.
So why you talking then? Taking up for humble.
No,
If we
why
did
you?
too, hey, the
No,
brother,
why
shut
are
the
you
F
talking,
up,
bro?
brother. Who are you? Cause you slow.
Bro,
You're not
I'm
even in this
nobody.
conversation, brother.
Bro,
I'm not
I
talking to
am
no brother.
nobody
Listen.
paradigm.
I'm not
I
talking to
am
nobody who's illiterate in this conversation,
don't
brother.
duck himself from but watch this dope podcast. If you
Well,
don't know who I am, go look me up.
You
What
sound
you
slow. I don't
talking
want to,
about?
brother. He's trying to get some clout.
You switched the whole subject from what we was talking about. You jumped into the subject, bringing up some stuff that we wasn't even talking about, bro. So don't try to change the subject and act as if somebody is ignorant on the subject that you brought up, bro. And we counseled you on what you were saying. Like the brother who just said, we was talking numbers from 0 positive going forward and 0 negative going backwards. You brought in some you negative tied out. We weren't talking about that bullshit, bro. Stop playing, nigga. Who you talking about, bro?
All right,
anyway,
look.
humble, go ahead, bro. That's who I was saying. Go ahead. With humble,
So
not me.
my whole point in this discussion and the debate is I just proved that the debate don't even need to be had because it showed even what I pulled up in the TLA and the Metal Nature that Ra or Ray, as I say it, Ray is the sun. It's not
Humble. You just made that up. Brother, you just made that up.
Much later, as he keeps saying, Aten didn't get elevated into a sun god until
What
later.
humble? What text are you that says that? Let's look up. We're looking up text now. What text says
Look
that?
up any text, bro. You look.
No.
I'm tired of pulling up sources.
No, I'm asking you what text you're referring
Every
to.
source I pull up, you say that's wrong. I want to pull up the sources to be able to say what you say.
Humble.
Bro.
Hold on. Who is that? Hold on, cause wait.
Hold on, nobody. Hold on 1 second, nobody. We
Yeah, humble, respectfully, brother. If I'm having a conversation with you, right, directly with you, and trying to, have a straight dialogue with you, I don't even know who this person, nobody is. They may be a friend of yours, or no. Hold on, brother. No, I'm trying to have a conversation, a real conversation, without somebody just detracting from it and not even bringing anything to it. You smarter than them, I think, so you can articulate your point better than they don't need. You don't need them. So maybe if you can ask them to just, if we doing something real scholastic shit, they can't read the meta netter. So let us go back and forth and let's get some clarity to this, because I got my laptop is right here in front of me. And I'm finna jump on from the my laptop.
Okay, King J, while you stalling to do that, and just talking over just to do that, let somebody else talk. Okay, humble. Listen, humble.
All right.
That's humble. That's nonsense, though, for real. When you say that Ray or Ra is the sun itself, it don't even make sense. If Ray or Ra is a person, obviously a person, Father Ra, then why would you say? Then why would you say? I ain't about to talk over you now. Why would you say? I'm asking a question. Why would you say the person is the thing called the sun? They the actual thing called the sun. Why would you say that when you know that that's two different things?
Hold on, King J, hold on. Because Ray is not a person. Ray is a Najer. The Najer is the sun.
Now you playing kickball with a can, because Ray is a personification, and when we say a person, you can call it a deity, a neter, a neteru, a neter, anything you want, bro. Talk loud as you want. You making nonsense, and you don't, and it's not a good look.
Personification means the word.
It's not a good look.
Literally means
it's not a good. It's not a good look.
Listen,
it's not a good look. The sun is not a person. The sun is not a place. Okay, the sun is an actual thing.
So
the sun is 554 million tons of hydrogen burning each second on the periodic table, turning into 550 million tons of helium. Stop playing. That's what the sun is. Now, Ra is a nature, as you say. Are natures, are all of the natures 554 million tons of hydrogen?
Bro,
stop playing. That's stupid. And the next thing I want to say is that no, you don't have to tell me to go ahead. If you be quiet and let somebody talk, then they could just be going ahead. Now, Ra Another thing about the sun that y'all don't bring up that should be brought up is that the sun that y'all talking about is not even the Egyptian sun. The Egyptian sun to the ancients is in Sirius. That's the sun that marked the Heliacal rising every year and the flooding of the Nile, the inundation of the Nile. It's the Sirius A star in the Sirius star constellation, the blue star, Kachina, not the sun that you see in the sky that you looking at today.
Okay.
Now, go ahead.
Okay, so first off, let me correct this, brother. Listen to this, family.
Personification.
Come off mute.
Hold on. Oh, I'm on mute. I'm not muted. Hold on, y'all. Can y'all hear this?
Personification.
Okay, this word right here is personification. The attribution of a
We can't hear you
personal
if you
nature
talking,
or
humble.
human. Hold on. Let me. Every time I get it in, everybody want to overcut.
Drop the link real quick in the chat, humble, so I can jump on from my laptop.
We can't hear you talking, humble.
Why can't y'all hear me talking?
I can hear him loud and clear.
We can hear. I hear you loud and clear, humble. You good?
All right.
I hear you.
So, all right, I dropped it in.
Oh, I can't hear him. I hear everybody else. My bad.
Okay. So let's go here. Personification. The attribute of a human or of a personal nature or human characteristics to something non-human, or the representation of an abstract quality in human form. So when we say Ra is the personification of the sun, that's because the sun itself is non-human, and so we are given a human personal nature of attributes to this non-human thing. That's why we use the word personification. So when you see Ra in tales and myths, we understand that Ra is not a person. Ra is literally the sun. It's only being personified as a person. But when we talk about Ra, we know we're talking about the sun. That's number one. Number two, I don't know where we get off at of saying like, oh, well, we use the TLA. We use the TLA. Anybody can look up the TLA for Madhu Nature. Right? Anybody can do this. Let's walk through this really fast. TLA for Madhu Nature. Okay. Ancient Egyptian, rhetoric.org. I actually want to go to one where I could type in some words. Let's see this real fast. MadhuNature.com. Right? Can I type in some words here? All right, try for yourself. Sun. Okay. Let's see. C2, What's this right here? Hold on. All right, I gotta accept these cookies. It say the exact match to icon. What's this? I want to read it. I want to read. Do it give me anything to read? See, this don't even give me nothing to read. Sun. All right, what does it take to create the Mayat sun? First, I don't need that. I need the sun is what I need. See, look, this is terrible.
Yeah, this is terrible. Why you doing homework while we sitting and waiting and listening? That's wrong, bro. Somebody else could be teaching while you doing that.
I mean,
that's
anybody could talk. I'm just sharing my screen.
Crazy, that's crazy. Y'all just that's called hogging the fucking mic, though. That's called hogging the mic. But go ahead, do that.
Hold on. Anybody can. This is an open forum. I'm not hogging the mic. I'm just sharing my screen.
I said what I said, bro. Move on.
Go ahead. Y'all can talk.
All right, so humble real quick.
So then. Oh, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Whoever's gonna go.
I'm gonna share I'm doing the TLA real quick right now. I already got it pulled up.
Hey man, listen. If you ain't about to teach the man, say go, and then you come on and say you doing your TLA, the same thing he doing.
Well, I don't even think you know what TLA is, brother. I don't even think this conversation for you, brother. Babylon Dunn, please just be quiet, brother. I'm waiting for him to share my screen. What are you talking about?
The lingua egyptica.
Share my screen, brother.
The lingua egyptica. I don't know what the TLA is.
But this is what we use, and this is what I'm finna use, and this is what I'm finna show you.
Bro,
So
I know you from Smash
brother,
Show. I saw the dumb, silly stuff you
if
did
you don't
over
know
there.
what's
Come
going
on, I
on
know
right
better.
now, please
You can't
respectfully
shine
shut
on
the
me.
fuck
But
up
right
and
now, I
learn.
ain't about to argue with you, bro. I'm about to address the brother's thing situation. Listen, Humble. When you say the sun is a personification, a Ra is a personification of the sun, that's exactly what I told you. When you say Ra is a representation, that's exactly what I told you. So the representation is not the thing itself. You say you study philosophy, then we're talking about the thing itself. The representation is not the presentation. The word re is on the front of the word for a reason. It means to redo or to do over again. So if you representing something as raw, you representing the sun, then that representation can't be the sun itself because you representing the sun itself.
What the go ahead, King J. I don't know what that was. Go ahead, King J.
Yeah, I know you don't, and you're supposed to know. But when we gonna move on to the negative zero thing, cause that's what you was
Hold
talking
on,
about,
brother. Look,
quantum.
brother, you
And
not
this,
running this
hey, King
conversation, brother.
J, slow your
Shut
ass
up,
down,
brother.
bro. I
We
ain't
talking
even
about
talking to you.
something
If I'm
totally
stepping
different,
on your
brother.
toes, if I'm stepping on your toes from the side, bro, just say ouch and sit your ass down. But don't be
Hey,
screaming like a
Bro,
little bitch just
bro.
because I'm
chill,
talking about
Babylon.
another.
You
Chill, bro.
might
You
you
gotta
Hey,
might
chill.
get
hey,
me
hey,
kicked
hey,
off the
hey, hey,
panel.
hey, no,
Say
hey, we
nothing.
ain't gonna do the name calling.
Get to the
We
call.
not
Hold
gonna
on.
do the name calling. And all y'all gotta do is be able to say
Hold
land
on.
it
Hey,
when
hey, yo,
y'all
what,
finish.
you can't hear me, bro? Hey, yo, chill out. Hold on. Hey, Babylon, you can come up here. You could join the conversation, bro, but you not taking nothing over. You know, we can
Man,
get
ain't
back.
nobody trying to take nothing over. Stop
Hold on,
crying.
It
hold
sound like
on,
you trying to
hold
run
on, bro.
shit.
Chill out, cause I'm really not trying to kick you. I want you up here. I want you to chill and vibe with us. You feel me? But just come into the conversation, bro. I love your energy. Let's get it. You feel me? But me and him right now, we getting into this, and you know, you can slide on, you can disagree, you can do what you do. You see what I'm saying? But don't try to like
I'm
take over.
already doing that.
All right, well, hold on. Let's let King J get in here. Go ahead, King J.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that I came up here humble is
Bro, if
because
he say that,
A1
why
ended
you
up
start
having a
talking right after that's
Hold
retarded,
on one
brother.
second, King J. Emmanuel is he's a moderator. Hold on one second. Go ahead, Emmanuel.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to let the panel know. I'm not trying to come up here and be added into the panel. I just seen that you pretty much got in a position where you was trying to moderate and be inside, and you was getting talked over a little bit. King J was getting talked over a little bit, so I just came up here to moderate a little bit in the background. And for
Okay.
sure, we not gonna do the name calling. We don't do the bitch ass niggas. We don't do that
That's
over
love.
here.
That's love.
Excuse my
That's
language.
love.
Everybody finish rocking out. Y'all got it.
I appreciate you, Brody. I
That's love.
appreciate you. Shout out to brother Emmanuel. Go ahead, King J.
Pause.
All right, for sure. All right, for sure. So this the TLA right here. Now, I actually want to bring this. I think we should use it a lot more. Since I've used it last, I see they've added some new things here. If you see where it says the hieroglyphics at, you can actually type in the hieroglyphics and it'll do that for you. That's something new they added. So I'm not familiar with that until just now. But see here, so what we'll basically do here is we're searching for the lemnas. So let's just say the word here is what we want to look for is sun. So type in sun for translation, and it's going to show us every instance of sun in the text corpus. So you just search lemma. Right, here we go. So now we're looking for sun. So the brother suggesting that the word for sun is Ra. Now let me turn on my camera real quick because it is it's interesting.
It's right there, the first word.
That's not a Ra. And where do you see an R at? I see an A. I don't see a R anyway. So you'll die right there.
Go ahead, King J. This man King J is
Brother,
cool.
you don't know, brother, for respectfully humble, you don't know. This is something probably new to you. You don't read this. I do. I really read this, brother. This is my lane right here. But even before Ra, you see, even before Ra, we see Horus a lot of times referred to as the in regards to light, right? Not referring to him as the actual physical sun, which is the question that we're talking about, but just as a reference to light, or the right eye of Horus. Are you familiar with that? What's the sun? The left eye, I believe, was the moon, right?
Horus was known for this early on. But the word has always been Aten for sun. So we'll go through it here. Let's go. So you said this right here. First, let me translate it into English. So everything is translated into English. Now I see an A in this glyph here. I put my mouth over it. Anytime you see this, it looks like the 3, that's an A. And then we see the W, is the Uchich, U-bird. We see that bird here, probably represents the Uchich. And then we see the A, and then we see that these are both complementary A's. So this is not Ra at all. So we're looking for Ra or Aten. So Aten probably, in this instance, will be spelled with the J. And we'll see
hey,
that.
yo, what? He don't even know. Go ahead.
Huh?
Continue.
What,
probably spelled
what
with
did I
a J.
say? Well, come on now. That's my figure of speech, brother. It's a J because they're not familiar with that, brother. So we'll look at as the reed leaf, which is the I sound, right? The J is representing the I. So in the glyph, you'll see it represented by the reed leaf. So that's why I said, brother, come on now. You probably didn't know that. So when we're looking for Aten.
So Ray is number 3.
3, let's see.
On his TLA, you got 1, 2, 3. That third one right there, that's Ray. The third one.
You see that's what you're suggesting? Sunshine, radiance. And we'll show you, it's going to show you the instance, the context that is used in, the sentence and everything. So we're looking for the sun, the physical celestial body, not reference to radiance or light.
Hey, I got a question, King J.
Let me get it into English for y'all.
I got a question, King J.
What up?
What does Ra Harakti mean?
Ra Harati in what context? It depends on the glyph.
What does it mean? Period.
What do you say? Because the H and the R can be
as a name, as a title, in a sentence. What does the word Ra Harakti mean without you looking it up while you stall?
Hold on, brother. I'm not have to look up nothing. I ask you in what context
Yes,
are you
you do
using it
this.
in, because the H and the R can mean Horus, it can mean great, it can mean anything. So
Bro, get out of here. Never mind. Never mind.
Harat, brother, we're looking at a TLA right now.
If I said what does set mean, what does
I said
Isis
it
mean, I
depends
said
on
mean,
the
what does Horus
context
mean,
of, brother.
what does a word mean, and then you turn around and say you do this, but hey, it could mean anything.
Brother, and you didn't understand. Brother, so let's understand this. You can put any unilateral and say it out of the context of a sentence and it not mean anything. You have to put that in the context of a sentence to know what it means. So I asked you, in what context?
When they asked the Egyptian minister of curator,
we're looking
when
for
they asked
we're looking for Ra and Aten right here, brother. Come on, we ain't talking to you.
When they asked him what Zep Tepi mean,
Brother,
and he didn't know, he looked stupid.
Brother, I'm sure, brother, shut up.
And you don't know what Ra Harakti mean, you look
I don't know
stupid.
nothing what you talking about, brother. We ain't even talking about that right now. Ra Hor. We don't know what that means. We're not talking about that. We looking at primary sources right now, brother. We looking at the primaries and you asking me questions like a dummy. Any question that you ask, I can type in this TLA and give you the answer. You ain't got to ask me nothing in the middle of something that ain't gonna do what we actually talking about, brother. You
Okay,
crazy.
bro, go ahead on with your slow jive ass presentation. Let's move on.
You tripping. So the brother is saying, this is what the brother wanted me to go to, the third instance. Let's see. Onus is the bull of the double radiance of the light that is in the center of his eye. So that's not sun. Onus is Sebek with a green feather, vigilant with a raised font, who emerged from the leg and the tail of the great one, who is in the radiance of light. That's not a sun. So mind you, all these words for light. Where do you see sun at?
Yo, he don't even know what he doing, bro.
Where do you see sun at?
There is Ray. You just typed in sun on your TLA. The third one down is literally Ray. I said,
what was the definition?
What was and start reading the glyphs?
Humble, what was the definition of the word? Did you not read it?
It wasn't sun. We're looking for the word sun. Comprehend what we're doing. Comprehend. Comprehend, humble.
Terrible, bro.
We're looking for the word sun, not light.
What the?
What?
He got beat up.
Are you slow, humble? Humble. Don't act like you slow right now, brother.
Let me get this 5 seconds. I got you. Let me get this 5 seconds. I got you. If you're not looking up the word, if you say we're looking up
the word sun.
Hold on. If you say we're looking up the word sun,
yes,
and the word ray comes up, what does that mean, y'all?
Sun.
We have to find when they actually say the word sun. They haven't said the word sun yet, humble.
Bro, he terrible.
I think you're just slow and you're not used to this level of scholarship. So this is new to you and you're not comprehending. You're lost in the sauce. Brother, quit cutting me off without finishing the sentence. Yes, we have not come to the word sun yet. And I shouldn't have to scream this. Are you like, come on, bro? You're supposed to be smart. We're looking for the word sun.
It's impossible for Ra to represent the sun and not be the meaning of the word sun.
Crazy. So we'll see. Actually, the word, what you see here is the light. So when we see the word represented for Ra, we see the word day. And we see the determinatives here. You see the little circle with the dot with the little things coming from it? That represents radiance and light. When we actually come up to the word, when you shut up and learn and listen, you're arguing because you don't even know what you're talking about. When we actually come up to the word, when we actually get to the word sun, you'll see an actual sun and you'll see it say Aten. We haven't came to sun yet. Are y'all slow?
The word Ra is not going to have one
for
meaning.
The word sun.
The word Ra doesn't have one meaning in a vacuum.
Okay, thank you for that.
So you playing semantic word games by keep naming all this stuff. Ra can mean to see, it can mean to light, it can mean son, it can mean a whole lot of things. The Father, Ra can mean all of that.
Father?
Yeah,
brother,
Father Ra.
Brother, please mute your mic until we get to what we're looking for.
Yeah, it can mean the Father. But you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So we're looking for the word sun. We've yet to see it yet. But the brother wanted us to come here. So in this instance, what we're seeing is the word light. Tete, you climb and extend it into the radiance of light. And the word here is not Ra. The word here is, so you see the word here that's circled in the square. Where does that say Ra? That's an I. That J represents an I. And then that's 3 backwards is an A. And then that's an H. So that says Au. 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 Radiance of light. Au. Radiance. Au. The brother said it meant it's Ra. Y'all can't even read. Where does it say Ra? Humble. Where's Ra? Show me Ra on this screen.
If you go to a spot on the TLA where the word Ra is not at, then ask for somebody to show Ra, that's stupid. If you go to a spot in the TLA and ask for somebody to show Ra where you know Ra ain't at, that's stupid.
You stupid. You don't even know what you're talking
about. First off,
where does it say Ra?
This is an epithet that describes Ra.
Where does it say Ra?
This is an epithet that describes
Show
Ra.
Me on the screen that says Ra.
This is a attribute of Ra. This is something that describes. Yo,
so what you're saying is that Ra is nowhere on the page, right?
Oh my gosh.
Exactly. Thank you. So why did you want us to come here? It makes no sense. Here we go.
Crazy.
You went there. That's your computer.
Brother, please shut up talking because I think I'm talking to Humble. I went here because he said go here, stupid. So we're looking for the word sun.
All of those translate to the word sun.
Stop right here. Right. And we're looking for the word Ra or Aten.
All of those are attributes of the sun god, the fiery one, which is the sun god, right?
What does this say?
The colorful one, which is the sun god. All of those are the sun god. Who is the sun god, everybody?
What does this say?
Do anybody
Ra.
know who the sun god is?
Ra.
Thank you.
What does it
Thank
say?
you. That's all we
Hey.
seeing is Ra.
Boy, if this what Smash put out as students
doesn't
are
say-
learning from him, this is crazy work, diabolical, maniacal.
Humble,
Got
you
to
said
talk
this
to
says
Smash.
Ra. Hey, hold on.
That
I
is a
need to see who.
aspect
Hold on, humble. Because I need to see who talking. Because I want you to mute their mic when me and you having a back and forth. Because they slower than you, and I'm already beating you up. So I need them to stay out of the way because they're creating confusion. I need to have a clear lane unless you filibustering. I need a clear lane to either show you what you don't know or just to continue to beat you over your head. So on the screen,
Yeah, they the main event right now, y'all.
I'm gonna mute out every time you talk.
All right,
Nah,
King
that was me, King J. I was telling them to let y'all talk.
I appreciate that. So humble on the screen right now, because I'm the only one showing us primary sources. What does that say?
I can't see it. It's too small.
My mouse is right here. What does that say?
Where your mouse at? Where's your mouse? It's too small. I can't see it.
My mouse is at the top where it says TLA at.
Oh,
Underneath
TLA.
it,
Okay.
Underneath it says JTN, Limna ID 33080.
Mm-hmm.
JTN. You see that? What does that say?
Highlight it, King J, if you can. Highlight it with your
It
cursor.
say JTN. You just said. What do it say? That's what it say.
Pronounce it.
Aten.
Thank you. Okay. Here down in the hieroglyphics, right here where it says spelling, we see the reed leaf. That's the I that represents the J. We see the T, which is the bread loaf that represents the T. We see the wavy loaf right here. That's the N. That's the Aten. This is how you spell Aten. And then we see the circle with the disc that represents the Aten. This is the actual
All right,
sun.
can you go to Ray?
So down here, so hold on, brother. Hold on, because it's 490 occurrences of this.
We know.
No,
And you
you don't.
skip
Clearly
all
you
the
didn't.
ones for Ray and go straight to the one
You
for
didn't
I.
show no, brother. I asked you to show Ray. You didn't see it. You didn't stop me. There was none for Ray when I went to it. You said it wasn't on the page.
That's not what I said.
Don't play
You know
these
that's not
games
what I
with me,
said.
brother. Don't play these games with me, brother, because you ain't equipped for this conversation for real.
Yo,
So
this
let's
is
go.
horrible.
This is you're horrible.
Who you say he a student of Smash Rockwell?
You're horrible.
Yeah, he say
We gotta
that.
go have a
I'm just
conversation
joking.
with that
Don't
brother.
put Smash next to that nigga
You're
name
horrible.
though, for real.
Let's go to the text and Smash to be proud of me beating you up like this. Let's go to the text right here. And the first one kills you. I shouldn't have to go past this. It says, can you read? Can you see it? Can you see this, humble? Mystic?
Hold on, let me blow it up.
If you can, highlight it with your cursor, King J.
My bad. Hold on, let me see if I can highlight it.
Hey, Smash gonna come to you, King J, and be like, yo, this ain't real blue magic, bro. You gotta change your style.
He said, whatever my style, the information ain't gonna change. You just gotta comprehend it. It's right in front of you.
You gotta comprehend it because you ain't comprehending.
You gotta comprehend it because I'm reading it. So look, it says, I grant. Hold on, brother. Just instead of filibustering,
This some cut.
and
This some cut right here, but go
just
ahead.
let me present, brother. Just let me present instead of cutting me off mid-sentence. If you don't understand something, ask the question. It's right here in front of your face. Read it.
All right, so this cut.
That, brother. Oh my God. I grant that your reputation extends as far as the rays of the sun. So in this instance, we'll argue that they're talking about the actual physical sun. And in this instance where we see the word Aten is represented for the word sun. There is difference. Did you not see when we was on the page where the brother was like, it's talking about Ra? It did not say sun. It said radiance and light.
Wow.
So when we're talking about the actual celestial body of the sun, it will always say Aten. Right here.
Lies.
You do know that's a Greco-Roman translation, right? You do know that's a Greco-Roman inscription. This is from Greco-Roman people.
Greco-Roman?
What does it say right there? Greco-Roman. What does it say? Greco-Roman temple inscriptions, Greco-Roman temple text, EDU temple complex, EDU Mama sanctuary room 1A, EMA 135. Hold on. Let's break down what this is.
It says Edfu. This is the Edfu temple. This is the temple of Edfu.
This is Greco-Roman.
The temple of Edfu is Greco-Roman,
bro.
They did modifications in there. What you talking about?
Like, what are you talking
about?
Bro?
Yo, we're reading this.
That slow.
This is what your source is telling you,
brother. It's 490 of them,
bro. This one is a horrible one because it say this
brother,
is
it doesn't
found
matter.
as a
They all
Roman temple inscription.
Instead of instead of busting
this
is
a Roman. This is a Greco-Roman.
Instead of busting a blood vessel of screaming about something you don't know. Just say, brother, show me the other 490 of them. I
want to know why you showing me a Greco-Roman inscription.
They back to the old kingdom. The
Greco-Romans went back to the old kingdom?
Do you want me to? So all you're saying is that you want me to show you an old kingdom, all right? What are you talking about?
Hey, listen.
The word Aten has been son since the beginning of time.
No, it has not. What the?
Brother, you haven't showed, brother. Show me what I'm showing you.
I just did.
No, you didn't. You went to Google and typed in some bullshit. We looking
and
at
you
the
went
actual
here,
time.
you
Brother.
Didn't show us where
Humble.
You showing us some Greco-Roman
brother. If you quit talking so much, I'm gonna show you
so
all.
So you telling us that the Greco-Romans know more than the Cometians themselves?
If you quit talking and making straw man arguments about nothing, that doesn't mean nothing. So that means
that's
that what
you
with
all
brother. Hold on, humble. So that what you're suggesting is that what you're meaning would make me not being able to show you another occurrence of the same thing right now.
Bro, you could do the same. We just saw you do the same thing for Rob.
Brother, do you want a different time frame?
We just saw you do the same thing for Ray. We literally just saw you do the same thing for Ray.
Brother, where did I show Ray?
You showed all of his attributes. Did he not Babylon?
Attributes?
Facts. Attributes. Yeah, attributes. Just what he said. Brother. Attributes. Radiance, light, attributes. Yeah.
Right. And the word we're looking for is
the sun god. It said
the sun god. Brother.
They were attributes of the fiery sun god.
I'm gonna let y'all talk and have a screaming match over yourself, and then I'll respond because I don't know how you.
We don't have to have a
how y'all talking Baltimore? Like argue?
We just gotta let you stop filibustering.
Yeah. Hey, humble. Right quick though, I got a question. Just a humble question too. Just keep this in mind, brother. Amun Ra. Well, Atum Ra or Atum Re. Aten Re and Amun Re. So you can have a Amun, a Atum, a Aten, and an Amun Re. So why would he say that Aten been the son all the while? Do you think that Aten predates Atum? No, because Atum is first. Atum is the father of the gods, of those manifestations of Ray. Those are manifestations of Ray, bro. And Aten is just a manifestation. Aten is a single manifestation of Ray. I'm talking. Aten is a single manifestation of Ray. Like Atum is a manifestation of Ray. Like Amun is a manifestation of Ray. Those are manifestations of one thing, Ray. That's where you get your Trinity. Stop playing with us.
Okay, and I think that kind of debunked your boyfriend's point because we're looking for the word son.
Hey, y'all better get King J Bati boy.
Light. Okay. We're talking about scholarship right here. So we're talking about these scholarships, not what you're talking about at all. So the word we're looking for is son, not light. Right, so we see here in this instance. Let me translate it to English. I think that's the
problem. The moderator must be falling on a deaf ear or a blind eye.
No, because y'all talking y'all shit. I'm talking mine. So here we go. So here we go again. You are not.
No,
you are justified. Are you gonna let me present? Are you gonna let me present? Or y'all gonna talk? Because y'all don't have sources.
Go ahead.
I appreciate it, bro. We in the TL. Hold on, Tumble. Look at me in a. Are you where you at? Turn your shit on. Jump up. Look at me, Humble. We're on the TLA. You can't go. This is where all the texts, the sources, primary sources are at. You can't get better sources than what we looking at right now. If you want to go from here and deviate to a Google, you already know that already don't know what you're talking about. This is the primary sources. We looking at the metanet.
That's nothing.
So if it's nothing, bro, shut the F up.
It's not a primary source for nothing.
You're like a slow turtle, brother. Like, just stay out of the conversation. When we want to talk about 1 + 1 = 2, then you can join in that. But when we talking about something on this level, we don't care if you disagree or not. I want to talk to
on that low level. You right.
I want to talk to Humble because Humble is smarter than you. So let's go. And he getting beat up. I'm showing the primary sources. He can't beat these sources. This is the top of the source.
Do it, King J. Okay, keep going. So we can get to the 1 + 1.
Shut the F up respectfully. Damn.
Yeah, keep going, King J.
I'm trying to. If you'd be quiet. Like, you act like a little girl, bro. I probably been beat you up. Like, we would have been fighting. Because if we were standing next to each other like this in person, brother, we would have been fighting, brother. Like, please shut. Like, why?
Stop, bro. King J, I blow your fucking head off. Stop. You won't fight nobody. Get up.
Come on. Let's get it.
Come on now. I'm trying to present some sources, and I don't, bro. One thing about me, bro.
That's retarded, bro. Just go ahead on, man. Stop crying,
people, but I know how to mute my mic when I disagree, and then when it's my turn, I unmute.
The issue you be having, King J, is when you talk and you be filibustering. Let's get to the information.
What I do is I take notes when I take notes so that I can respond when they get done talking. I don't talk when people talk in the middle of their sentence, brother. That's like disrespectful to me. Like, I feel like that.
But you filibustering, King J.
I'm not filibustering. I feel like that y'all know y'all getting your head busted, and y'all don't want me to present my source. That's it.
You presenting the source
now, y'all. The source that's on the screen.
But the source don't agree with you.
Humble. Let's really just deal with the information. All I'm showing is this: the word for son is Aten. And I have 490. Hold on, Humble. I am showing you that the word for son is Aten. And I have 490 instances of where the word for son is Aten.
So you change it from yesterday.
Hold on. And it's literally referring to the celestial body of the sun. Ra, and you're not going to be able to show Ra as the sun not one time.
I just
Question, are you changing from yesterday?
If you did, we still have the same TLA pulled up. I can go right back to it.
Question, are you changing from yesterday?
No, I'm showing you today.
Yesterday, you said Aten meant the disc. Aten means the word disc.
Are you slow or stupid?
And now today you're saying Aten means the sun.
Brother, the only thing that means is that you slow gases. The sun disc is the sun. Are you stupid or dumb?
No, you are. But I still want to hold a conversation even though you're stupid, because it's another teaching moment.
You can't even hold a conversation with Humble. So
I still want to talk to you though, because I get to teach your stupidity.
I don't deal with workers in this situation, brother. You're a worker at this point. I want to talk to you.
I still want to talk to you because you're stupid.
Get humble.
Nigga, this is my first time coming on this shit, nigga. Second time. You don't know me from Adam. You just a dumbass.
Brother. You trying to get clout. I'm trying to get this text. I'm trying to show this source.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear. From the Titans Debate League comes a movement born from energy, faith, and power. Custom debate. Power. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible? Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity.
Let's get it, y'all. Who up here? Babylon King J. Hey, listen, y'all getting who is this? What is all this? I don't even know what all. Dang, bro, it's like hella stuff up here. Hold on, let me take some of this stuff down. I'm like, what the hell is this stuff? Kick from studio is Quantum. That's Quantum stuff, but he ain't up here. Okay, so now I'm gonna just kick him down. Okay. So okay, Babylon King J Manuel. All right, bet. Okay. It's a lot of stuff down here, y'all. I just had to make sure I got a lot of that stuff up. But
why you not dealing with these sources, Humble? Why you not dealing with these sources, brother?
You said what happened? Oh, you want to put the source back up? I got you. I can do that for you. I got you.
Brother, I feel like now we can have a real conversation, brother. Like, I really just want to show you the sources. You know what I'm saying? Because we can argue back and forth, but until we actually these are the actual texts, Humble. These are the actual texts, brother. Like, it's 490 different ones. Like, you know what I'm saying? Every one of them say Aten. Like, I don't
know. That's not what every one of them said. That's the problem.
But brother, none of them say Ra.
Yes, you showed us like
brother. I didn't. Let's go back to it because you keep saying that, and I don't want you to be able to have that leg to stand on ever again because we didn't see that. So let's go back to it again, Humble. Let's go back to it because this is all you have to do with the text. I mean, like you should add this to your repertoire.
I most definitely listen. Once I learn
how to use your repertoire, because look, it's simple, brother. Ask me, brother, for real, Humble. If you ask me to help you, and this is no cocky shit for real. If you ask me to help you, brother, I can show you how to use it for real, for real. It's easy. You'll learn some shit, brother. It's not nothing like I'm not, But when you be saying stuff that's wrong, brother, I really do be wanting to like.
You haven't shown me that I'm wrong yet, though. That's the thing.
Let's go. All right, TLA. So all you do is go to the lemna. So let's go to. So you say sun. So we already got it in. Just go to search lemna. You said the third one was Ra, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which one did you say is Ra?
We going to the regular lemna. Hold on, let me do it with you. You going to the regular lemna because I'm in all this other stuff. I like to play around with stuff.
So you just go to your. Okay, so you doing it with me? Okay, we on a regular lemna. Let me see what screen I'm on.
Why we going to regular lemna though? If they talking about all these other ones.
Let me share my other screen. Wait a second. I gotta switch my screen to this one. Share this one instead. Okay. So you see where it says translation, hieroglyphs, root of lemna, and translation?
Mm-hmm. So where do we put the word sun at?
At translation.
Translation. Okay.
Yeah. Whatever word, it could be whatever word that you want to look up. So
you gotta put that everywhere?
Nope, just right there. So you put it. Hold on. Go to. You see where it says translation? I already got it typed in. So then after that, you go up to search limna and hit search. Now it's gonna give you every occurrence of that word. So like,
why mine didn't do that?
Share your screen instead, and then we can just go do it off yours.
All right, bet. Let's see. Cause let's get it. All right, bang. The TLA, right? This is the TLA here, right?
Type in TLA easy. Okay. Yep, you right there. So scroll down and type in. Yep.
Let me. What is this the same thing? Let me go here. Maybe that's what it is.
That's it. I mean,
no,
yeah, it's the same one. Yeah, it's the same one. Just go to search TLA. Yeah, right there. And then scroll down. Yeah. Boom. Go up a little bit. Yep, right there. So you want to know what sun means? You got it in there. No.
Yeah. Well, why it ain't bringing me nothing?
So go up. Go all the way back up. Type in. You see the red over there on the side?
Where?
Nope. All the way over. The big
where right
search from. Yep. Hit that.
Right. Search for results. It just say parameter, lemmas, hieroglyphics.
How did you type it in capital? Don't type it in capital.
Oh, now you can't. Okay. So don't type it in capital. Keep taking me here. What's going on here?
Are you typing that in translation?
I'm just typing it in. It just say type it in. I'm just typing it in wherever I don't see the thingies.
Hold on. Right there. Translation. Yes, sir. Now go to search for limna.
Search for limna. Keep taking me here. Limna results.
It ain't giving you. Try one more time. Go back down to, I think. Let me just try it one last time.
Administrative document. What's this stuff?
No, that's some bullshit. Yeah, just go back to TLI.
Let me go back here.
Okay, so scroll down a little bit. Do you got anything else typed in them fields?
No.
Because if you got anything else typed in, it won't do it. So scroll down.
So let's see. I think I got sun typed in right here.
S-U-N.
So the only place I got is right here.
You got something typed in at the top. Delete that.
Where? Right here. This sun.
Yeah. Delete that from right there. Now scroll down. Right
and go
there.
right here to translation.
Yes. S-U-N. Now go back up to the red. Yeah. Now I should do it. Okay.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
So now let's see this.
Now, where are you saying R at? First of all, I want you to tell me where's the R at.
All right.
Which will be the mouth.
Now, number one.
Where's the mouth?
So number one, there is no. If we're looking at the hieroglyphics, we're not.
It's gonna be an R, brother.
A R.
It's gonna be a brother.
Not be an R. We would see the depiction like right here. We see the falcon.
Oh my God. What does the falcon represent, brother? The A, the I. Come on now, brother. If you're gonna teach it right,
Let's
brother.
get it.
There is gonna be an R in Ra.
Of course.
And it's gonna be the mouth lift. That doesn't say Ra.
Oh gosh.
It does not say Ra. That says I. That says I. That's an A. And the two things behind it are the sound complements as well. So those are both A's. It's I, and that's an uchix. That's a quail bird is a double.
How we find out what this say in English?
You have to go through, brother. If you want to see what Ra.
Right. This is hold on one second. Hold on. I got the English. Hold on. This right here is an epithet for the sun god.
Right.
This right here.
It does not say Ra, but it doesn't say brother. It is a epitaph of the sun god, but it does not say Ra. Get it right, brother. Damn. That's all I'm saying.
So this right here is another.
We are looking for the actual word Ra. If you don't know how to spell it, just say that.
Don't worry about it. I got you right here.
All right. Because I'll
so
show you.
What is this? This is the third one down. I said the third one down. One, two, three.
Listen, Combo, listen. That's not the third one down. Where's
the
R?
third one down. One,
brother,
two,
where's the
three.
I don't want to make it sound like we arguing. Listen.
No, we're not arguing.
Listen. When you see Ra, right? Most times you'll have a determinative of an actual man, right? Of a God, right?
No, not all the time. What?
So there's no occurrences of that?
Nobody is saying there's no occurrences of that, but not every time.
Okay.
We know.
So that is right. So that is a determinative. So it's spelled out, brother.
Not all the time.
Brother, why would you, brother? What? Go back to the prompt, brother. You will never go from TLA to Google.
Oh no.
We never going from TLA to Google.
This is something I was going with.
You said
don't go to TLA to Google as if
humble. Just so you'll know, we'll be able to show you actually Ra in the text, and you'll see how it's represented in the text.
Bro,
not off what you've heard of on Google shit, but how they actually
in English. Oh, this is what I'm looking for right here. This is what I'm looking for. So you see this, right? Bang. It's a copy the Unicode.
What does it say? I'm about to show you. Humble, what does it say?
Come on, I'm about to show you. You got to
chill out. Don't show me. Pronounce it.
Right
what
here,
are you looking
it literally say son. And then over here it say Ray. This right here. So
what is the word?
Let's go down here to see.
What is the word? Pronounce the word. Humble.
Oh gosh. Hold on, bro.
You're acting like the word is Ra. It's not.
Nope, I didn't say the word is Ra.
So why are we even talking about this?
Is Ra. That's not what I said.
Why are we looking at an epitaph of Ra? For what?
Because that's what all of them are. Didn't I just say earlier today? I said all of these are epithets for Ra.
No, they're not.
I literally said that.
No, they're not.
They are. What does say right here? The epithet of the sun god. Who is the sun god? We know the sun god
all
is Ra.
131
the sun god Ra, the divine name. Come on now, we know this.
Brother, hold on, because for one, now you're not gonna move the goal point pose. Whether or not there's the epitaph of Ra or not, that's irrelevant.
That means
brother, hold on, humble.
Gosh, bro, you
for terrible. One, humble. We're not looking for epitaphs of Ra,
bro.
We are looking for humble.
Ra being the sun himself.
We are looking for the meaning of the word son.
The meaning for the word son is Ra. Can't we ask that for to this TLA thing?
No, we can look in the text and then show you.
No, it's clearly
brother
not showing.
Brother, type in son.
I did.
Yeah, and you leave that one instance that said Iwu.
And clearly you don't understand what these things are showing.
Brother, this is how let me show you how to use the TLA since this is your first time probably using it.
What?
Listen. You didn't know how to find a limna. So clearly you're not familiar with how to use the TLA.
But you don't know how to use the TLA is what I'm trying to figure out.
What are you showing right now?
Listen, what I'm trying to figure out, you're saying read the glyphs. Okay, bang. We got the glyphs here, right? But now what do these glyphs say?
Au.
What?
Au.
All of this.
That says Au.
All right, so now what do this glyph say?
Do you know?
What do this glyph say?
Au.
The third one down say Au.
Au.
So they all say the same thing?
No.
So I said, what do this one say? And you said Au.
Mm-hmm.
I said, what do this one say? And you said Au. Mm-hmm. So I said, do they all mean the same thing? So that's where I'm trying to get, okay, bang. So I'm trying to get, okay, well,
So humble. Quit talking. Just listen, brother. So you asked the question. Let me answer the question. You see, they have different determinatives, right?
Where?
Do you know what a determinative is?
Yes, I know what a determinative. Where do you see it?
So show me the determinative in this sentence.
Where that's what I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you to show me. If you know what it is, show me where it's at.
There is no determinatives here.
Yes, there is. Why is there not a determinative, humble?
So what determines what this is?
The sign at the end, the determinative.
What determines what this first glyph is?
The symbol at the end. Do you see them people?
So what determines what the second
shut up
glyph
talking
is?
right now, please, brother, because you just screaming.
So what
you really showing you don't know what you're talking about in regards to Egypt.
Oh God.
I would not talk anymore after this. You're saying the screen on what you're showing on your screen, that falcon with the A, those two A's with the quail bird, and with those two little feet, which is pronounced Ari, but in this instance, it's not pronounced at all because it is a determinative because it has three single strokes behind it. Do you see what it means approaching? Because that's the determinative.
Because you ain't doing
that
this.
is the determinative. And it is pronounced. Hold on, humble. It's right there. You see the A, and then you see the W. How do you pronounce A and W? That's what you pronounce. It's A and W. The determinative is behind that. Like humble, I don't even like at this point. It's like arguing with somebody because they just don't know what they're talking about.
But that's you, King James.
That's you, because you've never seen this before, and you just said that there was no determinative right here.
And back of the hawk, there's a determinative, and back of this bird right here.
Humble, because you may scream louder than me.
Is there a determinative in back of this bird right here?
What?
Is there a determinative in the back of this bird right here? Are these two arms a determinative of this bird right here?
Brother, the two arms are the silent phonetic. Brother, I'm answering. Why did you ask me a question and then talk right in the middle of asking questions?
Are these two arms a determinative of this bird right here?
No.
All right, so I just asked. So you just said the same thing that I just said.
Are you crazy, humble? No,
now
I didn't.
I'm crazy. What?
No, I didn't say the same thing that you said, humble.
Bro, are y'all watching? This is crazy. So I say, bro, there's no
determinative. You've demonstrated your lack of knowledge on the matter.
Well, how can't you see the determinative between a bird and arms? I say, okay, well, is these two arms a determinative of this bird? No, the determinative's at the very back. Well, then I was correct when I said there's no determinatives here in between the arm and the bird. How am I crazy?
You're crazy. You said there is no, brother, humble. You said there is no determinative in this sentence.
I said in between the bird and the arms.
Brother, the question wasn't about the bird or the arm. The question was, period. Is there a determinative in this sentence? What's the question?
Yes.
That was the question.
Yes.
Yes, at the very end, after the quail bird.
Are the determinative.
Yeah, like come on now. Now I'm glad Jose up here because Jose, like, come on, humble. You have demonstrated horribly, humble. That you know. Hold on, humble. And I'll tell you this to be quite very frank.
Listen,
hold on, humble. Just let me say this 30 seconds. Me and Jose. Is that Jose on the panel?
That's Jose.
Me and hold on, humble. Me and Jose.
I said that's Jose. You asked me that Jose
Why
in the
can I
panel,
talk, brother? Without you cutting in. Me and Jose disagree in the dojo with Smash and Reggie all the time. Every time we in that mud, right? But I guarantee you this. He has enough respect for the editor to let you know that everything that you've been saying is trash. And you
hold on. Hold on, King J, because I disagree with you because you just mispronounced the word.
Because what?
You just mispronounced the word.
We ain't gonna listen. That's tomato. Listen. That's tomato. Listen, but Jose.
But I'm disagreeing with you too. You mispronounced the word.
But Jose, really fast.
We know
whether
that
we look in the Metal
Humble
Nature anywhere. What is the word for sun in the Metal Nature?
Rock.
Thank you.
What?
Thank you.
Rock.
Thank you. That's the whole contention of this argument. What is the word for sun in Metal Nature?
Hold on. Humble. I want a 2-minute clock to where I can show that TLA, and I want Brother Jose to say that same thing. Just give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna share my screen right now. I'm gonna pull up the same TLA that we're looking at, and I just give me 1 second.
And I just want to say shout out to the panel again, man. Thank y'all for joining. This is a quantum onlyism, and I want y'all to know that right now we are not talking about quantum onlyism. This is a discussion about Kemet and Metal Nature. And that's just for FYI, if anybody wondering if this is my view, since it says quantum onlyism explained.
And I appreciate you letting us, deviate the conversation to something else.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. That information is information. When I started to get some information. This is some good information, wonderful Discord, and that's what the Coliseum is for. Shout out A1, shout out Humble, shout out Jose and King J for being on the panel, and the people who was on here, people in the comments. We having a nice Discord. Continue to like, share, and hit that Cash App up if you got it.
All right, I'm gonna share my screen. So Jose, I'm gonna go through the TLA, and we're gonna go through sun and day, and we're gonna see. My contention is that the Ra is more in reference to, actually I would make the argument that Ra is the force behind the sun. The sun actually being the celestial body of Aten. We see that force represented by Ra for sure. In some instance, we see that force actually represented by Atum in the evening time, right? I see in the morning time we see it represented by Kepra, that force that's behind the Atum, that force that pushes the sun, not actually being that manifestation of that actual thing itself. Whether Ra represents radiance of light, or actually the arms itself, from when we look at the Aten in 18th dynasty Akhenaten. Hold on, I'm turning my camera. So when we look at 18th dynasty Akhenaten, and when we see the actual Aten itself with the rays coming out and with the hands, Joey, with the ankhs at the end of the hands, I would argue that those rays, right, are Ra's, right? Radiances of light, right? That's how we would refer to Ra, as the radiance of light, not the actual sun, not the actual sun disk itself. I'm actually going to continue to argue that the actual word for sun, Joey, has always been Iten. It's always been Iten, even when from the beginning. It just really doesn't make any sense. But I'm going to show you your TLA, my point of contention. But just hold on 1 second. I'm showing it. So let's just go to the word. We're going to type in sun. And Joey knows this. And Joey, stop me when you see Aten. Not at all on the first page. I don't see it.
He's not on here no more. He dropped off.
Joey dropped off?
Yeah. Jose dropped off.
How dropped off? Okay. Well, we back to it then. So I don't, if he dropped off, then I don't know.
All right, let me share my screen real fast.
So wait, hold on. Since I'm still sharing, I'm gonna go to the 490 occurrences of what, so I can show make my actual plane, land my plane, so people know what I'm talking about. The brother Humble is suggesting that the word for sun is Ra. I'm showing in the actual text that the word for sun is Aten. It's a difference in scholarship here. If we actually looking at the text and seeing what they actually, if we actually looking at the text and showing what they actually said, this is what they wrote. The sun disk. Aten. Does that not say Aten?
That's the sun disk. Sun disk. The word for sun is Ra.
Right.
The word for day is Ra.
Wait, hold on, Joey. Is the sun disk not an actual reference to the sun? When we look at the actual depiction in the 18th dynasty of Akhenaten,
it's a different. No, it's not. No.
Is that not an actual physical depiction of the sun?
Yo, he's terrible.
It's something different.
No. What's different?
Something different.
What is different? We're talking, Joey. We're talking
about. It does not mean sun.
Hold on.
The sun disk is not the sun disk doesn't mean sun.
Joey, we are looking for
it does not mean sun.
Joey, so you're making the argument that the sun disk does not represent the actual celestial body of the sun.
I'm saying you're moving the goalposts.
No, that's the argument.
He keep doing that.
The word for sun is Ra.
Joey.
You're moving the goalpost.
Joey. Understand our argument. This is our argument, so I'm not moving nothing. I'm establishing the point, and this is the point that I'm making. The sun disk, right, is referencing the actual celestial body of the sun, the actual physical sun.
Okay, but
so wait. It doesn't matter. Okay, if it's referencing sun disk in this particular instance, I'm going to show you 200 more instances where it actually just means sun.
No, you're not.
Yes,
The sun disk
No,
is
you're
referenced
not.
to Ra.
No,
Hold
you're
on,
not.
Jose. Hold on. All right, hold on, King J. Hold on. Let me share my screen real quick. This is where King J.
Because you're making an argument. Let me finish letting my point.
This is where you
brother.
Hold on, King J. I just let you go.
Making my hold on,
30 minutes, Brody.
Why can't
I just let you go for 30 minutes. Hold on. Just give me 5. I don't even need 30. I just need 5.
Humble.
So
I just put my screen up.
You had your screen up the whole time.
Brother.
You literally had your screen up the whole time.
No, you just put it up, Humble.
You been had your screen. You had this screen up since Jose was in the comments.
Humble. I literally just put up typed in the word sun and look for the word it.
All right, I got
you.
You
said that Joey dropped off.
I'm gonna give you 30 more minutes. I only need 5.
I want to be able to show.
Y'all know I only need 5 for this.
Listen, I want to be able to show that the word Aten is showed 490 times in Egyptian text to represent the actual celestial body of the sun.
Bro,
no times is it represent by Ra. Like, come on now, we're not gonna play these games. Let's go. So here it says the sun disk. In this instance, Iten is represented as the sun disk. It says here, rays are in my eyes like the rays of the sun disk. The word here for sun disk is Iten. The sunrise. So here we go. So I this right here. I will, if Joey's not honest, Joey, if you're not honest in this instance right here, Joey, I will revoke your meta card. We will bring this up. Hold on, Humble. Let me talk without filibustering from you.
Because you filibustering yourself.
Is this my time to talk or not, brother? I thought this was my time to go uninterrupted. So I'm going to revoke your meta card, brother. Like, so listen. When we see a single, and I just want people to know this, that don't know this, at the end of any determinative, when we see a single stroke, it means that it is that literal thing. It means that it is that thing itself. So here we go. I should not have any pushback from Joey or even you, Humble. You know a smudget about Metanetter. Here we go. The sun rises for your sake. Weben Iten. What is the word for sun here? We see the relief as the I, the brelo for the T, and we see the wave as the N. That is Aten. Then we see the circle with the dot in the middle as a determinative, letting you know that it is the literal sun.
Okay.
Joey.
That's what it says, but I'm going to
disagree. That's what it says.
I'm going to disagree with that.
Joey.
I'm going to disagree with that.
Joey.
You have to listen and stop arguing. I'm disagreeing with that.
I'm asking the question.
Ain't no use because it's saying the same thing. What is that dot at the end?
Hold on, Humble. Is that not what that says?
It says Aten. It doesn't say sun.
It says
they're translating that as sun.
Joey, you're not going to play stupid.
I'm not playing stupid. It doesn't literally mean that.
It doesn't say the sun rises for your sake.
When is it my turn?
Joey, it doesn't say the sun rises for your sake in English.
I see what it said, but I'm disagreeing with that.
What is the word that is represented for sun in this sentence?
The meaning of
Joey,
the word.
I'm not asking you what your interpolation is or what you think. I'm asking you what it actually says. I'm asking you for a moment of actually.
It says Aten. That's what it says.
The word for sun says what, Joey?
That says Iten. That's what it says. Iten.
Okay, and it has a circle with the dot that means what? It is a literal thing, correct or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, now this is my turn.
But that's wrong. It doesn't mean that.
Y'all see how King J, hold on, King J.
The
Y'all see how
determinative.
King J needed 30 minutes to prove a 5-minute point. I'm gonna do this in 5 minutes.
No,
for
but
y'all,
but
right?
but humble, he's
So
still wrong.
Hold
He's still
on,
wrong.
Jose. Hold on, Jose. Let me get it in. I don't want no interruptions. It's only gonna take me 5 minutes, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna share my screen, right? Easy peasy lemon squeezy, right? He did all the filibustering, still didn't get to the point, but hey, okay. But hey, what I can give him credit for is he showed me how to debunk him even easier now, right? So we see right here, right? What's the word for sun in Medu Neter? The common and direct word for sun in Medu Neter is ray, often translated as Ra or Ray. Okay, so then I went down here and I found a hieroglyph for Ray. Y'all see this? This is the hieroglyph for Ray right here. Bang. I found this hieroglyph. What did I do with that hieroglyph? I put it into this TLA. Okay, so can y'all see this TLA right here? So it's a hieroglyphs hieratic demonic. Here's the hieroglyph right here. You see that circle? The same circle that he was saying, oh, this is the determinative for sun. This is Ray. Wasn't I telling him this the whole time? I've been telling him this. Anyway, let's get into it. So we see Ray right here. This right here, this glyph right here is Ray. Okay,
Humble.
now what's the translation?
Wait,
what's
Humble.
the translation of Ray?
Humble.
What's the
Just
hold on
respectfully,
one
hold on,
second.
real
No.
quick.
Listen. I don't want nobody to make this longer than when it gotta be. I don't want nobody to make this longer than what it gotta be.
But
That
that's why it can
hieroglyph
stop
says
right
right.
here.
Hold
Listen.
on, King J. I didn't cut you off when you was going in. Hold on. That hieroglyph says Ray. It says translation. Hey, Jose, what does the translation to that hieroglyph say?
Son.
Thank you. That's it. That's all. Kill.
No, but
Kill.
I
It's
didn't.
like,
But
I didn't need 30 minutes. All I needed was 2.
but humble. But humble. Aten refers to the sun, but it does not
Exactly.
literally
So
mean
humble, you
that.
gotta listen. That's
It
why I'm
doesn't
trying to
mean
stop you.
that.
Listen, humble, listen. The
It's
same
referred to a
determinative.
specific
Hold on,
deity.
let me just say this.
It doesn't
because
mean
I wanted
sun.
to try to tell him this before he made that mistake. The
I
same
didn't make a
determinative.
mistake.
Listen, Aten and Ra. Ra means day or radiance or light. The same listen.
No. Ain't no
Humble,
listen.
let me
That's
get
not
it
what
out
your
without
TLA
you.
is saying.
Humble, let me
That's
get it
not
out.
what your TLA is saying.
Humble, yes, it is. Let
No,
me
it's
get
not.
it out.
You
Humble.
see, hey, yo, so
Let me
what's
get
the
a
glyph?
sentence out
What's the
before you
glyph right there,
disagree.
King J?
Humble.
King J, answer this question. What is
Let me
this
get-
glyph right here saying?
Humble, you keep moving the topic. I can't even
I'm
answer
not
the first
moving
question.
the topic. What is this glyph right here?
Humble, let me get
Y'all
it
see how
out.
he want to dance around?
I want to
Listen, he wanna
finish my
take 50
sentence.
minutes.
Humble,
He
he's
want to
he's
take
trying to
50
control the
minutes to
narrative.
take a
Listen,
turn,
brother,
but then
humble.
he want to dance around what this glyph says
You're
right
done,
here.
King J.
What the
I
glyph
think we have to
say
agree to
right here?
disagree, guys. I think we got to
No,
agree to
King J is
disagree.
wrong.
No,
King J is
because
wrong.
you gotta let
At
me
the end
finish
of the
my
day, we're
sentence.
gonna have to agree to disagree.
No,
Listen,
sir, King
hold
J
on
is
for a
wrong.
second.
We'll have to.
Hold
We're gonna have to get to a point of
on.
finality. We're gonna have
Sadiq
to.
King J is wrong.
No, I'm not.
Aten does not
Jose,
mean sun in that way.
Jose, you can get it too.
That's not
Let
what
me
it
finish my
means.
sentence first because I'll kill
You
both of y'all
talk
with just one.
enough.
We'll be
You
on here for
heard me,
another.
King
We'll be
J.
on here for another 2 hours.
You talk
Talking
enough.
Yeah, why can't
You're
hold
wrong.
on? Why do
3
we?
hours,
Okay,
4 hours.
Jose,
We'll be on all day with this.
I agree
He's
that you
wrong.
agree that I'm wrong, but why can't I finish my sentence because you disagree? Let me get it out. I disagree with you too, but I can mute my mic and let you get out the bull crap.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. The same determinative for day and the same determinative is the same. It's circle and a dot. So when you type that in the TLA, humble, the same determinative, you will get sun because it's the same. You also will get day. We haven't even humble. My goal was to pull up the TLA and show you that Aten was showed for 490 times for the literal sun and not one time for the actual word Ra. Okay, once I showed you that, I was going to go to day and show you that the word day is referenced to Ra. We see Ra with day. We do not see Ra with sun.
I just
And
showed
it's
you
not-
Ra with
No,
sun.
you
How did you
didn't.
sit there and do that?
Where?
But
Where
I
hold on,
just
humble.
showed you.
Show me.
But hold
Look
on,
at that
humble.
say right there.
Show me.
You
Right
do
there,
see.
right there, right there.
Of course, you see day with the sun determinative.
Hold on, Jose. Hold on, Jose, really fast. If anybody want to blow up their screen so they can see this hieroglyph right here is literally Ray. That's literally the name of Ray. Right? It says, hold on, King J.
No,
Hold on, King J.
No, it's not.
It says word class, and then it says translation. It literally says sun. Literally. This don't say rays. This don't say sun rays. This don't say sun disk. This don't say sun disk like. This don't say power. This don't say radiant. This literally says sun.
Do you know what that says, Humble? Just stay right there. Hold on.
Oh my
I want to be able to talk without you cutting me off and screaming over me like you're right. So what you got right here says demotic.
Hieroglyphics.
Brother, hold on, Humble. This says demotic, and then it has a hieroglyph sign with the A. Right? You see that arm underneath that says A? Pronounce that.
This is rain.
Exactly, Joey. And so are you saying that sun with the dot is the determinant for that
The name is
hold
rain.
on, Humble. I'm not asking you because you don't even know. I'm asking Joey this.
Oh, God.
The determinative for Ra.
No, where do you see Ra at?
Hold on. Can I?
Where do you see Ra?
This whole thing, this is the glyph of Ra. What are you talking about?
Where do you see Ra at, Humble?
This whole glyph is the
King J, let me answer your question.
Okay.
Hold on, Humble. Let me answer your question. The determinative for Ra is not the determinative for Ra is a nature. That's the determinative.
Joey, stop right there.
It's a nature.
Joey, I said that earlier, and he said no. I said that. Joey, you got to familiarize yourself with this conversation.
That's why I agree. I assume it's a nature at the end of the day. I think Humble did say that earlier.
So listen, Joey.
I didn't hear you say
that. Humble did say that earlier. I even responded in the chat.
I'm not disagreeing with that. If Ra is that netter, he can't be the actual physical sun too.
Of course.
The sun has a nature.
That's the point, Joey.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The sun has a nature.
That's the whole point, Joey.
It's part of the nature. It makes sense.
And
it doesn't stand in its own independent from nature. It has a nature.
And let me tell you why. Because when you read the primary text explain to you that natures literally represent things like air and moisture. It says it in the primary text.
Thank
you.
The
word for mother is mut, and that comes from the deity. The word for earth is geb, and that comes from the deity.
Exactly.
Which indicates personification.
Hold on. Now watch this.
Let's move on, guys.
Hold on. Be quiet because he just cooked you.
Hold on, King J. No. Uncle Jose, answer this question. Yes. What's the word for sun, and what deity is that reference to?
Aten.
No, hold on a second. Ra is the word for sun.
For day.
Aten was merged with Ra later on. Just like Atum was merged with
I'd
Ra.
say it's more just depending on how you're using the word.
Was merged with Ra. So they did not start out as the same deity.
And I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why I disagree with you. Because you
don't read the text.
Wait, and I'll tell you why I disagree with you. Because when I looked at the primary sources yesterday, in particularly the tale of Sineway. If we pull up the tale of Sineway right now, and when it mentions the word sun, are you telling me that it says Ra? Because I'm gonna tell you that it says Aten instead. Now, if we go to the primary source, the tale of Sineway, and the word hold on, Humble, shut up. When we go to the tale of Sineway and it's in the word for sun is Aten, then that's the end of the story, correct?
No.
Yes.
How? Yes. When somebody elevated, time out.
No.
Because Akhenaten elevated to Aten to be that.
Hold on. That's commentary. That's commentary. Do you know when the tale of
now that's commentary.
Do you know when the tale of Sineway?
Hold on.
Do you know
it is commentary that Akhenaten elevated the Aten symbol? That's commentary.
So Humble.
No.
One thing. Hold on, Humble. Because one thing what we can do with Egyptian is chronology. So we ain't got to argue. I gave you a primary source. So now the way that you refute what I just said,
the TLA is not a primary source.
Hold on, Joey. Hold on. The only way that you can refute what I
TLA is not a primary source.
Come on, Joey. Like, damn.
The TLA is not a primary source.
What?
The TLA is not a primary source.
I didn't say the TLA was a primary source. What are you talking about?
So what source did you show that was primary?
Brother, be quiet. If you're not going to quit, listen.
Joey,
let me finish my thought before you cut me off. If you didn't even hear me clearly the first place. Okay,
go ahead. I apologize.
I said the tale of Sinuwu. I gave him a primary source.
Where did you read it? Where did you get it from?
Source. He has to give me a primary source.
Where
Older
did
than
you
that.
did you
Hold
show the
on,
primary
Joey.
source?
Hold on, Joey. Can you please let me finish my sentence, brother? I know you on his side. Let's just do this
All right,
the
go ahead.
right way, because he has no point in you making it seem like he right about something. In order for you to show that I'm wrong, and I'm showing you the tale of Sinuwu, and I'm showing you Itin used as the word for son, you have to show me a primary source older than that uses the word Ra for son. And you can't. If you can't do that, anything else after that is conjecture and commentary, because what we have to do with Egyptology is use the actual primary.
Let me ask you a question, King J.
Say what they say.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm saying what they said.
Can I ask you a question?
Aten.
You quoted a text just now. I didn't see you show me any
But
primary
Joey,
text.
just be quiet with that bull crap, because you don't
I
want to
didn't
show
see
it. Joey,
you didn't show a primary text.
You playing, Joey, you
didn't show a primary text just
technical
now.
and you doing bullshit. He ain't
Did
showing
you show
nothing.
primary text just now? Did you
No,
show the
I
text or
referenced
did you
it.
quote it? Did you show the text or did you quote it?
And
That's my
if
question.
we're all familiar with
Did
the
you
text.
show the text or did you quote it?
Hold on, Joey. No, I didn't show it. I referenced it. And if we're all familiar with
Well,
the
then
text,
you didn't show a
that should be
primary
good
text.
enough.
You referenced the text. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, I
You didn't
referenced it.
show any
That's what
primary
he's done.
text. You showed
He
the
needs to
TLA.
reference
That's
one
not.
older than that.
The pyramid text
Says what? What utterance says what?
24 to 2300 BCE. It uses
That's the date
predates
of the pyramid text, brother. I said what utterance in the pyramid
Right.
text.
It
confirms
uses
what you're
Ray.
saying.
It uses Ray for the sun.
Which pyramid text he's asking?
What
Which one?
utterance?
The old kingdom
Yeah,
pyramid
because
text.
you know you finna die.
Which
Huh?
pyramid text of who is a question? Which one?
You
You're
said
not smart,
what
Joey.
pyramids of who? The old kingdom, fifth,
I said
sixth,
what
fifth,
utterance?
sixth dynasty.
Right.
What you
But
talking
they
about?
have but they have about 5 or 6 of them.
Right. So
But they're all
there's
from around the same
different
period, though.
ones, and even the fourth dynasty royal titles.
Name the one. Name
about the
the
sons
one.
of
Name
Ra.
it, Humble, so we can pull it up. Humble, quit making up stories and name it.
Just go to the pyramid
Right. 'Cause
text.
what we finna show. Hold on, Humble. Because what we finna do is show you that the word Aten is in the pyramid text. You finna
No.
die. So Humble,
What?
what is your primary source? You said the
Hold
primary.
on.
Humble,
Hold
you know the Egypt. You need to be a Hebrew or something. Cause we kicking you out over
no,
here.
that's on you, bro.
We kicking you
That's
out over
on
here.
you.
Now, I'll tell you
Shit,
this.
you know,
He
you're
is
not
cor-
an
he-
Egyptologist
he is correct.
person at all.
He is correct. He is correct.
He
that
not
the word
Joey.
raw
Quit
would be
co-signing his
referenced to the
bullshit,
pyramid
saying
text.
he correct.
The word
Ra
raw would
is
be
in the.
referenced to the
Hold
pyramid
on,
text.
hold on. Listen to this. Hold on, y'all. I just need 5 seconds. I
Not
just need
for the
5
literal
seconds.
son. Like, come on now.
Ray is in the pyramid text, and these
Stop
early
right there.
inscriptions, the
Hold on.
relationship between. Hold
You
on,
finna
King James. Let
die.
me read this. I got
I
you.
want
I
you
got
to.
you. In these early inscriptions, the relationship between the king and Ray is central focus. The text reserved as a map in the king's souls to join the solar cycle. The solar buck. The text emphasized the king's right to take the seat on a Masakat evening, or the Manjat morning. Blackjack travels with Ray
You don't
to
even
defeat the forces of chaos. The eye of Ray, even at its early stages, the concept of the eye is a protective fire release. Solar fierce is present. The creator's son. The creator's son is often linked with the Atum and the Heliopolis, the Inu, establishing the Atum Ray syncretism that explains how the sun created itself out of the waters of noon.
Right.
Evolution of Shishu, the evolution.
So go back to your source. Because clearly you didn't comprehend.
Hold on, bro. Let me read this. Hold on. Right? Because what this is showing you here is Ray was used for the sun way before Aten. And this is what I'm pointing out to you.
No, you're not. That does not say
I
that.
am.
That does not say
the
that.
Middle Kingdom. It's
Go
like
back
in
up
the
to your
era
source.
of Shanu,
Go
the
back up to your
language
source real
became
quick,
a
brother.
bit more. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, go
It's
ahead.
like in the language of Shanu, it became a bit more personal. While the pyramid texts are rigid, ritualistic spells and inertia, the king's safety, the Middle Kingdom, literature like the Shanu or the Idomeneus of Pyora reflects a world where Re's influence is seen as the moral and cosmic glue holding society together after the upheaval of the first intermediate period. So this is telling you that during the Shanu era, right, because they elevated the Aten, the Aten overtook the influence over Re. And so Re was now looked at as the moral cosmic glue instead of the sun. It is fascinating jump to see how Re moved from a deity to the royal afterlife to the Lord of all, who oversees the justice of fates and high-ranking officials like the Shanu. So this is what I'm saying. In the beginning, in the pyramid text, we see Re as the sun. Only after the Tales of Shanu do we see Aten as the sun. Come on now. You got to do better with this, King J. You got to do better. How do King J sit here and say I can't show him any text that's...
You didn't show me no text, brother. So hold on. Now let me rock. Because brother, put your source back up. Your Google chat GPT. I'm gonna kill you with I'm gonna kill you with that, and I'm gonna kill you with the actual primary.
You can't kill me.
I just want to show you how you don't. Hold on, brother. I just want to show you how you don't comprehend your own sources. Go back up to where it talks about the solar boat. I mean, the solar bark.
The solar bark that's down. The solar bark.
Yes, right there. Okay. So, the solar bark, humble. Ra sits inside the solar bark, correct?
It's traveling with Ra.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Ra sits inside the solar bark, correct? It's a boat.
The solar boat, yeah, it travels with Ra.
It's a boat, brother. Hold on. I don't. When I ask these questions, I don't want your narrative after it. I just want the actual yes. The solar bark is a solar boat, correct?
Yeah.
Ra sits inside the boat, right?
Yes, the Masakat.
Okay, yes. He sits inside the boat, right? He is not the boat, correct?
Oh, gosh. Yes, the Masakat.
No, wait, yes, what? Is Ra the boat or does he sit inside the boat?
The boat is a figurative language. What are
Brother,
you talking
it's not,
about?
hold on, that ain't what I'm asking you. I asked you, does Ra sit in the boat or is Ra the boat?
The boat is his vehicle.
I'm not talking to you, Jose. I know you know the story. I'm asking him. Hold on. The solar bark, according to the pyramid text, this is your source. I'm asking you a simple question. It's not difficult, right?
But like you're making it difficult, King J.
He's not answering it. Does Ra sit inside the boat? Yes or no?
King J don't understand.
Brother, why, brother?
Like he's reading it and he still don't understand.
If I can't answer the question, then like, what we doing, brother? Does
King
Ra sit inside the boat? Yes or no?
He said yes.
Yes. Now go ahead. Move on.
Right.
Yeah.
He said yes.
What is the solar bark?
Is the boat that took Ra from Earth.
I'm not asking you, Joey. I'm not asking you. I'm asking humble. What is
the solar bark? Is the different points? Hold on. The solar bark is the different points of the day, right?
No.
So you have midday,
no. Wait. Hold. Stop. No.
Morning.
Joe, hold on. Humble. If I ask you a question and your answer is wrong, that don't mean go on with it. So
it's not wrong. How is it wrong?
Humble. And I'm telling you how you're wrong if you quit screaming.
So the
brother, hold on.
So the magic.
Brother, how can I tell you how you're wrong if you're screaming?
Because you're
solar bark, brother.
Just because you're saying, hold on, real fast.
Okay, King J, just go ahead, keep on, keep cruising, brother.
No, wait a minute. I'm gonna let you go, King J, but hold on. I'm gonna let you go, King J, but hold on. Just because you say something is wrong, don't make it wrong. If you are reading it on the screen,
hold on.
If
I say it's wrong, hold on, humble. If I say it's wrong and I show you how it's wrong, then that's different.
But it's not. But you haven't shown me anything.
So you have to let me show you how you're wrong instead of cutting me off.
Let's hear it, Jay. Let's hear it, King Jay.
You humble. You have to let me show you how you're wrong. So if I've already established that, we've already established that the solar bark is the boat. It is the boat that Ra rides in, right?
Right.
So the boat actually represents the actual sun.
What the?
It represents the sun.
No.
Yes or no? And the
No,
sun,
it does
hold
not.
on, bro.
No.
No, it does not.
No.
Bro, listen. Can we read this again? Hold on,
my
King J.
God.
Hold
No,
on,
King J.
King J.
Hold
The
on.
boat-
Let me
no,
hold on, brother.
King J.
Hold
No,
on,
no, it
brother.
doesn't.
Hold on, brother. Type in. Hold on. Since we typing in shit right here, right?
The text
Hold on, humble.
Hold on, King
Humble,
J.
you hold on.
Yo,
Humble, you hold on, brother. If I'm responding to you,
One mic, guys. One mic.
I
brother,
keep giving you chances to get it in
brother,
there, and then you
brother, I'm
uninterrupted.
debunking
Every time
you.
somebody else speak, hold on 1 second. I let you get in there, and you're uninterrupted. But every time somebody else speak, you cut in. You can't keep doing that. If
Brother,
you got
humble,
your
this is
uninterrupted
me
time,
and your
you
conversation.
gotta give us our uninterrupted time.
Brother, this is
Hold
me and
on.
your conversation.
Hold
You don't
on,
want,
let me
brother.
be uninterrupted. Hold on, I gotta be uninterrupted. So we're sitting here looking at exactly what this is. The text emphasizes the king's right to take the seat on the what? The Massachet. The evening is letting us know what the Massachet is. The Massachet is the evening, or the Medjek, the morning. Right? This is what it represents. It does not represent the sun itself. What's the sun itself? Ray is the sun itself. So
you're
traveling
suggesting.
with Ray. Hold on, let
so
me finish my plane, bro. And I ain't gonna
you
take
just
long.
killed yourself even more.
This is traveling with Ray to defeat the forces of chaos. What are you talking about?
There's a morning bark and there's an evening bark. He represents the sun. The bark represents a force that's carrying him in the morning and in the evening. It's not the sun.
You said that backwards, right? Because when you look at hold on, and we can look at the cycle. Like Joey, you can't be this slow. I expect more for you. When you look at the cycles,
Hold on. Number one, I'm not slow. So
well, I didn't mean to disrespect you because I'm.
Yes, you did. Don't do it again.
My scholarship on this is so much above y'all. I don't have to disrespect you and resort to ad homs to just kill you with. That's why y'all are resorting to it. So when you look at the cycle,
nobody called your name.
You cut me off.
No, because you said something.
Brother Joey, brother, I will let you go and mute out and let you say everything you got to say. And
yeah, but I'm not attacking you personally, brother. I don't do that.
You ain't got nothing to say.
So don't do it again.
But brother, please just don't cut me off.
No, I'm cutting you off to correct what you just said.
You jumped on our panel.
You don't need to talk about people's intelligence level, bro. We're not doing
one mic, guys. One mic, guys.
Because if I do it, then you're going to tell me I'm wrong. Stick to the information.
And I'm trying to show you if you quit filibustering.
Go ahead, King J. Go ahead, and then
go ahead, King J. I appreciate you. So when you actually look at the cycles of the sun, in the morning, you have the Kepra, which pushes. It represents the force behind the sun. The Kepra, or the god Kepra, is not the sun. I'm going to preach this. The Kepra is not the sun. It's the invisible force that pushes the sun in the morning time until the afternoon. And when we get to the afternoon, we see Ra. Ra becomes the invisible force that pushes the Aten, the sun, in the afternoon, right? Until the evening time, right? And then when we get to the evening, we have Atum. Right. Atum becomes that invisible force that pushes the Aten, the sun, across and through the Duat. That is the cycle. So that solar boat is the sun. Ra is the invisible force behind it that pushes it, not the force, not the sun itself. Y'all slow.
This is terrible. Go ahead, Jose. Oh, y'all ain't go. Can I read this again? I don't know how Jose. I don't know how King J. This is why King J got to turn in that up, man. The most common and direct word for the sun in Medu Neter is Ray.
Google, I went to the primary source and showed you Aten as the word for sun.
In the Egyptian worldview, the sun was not just a physical object, but a deity and primary focus of creation. Because of this, there are several words used depending on the sun's position or its specific attributes. Let's get into it. The primary term for the sun, Ray, the sun god, This is the standard term for the sun itself. This is not something that's describing that's showing the power of the sun. This is not something that's showing the attributes of the sun. This is the term for the sun itself. This is the hieroglyph. The hieroglyph that I just showed and put it in a TLA, and it also said it was the sun. This is the other hieroglyph for rain. Didn't he just say that this, hold on, can I zoom in on this for a second? Didn't he just say this was not the hieroglyph for rain? And we see it right here being a hieroglyph used for rain? Come on now. So these are the hieroglyphs. What does it say? The component, the forearm, and the sun disdeterminative. It's a meaning reference the physical sun and the deity Re, who represents the sun at its noonday strength. It's a eye in the solar disk. It refers specifically to the visible physical.
That kills you right there. Your own source killed you. That killed you.
Hold on. Listen.
Why you
when it, no, it did not. Listen.
Your sources.
While it becomes the central focus during the Armada period under Akhenaten, the term traditionally refers to the what? The seat of Ra. Not Ra itself. It's the seat of Ra. Ra is the sun. Aten is the seat of Ra. Oh my God. This is why I say he got to get that off his face. He don't know enough. Or the radiant dislike in the sky. Horus, or the sun or the horizon. Horus is often associated with the sun, particularly in its capacity as a ruler or protector. This is the hieroglyph for Horus. These are hieroglyphs. How he come up here and he talking about, oh, well, show me the hieroglyph. I show him the hieroglyph. I put the hieroglyph in his TLA. And this hieroglyph right here literally means the sun itself. It doesn't mean, now when we go back down here, it doesn't mean the seat of Ra. That's what this hieroglyph means. This hieroglyph means the seat of Ra. It didn't turn into the sun until Akhenaten. But before, as it says right here, the term traditionally meant what? The seat of Ra. Come on now. This is why he don't know. Then he's talking about Kepler, right? The becoming. The sun symbolizing the scarab beetle. This is the becoming, the morning. This is Ra in its position phase. Now, the midday, Ra. This is Ra at its full power. Attune. This is the complete or the finishing of Ra. Come on. He don't even know. The determinative, the disk. Whenever you see the sun disk symbol, Gardner NG5, it acts as the ideogram for a determinative. It tells the reader the word relates to the sun, light, or time, such as day or yesterday. Or are you looking for specific uses of the word, perhaps for a translation or a solar hymn or a particular tomb inscription? Man, listen, it's done. It's done. This is how you kill these people, bro.
Let's move it out.
Oh, well, I know this, and I know this, and I know this. Oh, but you didn't know that Aten was the seat of Ra, and Aten wasn't Ra himself.
Humble, you just made that up, brother. Can I?
How did I just make that? And then they come with crazy stuff like this. Hey, Humble, you made that up. You didn't just read that to us. You made that up.
Humble, you made that up. So hold on, brother. Because I want to distinguish between the level of scholarship here, brother.
It's crazy.
Because if I go to my Google right now, I can go to my Google chat right now and type in something that supports my argument, correct?
Right.
Exactly.
Correct.
So that's why Google. Hold on, Humble, please. Damn, why I can't never go in? You had a whole 5 minutes. I shut the fuck up. So why I can't? So when it's a detraction tool, I know you're expert at it, Humble. So when because I forgot my train of thought. So why so the level of scholarship. If I can do that and we can do that off Google, that's not how we determine the scholarship. It's Google. Who can Google the best? When there's contention amongst Google, we have to actually go to the primary text and read what the primary text say. Now, if I'm going to all the primary text and showing you what the Egyptians actually said, and if we go to every primary text and it shows the word for sun being Aten, then what we Googling don't matter. The fact that I can Google something to support my claim doesn't matter.
I literally just
the
went
fact
to
that you can Google something, I'm waiting for my
Right.
screen to be shown. And the fact that you could pull up Google doesn't matter neither. We have to show a source, brother.
The fact that I just
You have
gave
to
you
show
the
the
pyramid
source.
text, which is
Brother,
older
you
than
just
your
good at
source,
screaming and hollering,
is
brother.
so right.
I'm trying to show the source right now. Can you share my screen?
But Humble, you do know.
Google is not a source.
Well, Humble, you do know if we're looking up the pyramid
want you to
text,
be
we will
quiet.
not actually find the primary source for the pyramid text because they all translate into English.
Yeah, and the pyramid text that I got that I'm finna show next. Hold on, Joey, because the pyramid text that I'm finna show next, which is pyramid text. Hold on, I want to show my face.
But that's not a primary source. You know that, right?
Hold on, Joey. Just please be quiet, please.
That's
Because
not
you
a
asked the
primary
question,
source.
Joey, right now, the conversation ain't got nothing to do with you. Me and Humble
You
having a
just
back
said
and
you're
forth.
going to show a primary source, and that's not a primary source.
Joey, I know what I said, but right now, everybody is on mute, and you having a Tourette's outburst right now. Nobody's
That's not a primary source.
Hold on, Joey. And
Pull
I'm
up
being
the primary,
respectful.
I'll
But
listen to
Joey,
you. You can't
you're
do that.
taking away from our argument right now. You're making me wait for my breath
Say
for
you
no
pull the
reason.
primary source and pull that up. That's not a primary
Joey,
source.
me and Humble are having a back and forth. We didn't do this to him,
That's
did
not a
you?
primary source. I'm in the
Humble, can you
conversation.
mute his mic, Humble? I'm gonna ask you
second, Jose.
to
Let him get in there, Jose.
I'm gonna ask you to have to mute his mic, brother, because that's disrespectful, and I feel like he's filibustering, trying to take away from my point, brother. So I'm actually showing the primary source, and after this, the brother said that the pyramid text said Ra. He's lying. He's being disingenuous. When we asked you what was the actual pyramid text, you didn't have an answer. I'm giving you pyramid text 268-9. You can go Google that while I'm showing you this primary source, because I know you can't do nothing but Google. Google that. Google pyramid text 2689. We're going to see Aten used as the word for son. So quit making up stuff. So right here is called, this is the tale of Sanu. Sanu, however you want to pronounce it. We have to look at the primaries. We can't go by Google. So these are the sources right here. This is kind of what it says. So we're looking for the word son. So here it says, the God departed. So it says, Arnetta Het F. So that'll probably be the mouth glyph. It'll be a netter sign. It'll be a mouth glyph. It'll be a het, and then it'll probably be a snake or serpent to represent that in meta netter. So but it says, the God departed to his horizon. And then it says, Nasut Bitsi Shehet Jeb Ra, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, and his name is Sehet Tep Ra. Then it says, the God entered into his horizon. And then it says, into his horizon, it says, ascended.
Go back. What does that name mean?
His name? What? His name doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. That's his name. That's his personal
Ra
name.
is not in his brother's name, and then you translate his name, which means the God that entered the horizon. What type of stuff is this?
Humble. What, are you slow? So that would mean that the word used right there isn't sun, it's horizon. You just debunked yourself. Like, shut up, please. Respectfully, let me finish my point. So it says, extended.
So this English
brother,
word,
oh my God,
damn. It mean God?
Can I finish before you ask the question?
All right, go ahead.
You ready, right? So I get ready to point the bust your ass to ask the question. Okay. It says, ascended. I'll just start over. It says, the God departed to his horizon, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Sehet Tep Ra, the God entered into his horizon, ascended to heaven and united with the sun. So here we see here where it says, united with the sun, M Aten. The word here, if you can't see my mouse, the word Aten that I have highlighted here is the word that is used here for sun. This is their text, right? So what I'm challenging the brother to do is the same thing that I'm doing. It's actually going to their text and showing you the word that they're actually using for what they're using. So they're using the word Aten for sun, not Ra. And I want you to be able to go through the text and do the same thing, not go to Google. Because I can go to Google. If I show my Google chat right now, it's going to disagree with everything you say too. So we can't have a Google war. We have to actually show the text. And I'm showing the text. You not showing the text. Show the text. If can you show one text that says Ra as the sun? Not a commentary on Google that says they said Ra was the sun. They said that. Can you show me a text? Just like I got this text right here that's highlighted that says Ra, that says Aten is son. Can you go to a text, pull it up, and show me where it says Ra son?
Ra son.
Where it says Ra and son, where it said where it uses the word son, it is translated from Ra. Can you show me that in the text?
Yes. Utterance 2:14 to 2:15.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
Got you.
Pull it up.
I'll pull it up real quick.
Pull it up.
I'll pull it up real quick. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
Because I'm gonna show you in Utterance 2:6 in Pyramid Text, Utterance 268:9 that the word is Aten. And then you're gonna have to ask me, and then you're gonna have to explain to me in the Duat, what role does Ra play? Does he act as the sun in the Duat? In the cycles of the wind? Like, come on, brother, you're not.
Yeah, he acts as the sun in the Duat. What are you talking about?
He does? Okay.
Boy, this guy's wild.
I thought he was a falcon.
Can I ask a question real quick? Both of y'all. I'm just wondering, like, if we know that Ra is a personification of the sun, and we know that his boat would be like an itemization of the sun, then we should only assume that when they telling their stories about Ra, which is the sun, and they see the sun moving, that the boat and the Ra are both synonymous to the sun, and they just telling how Ra would move across the sky.
Well, no, they need
exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Quantum.
Hold on. What you're missing is just, and that's a good question, brother. But what you were missing is this: they're explaining the movement of the sun, so they're needing the force behind the sun. So the forces are when I explained it earlier about the Kepra. Are you familiar with that? With the Kepra beetle? That's a god.
I know what you're talking about.
So in that instance, where the Kepra is in the morning time, pushing the sun across the sky, are you suggesting that Kepra is the sun, or is Kepra pushing the sun?
Well, I'm suggesting.
I'm asking you a specific question. In that instance,
are you talking to me, or are you talking to Humble? Okay. In what I studied and what my conclusion is, and remember, this is just my conclusion, my philosophy. Mm-hmm. It would seem to me that when they talk about Ra and the sun, and then they put the bark as his.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
Hold on, let him land.
Wait. Hold on. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Aten, Kepra, and Ra, and the sun cycle, right? So the sun cycle is a morning, evening. Morning, afternoon, and eagle.
Right.
In the morning, we have the Kepra beetle, right?
Right.
That pushes the
right.
What is it pushing?
Facts.
The sun.
Right. Pushes Ra. Right.
It's not the sun. It's pushing the sun. So that is representing of the force that's needed to push the sun. They're telling the story. The same force that's needed to push the solar bark.
Right. And
that's why the solar bark is the sun, and the rod sits inside the sun as the force that moves it.
And that's my exact point.
This is crucial to my point, the distinguishment. So when we have the cycle in the morning with the Kepra pushing the sun,
is Kepra pushing the sun? Or was Ra pushing the sun? You just said it was Ra,
brother. When we have in the morning time, we have the Kepra pushing the sun, the Aten in the morning. When we get to the afternoon, who do we encounter? Ra.
That's the noon sun.
We encounter Ra.
Right.
In what
form? At the noon position.
In what form do we encounter Ra?
His full form.
Hold on, because this is crucial.
Facts.
What form do we encounter Ra?
His full form.
We encounter Ra as a falcon with a sun disk on its head, pushing the Aten across the sky in the afternoon.
This man be dancing.
So that distinguishes from him being the sun. He is the force in the afternoon that pushes the sun, that pushes the Aten. Mind you, every time I'm saying sun, I should be saying Aten, right? And then we get to the evening time. So mind you, the Kepra nor the Ra are the actual sun in any of these instances.
You do know it, well,
right.
I do know.
Hold on, I get to go next. I get to answer next too. I get to answer next.
I do know I'm almost done. And in both of these instances, the Kepra is not the sun, nor is Ra the sun. They are both representatives of the force that push the sun in the morning and the afternoon time. When we get to the evening time, we encounter Atum. Atum represents the force in the evening. Atum or Tum or Atum, however you want to say his name, is not the sun, but the force in the evening time. So we have the Kepra, we have Ra, and we have Atum. All three invisible forces that are needed to move the sun through the duwats. Like, come on, brother.
Okay, now let me speak, and then I'm done. And let me speak before, and then I'm done. Humble. I'm laying real quick because I didn't fly that high. What I'm saying is this right here. If we know right now today that they were talking about the sun and they started telling a story, and the way to tell their story was to personify different things, itemize different things, the sun, the movement of the sun, what's moving the sun. These are all the same system. And just because they identify different aspects of what the sun is actually doing, they are talking of the movement of the sun across the sky, and then they're identifying different things as things that we can relate to, because at that time their technology of telling stories was to use symbolism and personification. So anytime they say a Tet, Ra, that boat named Bark, all of those are the same system of the sun moving across the sky. That's what they're talking about.
You kind of got that wrong because you're missing out the forces, because you will understand. Hold on.
I just want to ask: is there any worship? Is there any sun worship going on? I just want to ask a question now. If there's any worship going on now, we haven't any Ra'ist or a Tenist,
I want to land the plane
because I think there was some Atenist going on in history. Now, if we're going to go religious, then a 10 would be like the God, or like going to be your head point at the end of the day. Because we're going to religion, like a little bit. It's like an absolute with that. Yeah, it's like.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
We're actually the question.
There were some Atenists in the history. There were some Atenists.
Actual word they use for sun.
Something we're dealing with Atenist philosophy. Yeah.
Now hold on. Let me jump in here for a second, King J.
Atenism.
Now let me jump in here, King J. We have to understand that Aten, Keper, Atum, and all of these deities were separate deities at one point.
Right.
Ra has been added onto these deities to make them refer to the sun. Is Aten Ra. So yes, you can say that it refers to the sun, but it's not necessarily the sun in that sense. The Ra is what makes it refer to the sun in that sense. No. Because the original name, the original name of the deity was Atum. That is the oldest name for what became known as Ra. And he was referred to as the Keperu, Jet Self, which means the one who created himself. Later on, they started to merge these different things with Ra. So if you take the Ra off, you can still have Atum as a separate deity that doesn't.
Yeah, but you're missing the overall point. It's because we're referencing.
Hold on. I'm explaining to you that you're not totally wrong, but it's the Ra part that came later that made it refer to the sun. So I'm not necessarily saying that you're wrong, but the Ra is what makes it refer to the sun. That's what I'm saying. Because when you look at the text. When you look at the text, the word Keper did not refer to Ra. It referred to Atum.
It referred to the invisible forces. See, so
it referred to Atum specifically.
So Joey, but listen. Exactly. Wait, so listen.
And he wasn't Ra at the time.
So wait, Joey. And this is crucial. We have these are all what we would call cosmic forces.
Right.
Okay. So this is the point that I'm making. When we're calling with Ra, which is a cosmic force, that is, I'm establishing that Ra is the cosmic force behind the sun. It's always been that. And when we talk about Kepra, we talk about Ra and Atum. Those three are the three different forces. Invisible forces.
You're not listening.
Behind the sun.
You're not listening. Initially, they weren't. It did not represent that necessarily. They were merged later on in the text.
But see, we're not talking about the merge. We're not talking about even octanism, because I'm suggesting that even from the
you're not listening. I said initially when you read it, though all of those deities were separate. The original, when you deal with the original son, it was just Atum. He was referred to as the Keperu Jet Self, which is translated as the one who created himself. They started to merge these concepts later on, and that's what he was reading was explaining to you. He was explaining,
but he's
that
not
later on.
No,
When he was
Joey,
explaining, but hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. He was explaining that later on, Atum during Akhenaten's reign became the supreme deity because they were actually neglecting the other temples of Amen. So that's what he's explaining to you.
He wasn't.
So you are not totally wrong, but
He-
there's a context to it and a nuance to what we're trying to say to you.
No, because Joey.
Hey, I don't know if I seen. Hold on 1 second, King J. I don't know if I seen Humble say that today, but he for sure said that the other night.
What did he
Exactly
say?
what Jose just said. That after the reign of Akhenaten, that's when they started to neglect the Amun Ra, and they started to fuse basically what he was saying, the personification of Ra being Atum.
Atinism.
Right.
They called maybe like a religion out there. Shit, shit became Atinism. Nobody ain't got time for no religious mess.
That's contrary to my point, because
nobody about to worship no damn Aten on here.
That would suggest that Aten, right, in order for him, Aten practiced monotheism, right? He tried to make the Aten the only, right? So that would suggest that the word actually existed, at least existed, right? He didn't just make up Aten for son.
No, nobody said that. No.
Oh, Joey, let's not mix up the point that we're arguing.
No, we're not saying that. King
Hold on, Joey.
We're not saying that.
Quit saying that and let me say what I'm actually saying, because you're not understanding the argument then.
Go ahead, King J.
The whole point that I'm arguing is that the word for son is Aten. The celestial body. The celestial body.
But
You
King
have to
J.
be clear here. The sun, the actual
King
celestial
J.
body, the
Just
word has always been Aten.
With that personification,
Since the old kingdom, and I'm showing primary sources.
without the personification.
But hold on, King J.
Has shown none.
Aten would not be the oldest word.
But
Atum would be the oldest.
Listen, hold on.
That's what we're telling you.
Listen, I hear the chitter chatter. We've all Googled, but the only person on the panel who has shown a source is me.
But it's not primary. It's not primary.
It's more than any of y'all have done.
Do you know the text was written in hieratic and not hieroglyphic?
I know it's hieratic, Joe.
Do you know that?
I know it's hieratic.
So then you can't come and tell us you show the primary source and it was
Does the word not mean Aten because it's in hieratic?
That's not a primary source. You
Joey,
show.
does the word not mean Aten because it's in hieratic?
That's a transliteration.
Stop it.
It's not the primary.
There's a secondary source.
It's the primary. You want to read it in
No, it
hieratic?
can't
Can
be.
you read hieratic?
So is the word?
Can't be
So
the
it don't
primary,
matter. And
because it
whatever
wasn't written in
the
hieroglyphic.
translation it is.
Is the word Aten and Atum, are they used to mean personification, or are they actually used to?
It's not a different language.
keep
It's a
saying
different
Atum
script.
for? What does that have to
It's
do
not
with
different
It means son, but it don't mean the personification of the son. It means the actual son.
Atum, or you saying Atum?
What I'm explaining to him is very simple. He showed something
So
as
this
in
is the screen that I'm showing
hieroglyphic.
right now. Right?
That is not the original script.
Okay, well,
so
it ain't got to be the
that can't a
original.
primary source.
So listen, Joey.
Right. I'm asking this other question. I'm asking this other question.
I'm not saying
more than what you show.
but hold on. Hold on, Quantum.
It's more than
I'm
what
not
you
saying.
showing. So it
I'm
don't
not saying
matter,
the
right?
word is different.
All
I'm
you
saying
got
the
is
script
lip.
is different.
Show
so that
something.
can't be a primary source.
Show something, right?
Right.
I'm
not
more than what you showing. So
right. I ain't talking about him and nothing. I'm just wondering, like, is the words Atum and Aten? You said they was before Ra, but are they? They're not
No. That's not what I said. I said Atum is the oldest word
used for the son, not a personification, but the actual son.
Yes.
Okay.
Where can we? And
The
where can
original
we?
word would be Atum.
Right. Hidden son.
So
this
the
is the
native version
thing,
was
right?
Ra.
This
And
is the thing,
that was the
right?
personification of it
Yes,
to tell the
yes.
story, to tell stories of it. Okay.
Yes, in the
Okay.
creation text, yes.
Yeah, not the
In the
actual,
creation
not the
text, yes.
actual celestial object. which is different than what we
in
actually talking about.
in the creation text,
Which is different than what me and Humble were actually talking about.
but in the creation
Actual,
text,
so Joey, can you please have decorum, please?
it tells you a tomb came from the noon.
But we don't believe you. Show the source.
Represents the sun.
We don't believe you. All right, here we go.
It says that.
We don't believe you. So here I'm actually showing in the actual text.
That's what the text says.
Hold on. I'm showing you what the text says. You just talking.
That's not the original script.
Whatever it is more than what you're showing.
Primary. So stop saying that.
Joey.
You're showing us you're showing us a super duper. That's about third or fourth.
Let me show you the source where it's from.
That's about a third or fourth hand source.
Hold on. Let me show you the source to show you that it's more reputable than you. You see the bibliography? It's more reputable than you.
Which one of those are primary though?
It's from a university. Hold on.
Which one of those are primary?
It's not a primary source. That's not my argument, Joey. What are you talking about?
Right,
I don't want to have a dumbass argument with you about is it a primary source or not when it ain't got to be. It's more than what you showing.
Well, the point I'm making is
right now.
The point I'm making is it's not a
Joey,
primary
please.
source.
You have no point, and we're not talking to you. So
everybody's talking because we're having a conversation. So you can't tell me that everybody's
Joey, you're
talking
not even in the conversation.
Yes, I am because we're having a conversation.
How?
It's not only about you.
This is me and Humble.
Everybody's trying to have a conversation
with me.
Man.
Okay, but I don't want to. So Joey, I need you to be quiet right now because
no,
you're not
you
showing nothing.
No, you don't.
I will put the primary source.
The primary source isn't going to make a difference in this case.
And I want you to
put up a primary source in this case isn't going to make a difference.
Brother, can you read her writing?
Really fast. One mic, y'all. One mic.
Did you hear what I said? I said
you can't read it.
Me pulling up a primary source in this
Joey,
case
me pulling up Joey. Me pulling up hieratic does nothing to a panel of people who can't read it.
Okay.
So it makes sense when you talk to me.
Okay.
So shut up, please. You said all that just to make no sense.
No,
brother, please shut up.
You can't read hieroglyphics either.
So no, I can't. But I'm showing you a source today, which is more than what you're doing. So what we see here, the word. So this is what I want to do. Is be the person who actually shows the text. Because I can go to Google and show everything on Google too. I don't want to go to Google. Okay, I believe I hear that. Well, I'm showing you what the actual text says.
Let it rock out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I'm not gonna be the one to go to Google and use Wikipedia as my go-to sources. I want to actually go to the sources, what they actually say, and we go read that. This source that I'm vetting right now is from St. Andrews University. Right? It has the bibliography listed at the top. Right, hold on. I'll show you the bibliography again. Because I don't want you to think. I want to use accredited sources because I want to raise the level of the scholarship on the platform to whereas, okay, at least the brother's vetting sources, right? He's showing sources that have bibliographies. This source has a bibliography, several of them, actually. So this is more than what any of the other brothers on the panel has done today. So at least I'm establishing some sort of scholarship. I'm not just talking and giving commentary on something.
That's fair.
So this is a bibliography. So that means that you can go look at any of these.
We heard you the first 5 times you said that's fair, Jose. You don't have to keep saying that's fair.
Okay. My bad. But I'm just using this to show the source. So in this source right here, I'm showing that the word son is the word aten. So I'm just challenging the brother.
You do know I can show you that some of these things have mistakes in them, right? And they leave out words.
I'm just not even talking to you right now.
No, I'm just explaining to you. I can show you some of, hold on. Let me just say something. I can show you that some of these things.
No, you can't just say something right in the middle of my conference of me saying something. You can't just say, hold on, let me say something right in the middle of me saying something.
I apologize. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Crazy to me. So I'm just overkill with the primary source. This is the word aten. We see it here. The J actually represents the I. It probably will be a reed leaf. So it's ITN, iten, actually, and it's the word for son. This is what they said. So I'm just challenging the brother Humble to, can you do this same thing? Can you come to a source like this and show the word sun right there, and then show the word Ra in any Egyptian primary text? And if so, just do it, because we've been on the line screen 6 hours.
Yeah, right. Long time on this.
And if not, I can go to the pyramid text and show pyramid text 268.9 that shows the word Aten for the word sun. So you got to show me an older source or an older pyramid text that says something different. You can't. One thing about MetaNetter is you can't Google that shit. You got to actually go to the text and actually have some sort of understanding of the words. When I pulled this up, the brother had no understanding of what these little words or symbols even meant. He talking. He Googling now.
What do you got to say? Quantum onlyism. What do you think, brother? With these hidden forces and things being pushed all over during the 12 hours of day and 12 hours of nighttime, blah blah blah. What do you think about all that, brother?
Me?
Well,
just trying to change gears here, trying to diversify the subject matter.
Yeah, no, they having a good discord. It comes into mind because, like I said, my view is that if we know that they were trying to speak of the sun, and like right now today, we know what the sun is and what it consists of. And I know about the stories that Kemet had about those, and I know that they telling their stories and they personify like the sun, and they give it the personification of Ra or Atum, and that's what I was trying to figure out. If they didn't say sun, they would say Atum.
Is personification that thing, or does that mean does that in itself distinguish it from being the actual thing itself?
Once we understand
of something.
My bad. Once we understand that that's a personification, then we should know that without personification, what is the sun doing?
No, not even what it's doing.
Good point. Real
not
good
even
point.
No, I think you went too far. Personification. Wait.
Is it just the sun doing its own thing, independent of everything else? I would say no. I agree with Quantum. Right. What is it doing in the greater scheme of things? Right. When we apply wisdom and so forth.
But before we even get to what it's doing, what is it? Because the fact that it is the personification is different than the actual thing that is personifying lets you know that it's not that thing. Right? The epitaph
exactly.
If you go absolute, right? If you go to an absolute, like to the physical, right? Yeah. If we just
so that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying the other night, which is pretty much what sparked the conversation. I was saying that my understanding of Ra being documented in the context and in Egyptian artifacts, like I think the Papyrus West card is one of the references that I had on the night of the debate, and he's referred to as the sun god and not the actual sun.
Exactly.
And that was my whole thing, and that's what King J was basically just expressing.
That Ra, Atum, Kepra, they are personified, invisible. They're the cosmic forces, the invisible forces behind the sun that cause it to move. And
now today, I got you, King J. Now check this out. Now today we understand that the motions of the sun and the sun in the place that it is from its own accord in the own processes and forces that hold it there and move it there. The orbits of the planets are orbiting in that planet because of the gravity of the sun. So when you talk about those forces, it's still part of the sun system. And this is what I believe that they were doing in Kemet. They was personifying these things to tell about the sun and the movement of it. Now, if we want to to say that they was intentionally saying that Ra was a real person outside of the sun and the sun was doing something, then I can't agree with that. I can only
Me
agree
either.
with the story.
Right. I get into religion, like religious. Right.
Right.
Right. Facts. And also that attendeism. That's another form of like a religion.
Yeah,
Can't get with that
it's
either.
not about
Right.
it being a person. I think when we say person, we taking it out of context.
Because we get into
Like,
separation
'cause
and all this other kind of shit.
that's not necessarily in the definition of what a neter would be or what a god would be in any of these ancient languages. They're always considered to be like powers and forces, and then when it does get on a manly level, that's when you're talking about like rulers and judges and actual people. But that's not what we're talking about when we're talking about something like Ra. You see what I'm saying?
To my understanding, Ra has been synonymous with light, radiance, and light, and synonymous with the day, the actual day, not the actual celestial object, the item itself. That's the distinguishment that I'm trying to make with the brother. That light does not always associate with sun. Even in the Bible, they say God said, "Let there be light," but He didn't make the sun until what, day 3? Something was lit before the sun. But that's not my argument here or there. I'm just arguing that it actually could be that actual force. Those cosmic forces.
Right. Could be the Atum aspect.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a point. That's a point there.
That's debatable. Yes, that's real. I would say agreeable. Could agree.
And as a Hebrew, I'm here to tell y'all that I don't fit in the box of niggas that disagree with that. You see what I'm saying? I don't believe that all these texts are here, and ancient texts that are older than the Bible that I believe in are supposed to be discredited. I'm not one of them radical believers. You see what I'm saying? It don't work like that, because like I was telling Pan the other night, I have to go off of evidences to even have faith. I can't just go off of just blind faith. I ain't never seen nothing to add up. I ain't never seen the other 2 to equal the 4. I'm going off of 1, 2, and I'm still saying, yep, I got 4. I know I got 4. Like, nah, I don't work like that.
That's respectable, brother. When someone's allowing themselves to publicly open themselves up for scrutiny and to expound into areas that's not so familiar versus their religious texts and so forth. That's how I proceed and set myself and got to know what I know. A little bit I do know. Get out of my comfort zone.
Got to.
That's a good conversation. Definitely good conversation.
I respect atheists. I respect atheists the same way. They take that same approach my brother Emmanuel just said, just in a different regard, different how, same what, different how, and they open their mind up in that way.
And I ain't gonna lie, the brother Emmanuel been showing me a lot of growth too.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Emmanuel, that's my bro.
Like, whatever he been doing, he been on some. Some good shit.
Hey, I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. Hey,
Shalom,
look, I was gonna say earlier too, man. Hey, out of all the cutting off that King J used to do, man, y'all niggas do not let him talk. They do not let you talk for nothing. It's like payback. It's like payback now, bro. Like you be, hey, look, you'll sit back and let niggas talk and be like, nah, I remember a couple months ago.
Yeah, fam, I ain't no shit. I do like this. It's a good topic. It's a good topic for sure. It kind of corresponds with what we talking kind of about the quantum aspects. Kind of. I know we jumped from the Egyptian to the to the quantum physics, but
no doubt. It's all connected. It's all connected.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It seemed that we jumped, but we still trying to answer the same question.
Same question that they might have been asking themselves too. That's interesting. I wonder if Newton just built upon what they already knew.
Oh shit, hell no! I would assert no doubt. In some regard, for sure. I mean, yeah. They might have changed some terminology here and there and the established think tanks. We've seen it happen before, namely, actually with Egyptology. Some would speculate that they, you don't see any other civilization, right? Whether it be Sumerian or Mesopotamian or Phoenician or whatever. You never, I don't know if you guys have. I haven't heard of experts called Phoeniciologists. I've never met a Sumerianologist. but I've heard quite a bit of Egyptology. That's not by happenstance, family. They found a gold mine in Egypt which is Egypt. No such thing as ancient Egypt. Really, that's a new word. But anyway, we'll just keep it the way it is. There's no other reason they put a field of study around, particularly that's, in my opinion, that civilization and that culture and et cetera, is because of the majesty that was contained within. By and large, some would say to change or augment some of the information and or say gatekeep it.
You know what we need to do is something on the Aswan Dam, the flooding of that dam and how they flooded Nubia from the first 4 cataracts and all of the temples and stuff they destroyed, all the history.
Right.
They probably did that on purpose to show that those Nubians were black people. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's debatable. Yeah, and that's controversial. I mean, yeah. I mean, to establish that. How you gonna name a field of study of science after a civilization? It only just makes sense. But that's what they've done with Egypt. See.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a Mesopotamianologist. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about you guys. I've never heard of that before. I never heard of it. Any other.
When they say Egypt, what puts you in mind? What do you think of when they say Egypt?
What's that?
When they say Egypt, what does that put you in mind of? Like
when the conventional fields of what you call the authority, scientific present day authority. It puts me in the mind of but it forces most, particularly the layman's, to look through that study, that civilization, so from Western conventional eyes, as Egyptologists, quote unquote, would have framed it for such research. They'll establish the research parameters. They'll publish most of the, the literature or whatever, right? They'll perform most. Some would say, hell, they perform most of the digs over there, right? And we can go on and on. Yeah, we can just go all the way out with that stuff, but. I would say, go ahead, brother.
No, I was gonna say, well, more or less, I was asking about because when I hear the word Egypt, I say Hekapata. I say Hekapata, and that takes me to the Nile Delta, Memphis, to a temple.
Okay, that's what you're saying, right? I think Tamaray personally.
Okay, so you're familiar with the beloved man, the beloved.
Yeah, I go. Yes, sir.
But so Tamaray, but. I think in those instances I would say Tamehu, and I would say Tashemeh.
Okay, I can dig it.
Tamehu for the north, the land of the papyrus, and then I would say Tashemehu for land of reeds, the south. That's kind of more Then I know about the 42 different spots from Taseti, But so to me, those are 2 different countries. You know what I'm saying? 2 different totally countries. Tamehu, and the Nile Delta, and then you have the southern Tashemeh, which would consist of what modern day Thebes be. When you say Egypt, I think of an empire. So I would think of the consolidation from Aswan all the way up until the Nile, the Nile Delta. Any period before then, I think of autonomous city-states that all had their own specific standards, ensigns, and deities that they worship autonomously. So, we had wars between the different spots, of course, some confederacies, but all in all, I don't see anything homogenous really about it until we get to the Roman time periods. I might have lost y'all a little bit.
Y'all still there?
Yo.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm still here. Are you familiar with any of the different dynasties? Sadiq?
Yo, hello.
Are you familiar with any of the different dynasties?
Some within the for sure. I mainly find I think Akhenaten's the reign was pretty I think how he's some people say this dude is actually the biblical Moses is pretty interesting. I don't know. I'm still my hands are still tied in terms in that regard. Like I don't know, man. You guys anybody subscribe to that?
Akhenaten being the biblical Moses, nah. I think that's a little time-wise a little outdated as far as actually being ever possible. I think when I think of Akhenaten, I think of like incest, family incest, in particular, that distinguished itself from the different Sapots. These are all basically just different nomarchs, you know what I'm saying? And they all are implementing their own, religion, So he tries to impose this sort of Akhenatism or whatever upon these people, and they got him up out of there real quick. You know what I'm saying? His family lineage represents to me a lot of incest that we don't see in a lot of the other dynasties. It's strictly, and I think they do that because I guess they're trying to go back to saying the what's this Neset during that time period, the embodiment of the Aten, or I'm not quite sure how that worked at that time period, but Moses, no. When I think about Moses, I would probably put him around 1400 BC, 1450 BC, anywhere between 1450 BC to 1250 BC as a early date. You know what I'm saying? And if I would associate him with any type of pharaoh, it probably would be none. I don't see any stories that really correlate to him.
Some say Amos. I think some.
I thought about that. That name literally corresponds to, Yah is the beginning part of that name. Yamos. I don't know. I think it's a mythos. To be quite fair, I think it corresponds with like Sargon mythos a lot with the finding the child in the basket, the reed basket. I think that's similar to that. So I don't think he's an actual person at all, actually.
I subscribe to the myth, the mythological understanding.
Mythos, yeah. I think it's more of a, for one, it's an Egyptian word, for sure. It's a triliteral word. The M and the S and the S, possess, actually means to anoint. So in the Egyptian, that word means they used to anoint the pharaohs with the crocodile oil. The crocodile oil was what they used to use to anoint the soot, and the word for crocodile was it's like mashesh, MSS mashesh. So they get that word from anoint. It later turns into Christos from it comes from that. I argue that word mashesh, which is the word for crocodile, which is used. They use the crocodile oil to anoint the kings, turned into the word meshi, the Hebrew word meshiach, which means and turned into the Greek word Christos, which means to anoint. That was my understanding of that.
One day we got to get in touch into some of this set Typhon focus and some of that so-called old world pre old kingdom religion. Some say dealt with the worship of Sut, Sut, and Typhon, pretty much Typhonian mythos. That'd be kind of cool. That's something that's hardly ever talked about back here.
I never heard of that.
Yeah, that's back way back before Ra and all these other contemporary terms came about.
Is that Greek?
Yeah.
It sounds Greek. Typhonian.
Oh no, hell no. This is way before that.
Really?
Yeah, this is way back. I have to go through my notes and get the timeline, but we're talking about old shit. Go by names of Set Typhon. Some of the terms are synonymous with that mythos.
That's not Greek.
Mainly from
mythos?
Set. Yeah, some would say Set was one of the. I can't even say. I'm up here driving and shit. Let me see. He's taken from that. As I can say, basically. The so-called what you would call worship by today's standards, Set would have been supposedly worshipped then, coming from the aspects of chaos. It's similar to what's been understood now, but it's a more dark origin. Like right now, Set he's been demonized so much so.
So that's what I was going to say. Actually, that Set represents chaos. So
Right.
Set would be the Egyptian, and I think that Typhonius would be the Greek rendition of Set.
You'll find some of that the wording from them, but yes, I mean if you go to the Greek literature, you'll find if you haven't seen it before, then it's from them. But they've taken this out of the Egyptian the Kemetic mythos system.
Yeah. I think everything comes from that. But So I mean, I may take that back because I do want to argue about a shared culture between Mesopotamia. So it doesn't mean that everything is coming from Egypt. It
Right.
could be, it could be from encounters through other mechanisms.
True. And I mean, so from time to time, I even go read some of the Greek literature, because sometimes they'll tell the truth to their own people before they'll tell it through our eyes as we see it,
I think
so I don't throw away white literature wholeheartedly, right? Because you have to, when they put their names on it in the title and they're crediting them themselves, notice they'll spill the beans in many instances. They'll tell because they making they're taking the full credit, so they'll tell it all outright. Sometimes it would behoove some who subscribe to just reading black literature to take a look at find a few good so-called white ones that you could trust, that has a reputation of really divulging key information, because they'll tell the truth when they put their name on it. Sometimes I've seen that before. They'll just kind of reduce the truth or decapitate the black fullness, the embodiment of how history truly happened through black eyes. They'll just do a ghostwrite penmanship on it and give you a brief story with the black face on it, black title on it, black authorship on it. But they'll tell it all the way out. Yeah, that's a great way to look at research too.
So you think Alexandria happened?
What's that? No, man, not that's it across the board. You have to pick and choose with that, It's like finding a needle in a haystack.
In general, that concept sounds about right, to where they would have something absorbatory where they would stockpile, all of the, the ancient, texts from different places, and once they translated it all into their Greek language, mysteriously, all of it disappeared. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly. Yeah,
everything takes me back to Greek. Everything. I can't, you know what I'm saying? So it makes me believe they translated everything out of whatever original.
Right. Yeah, that happens a lot. Yeah, I would say don't throw away the Greek literature, guys. Take it with a grain of salt. But remember, just imagine if you were those guys. Switch places with those guys. Right.
Everything. I think that's my next endeavor is to learn Greek.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Yeah, I'm looking at some things myself. Maybe getting some travels. I want to study abroad at least for about a good 6 months to a year or so. I just got to figure out which body to go through to do it. And I can trust. If I can try to scam my ass.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't want to go anywhere that I don't have to worry about being kidnapped or.
Right, man. Right.
I want to go to American-friendly countries when we're not in times of war. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
No black folks going down to Mexico right now for no reason. I used to go down there through the Tamarie Institute I'm affiliated with here locally in Michigan, under Baba Kalindi. Yeah, just outside of Detroit. Yep.
My mom is up there. What part are you at? She in? Are you familiar with Southfield?
Yep, I'm in Southfield right now. Actually, I just put up the
Okay.
Planet Fitness.
Okay. Yeah, I ain't telling you dropping her Jack low, but she up there like the Oak Park, 9 Mile, Greenfield area.
Yeah. Well, I just passed through there. Yep.
Yeah,
Real nice area. Real nice area.
I like the Greenfield area. It's very all black owned. Everybody owns their houses.
Right.
It's very metro, chocolate city type. I like Detroit. You know what I'm saying? Now once you
Yeah, it's
cross
pretty
8
cool.
Mile, I haven't been up there here in about a couple of years to see. Last I was up there, everybody was buying up the property, the houses. So I wonder how's that's going.
Right now, we're seeing a few things. That's a loaded scenario there to really get into that. By and large, we're seeing this happen actually across the country right now, particularly where black urban hubs are being included in the Detroit metro area and the Southfield area. But even not just the best areas, but also your ghettos, your Detroit ghettos and other ghettos around the country, Ghetto USA, are being invaded by not only the whites are coming back into the city to regentrify the old territories, but they're bringing hordes of immigrants in, and we're seeing that here locally. So much to say.
Why do you? Okay, so two questions. Why do you think they brought in the hordes of immigrants? Do you think it's because the plan wasn't working? Because for one, okay. The second question: what role do you think that we play in actually bringing down the property value so that they actually can do the things that they actually want to do?
So much going on. We've seen some things that didn't make any sense in terms of some of the abandoned properties here in the Detroit area were left, particularly in the roughest areas. When people particularly didn't live there, we noticed the utilities were left on. The water and lights and gas was left on in an abandoned place. And so that would allow these foreigners and whites who are coming back, and not only just locally whites moving from the rural areas of Michigan, but also they were bringing in incentivizing out of town, out of state whites.
So
and foreigners
look.
But let me I'm gonna run that point out real quick, just to give you the dynamics how this is evolving. It's evolving as we speak. Just give the families because remember this is happening across the country. So wherever it's not just here. We're seeing this in other trends, similar trends around the country. So they bring these guys in there, incentivizing these guys into moving to Chicago's ghettos, South Side LA, South Side Houston, whatever, right? Because we see people coming up out of the ghettos of Atlanta. They pushing them all out. Bankheads all being it's all gentrified. Harlem, whatever. But what we're finding out is that here, at least in the Detroit side too, because I have a first eye experience, live here in this area, is that they're giving them different grants and different incentives, home improvement incentives and tax incentives or whatever, rebates, blah blah blah, to bring these guys in during this particular time on the planet. There's a lot going on right now, just stateside. And white America, we can see they're somewhat scared and they're panicky and they're moving back in to entrench themselves with us. At a glance, a lot of people won't understand why they're doing that, but I would say from a strategic, militaristic standpoint, to gain intelligence, to be right up under you as you're coming to your senses, it would behoove you to be right up underneath the people like that, so you can be right next to them and see what they're doing and thinking and whatever. That way, if you decide to take some of this knowledge and weaponize it, right, and you're a good teacher, some of us are better teachers than others, some of us are just charismatic and just magical with this shit, then we need to be next to you to see what's the what, right? And we've seen this in some of the religious texts, the biblical texts, they talked about it as an empire falls, they send spies among you, particularly your ghettos. Right, even in those who are Hebrew and so forth, we've seen that the so-called Pharaoh sent in his troops and whatever, and people and his spies or whatever, not to the rich areas of Egypt, so to speak, or your boule class, your aristocratic class of the people who are going to be marginalized. He sent it to the marginalized ghettos. They're doing that now in Detroit and all around for the same damn reason. They're sending them in to hear and see what you say, to join into your talking spaces, and to live among you, right? And they're angry. They don't like you, and we're seeing that. We're seeing there's a lot of hostility around here. We're dealing with Jim Crow-esque 2.0 type conditions around here. We're seeing an influx of minorities and foreigners we've never seen before. Indians are moving into Detroit, running the gas stations. That's unheard of. We've never seen that before. We got Mexicans coming out of every woodwork in Detroit now, and they're owning these homes, and they're being. And I can go on and on this to illustrate the different. It's a lot of things happening at the same time, right? But that way, if you ever decide to entrench yourself, and just to hit this one, just 2 more sentences on being right underneath you as a strategic strategy during this particular time during the Black Renaissance, right? That we are going through here. That we need to see that way. If you pop off anything, we might not want to deal with you in a guerrilla standpoint in the state of affairs, guerrilla warfare. We don't want that to happen, right? So we would prefer to come in among you and move you back out to the suburbs. We switch places with you. We come from the suburbs and put you out in the suburbs, and we then come into the city where there's better quality structures, better quality resource access to, your utilities. And here in Detroit, as you have access to our water department and the riverfront and all this other stuff. And that way, you can, when you do act up, we'll incentivize you to get out of here. We're seeing a lot of that here under Section 8. We're seeing this around the country too.
So what you say that the middle class has been eradicated is either you got it or you don't up there. Like it's just the have and the have nots. Like it's no middle.
Pretty much.
Like
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, brother.
And I mean, yeah, it's all. I like how you broke that down. You know what I'm saying? Especially
the
I mean, class and being sent to the poor because they're able to use money, the incentive to Well, I it's crazy because they sent a lot of immigrants to Chicago, and like you say, they got into it with the local Chicagoans around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's heinous. I've been following the Chicago situation. It's crazy over there. My Chicago contacts are telling me horror stories, bro. I'm not even talking about just the fancy middle class. Them too, right? True. But we're talking about from the lower of the low. We got these motherfuckers that being there. The hood is being entrenched on and encroached upon. We're talking about gang members. I'm getting complaints from gang members. Gangs that, man, got them Asian gangs in this motherfucker arm coming through here.
I think they gave them guns too.
Right, yeah, facts. I agree. They're saying that. They're saying that they know they're popping up all of the fancy latest shit, latest weaponry and all this. Go into it, but it's a lot to say about that stuff. When you get into that social engineering, man, it's just.
And what happened? They got a couple of the guys locked up. Whereas basically. The dudes that they was buying their guns from were military police officers.
Really?
Who came into the hood trying to get, sell them. So it's almost like an entrapment type of a situation, but
facts. Oh yeah, facts. All of no one's buying the murder rate in Chicago. I'm not. No one's. We got 10,000 motherfuckers die in 6 months. Yeah, right, man. There's been so much vids popping up online, man, showing undercover cops doing snipe attacks and incentivizing foreigners.
It sound like we making up stuff.
Wearing masks.
No, it's not.
It's at a glance. Like I mentioned earlier, at a glance, most won't see this. At a glance, if you just glance at this stuff, you're not really, in tune with this stuff. You're not living and breathing and stuff like that. You're trying to get away from it more or less. Just, versus this is when I want to get my hands dirty with a bunch of hoodlum niggas. I was raised like that. I want to get away from that. I think karma's just taking a course on ignorant black people. I wouldn't so much throw it away to that. A lot of that shit's engineered. I mean, we can go on and on. Even talking about some of these crime sprees we're seeing on the media with so-called the youth running up in these places. There was, don't be dismayed by that either. Don't just all of that's not us. There was a case, it was a case out of California, I believe, that they busted some of the leaders. This one particular get together, as it were, as Latino and Asians. So next time, study about it. I'm talking about the videos where they're all covered up and they have their hands covered with gloves and shit. Monitor the anatomy of some of these people. All of these guys have Latino and Asian makeups in terms of their physiology and things like that. So they caught these particular duos, like a man and a lady or whatever. And what they found out was they had organized. They get these guys together into the local. Like for instance, let's say if me had this woman, whatever, with me, and we just want, I'm maybe Asian or whatever, and I want to, set up niggas and make us look bad so we can drive the crime rate up artificially up, whatever, to bring the heat on niggas in this particular area. What I'm going to need to do is pick an area to be targeted. I'm going to pick the fanciest area. Around here, we got some place called Troy or Bloomfield Hills. That's like where the rich of the rich, upper 1% live in this area. Now, the people now notice on the news article, no, the news events you see guys see on TV, a lot of the places that's hit, right, by these hordes, supposedly black teen hordes, are in the glitzy areas mostly, right? Niggas can't even get 4 or 5 niggas to walk in there in a group without being busted up. They done it for one. We not from that area. How you can get a lot of teens in the highest, in the most rich laid areas to conduct these so-called hordes or whatever, not happening. Notice these crime things are not really happening in the utter ghettos of it. It's always in the kind of semi-well-to-do areas because we need to elicit some kind of effect to shock that particular constituency into signing off on some laws. I won't go too far ahead of myself, but my point here is that how to get these guys out to these areas, right? From the organization standpoint, let's say me and this woman, whatever, we got to, we want to get some niggas in trouble. What I do, we'll go online and we make a post go viral. Hey guys, we're gonna meet up over at Somerset Mall. That's one of the high-end malls, right? It's always a nice ass mall. They be tearing up, right? Usually, we want to meet at the Somerset Mall tomorrow night. We're gonna go up there and turn up. We're gonna have it good together. We're gonna get together and celebrate. Make up some reason. We're gonna give out free shoes. We're gonna give out. Maybe it's near a holiday. We're gonna celebrate Memorial Day weekend. We got Memorial Day weekend coming up, right? We'll celebrate Memorial Day weekend. Just go out there and cook and have a cook off and just talk about, read some poetry, whatever young people do. Get together. On some apparently innocent shit. This is how they get them together. They don't go out and just get out there, just tear up shit. They get to that. But first you got to get them out there. It's not hard to do trick a bunch of kids, right? They get you out there under some other guys. Nicki Minaj may come through. They may say whatever. Some so and so, little whoever come, little vert, little blah blah blah, whatever. So you get these guys all in this particular area, in this up-to-do area, or decent area, right? To pop it off. Now, once you get out there, then you change the narrative. You say, man, you know what? As you get later, they know a lot of kids gonna be high as hell, smoking weed and all this other shit by that time. So now you turn it into something else. You turn and make that shit into a mob atmosphere. Talking about we should get clothes and shit. We should take this shit. We this, we that, whatever. And then these kids go to feeling that shit, and before you know, you got a few of them that go to hitting on cars or whatever. And before you turn the whole event into a damn flash mob and shit, we're seeing that tactic too as well. Where black people are actually legitimately present. They're not Asians or like. We've seen some black mobs too. But what I'm hearing from some of those, I know a couple of these guys. I have some kids, second cousins that live over in out west, and they were saying that this is how they were going, how they would organize this. They would go on social media beforehand, like that, maybe a week before it even happens, right? And they kind of cook these guys up, just fucking seduce their ass to get their ass to go out there, right? What they call it, grooming and shit, groom these guys to all meet up at this one particular area. Maybe it's near a holiday, or maybe it's an extended weekend, or whatever. Somebody's birthday, one of the guys, a couple guys' birth, whatever. And that's what we were seeing. So they do that here occasionally too. They did it. Actually, we had something newsworthy that something similar that occurred actually a couple weekends ago. And they all got together. They met into the downtown here in Detroit. For those who don't know, downtown's been gentrified totally. And so now it looks like New York City, or like Las Vegas down in downtown Detroit. You heard it right. And so we're dealing with $600,000-$700,000 apartment buildings, and some apartment buildings are costing upwards of $2 to $3 million, and they're going up every year. We're dealing with $5,000 to $6,000 rent in Detroit. In Detroit, yes, it's all online. It's hard to believe. At any rate, you got a pack of hood kids popped up down there about 2 weekends ago. They don't even live there, right, guys? They don't live there. They're not from that area, right? You see how sneaky this shit is? And so they got these guys down here. Now, when they went down there, all they showed was these guys hanging out innocently for the first few hours, whatever. And all of a sudden, a few hours later, it's online. The news reports are all online, and you'll see this total pandemonium. Kids running up and down, she walking down. A lot of that's engineered. See, they're manipulating our kids. See, by unseen forces online. See, there's so much more to say about that, because you should see how the crowds acted. Lock their asses up. Fuck these hood. I
have a question real quick.
What's that?
How long do you think that they've had this AI technology before they gave it to us?
I can't say. But I can say is that they have to tell you what they're going to do to you before they do it to you. That's a certain set of laws. I'm a student of the occult and the alchemy and things like that.
They're doing it. They definitely doing it.
Right. They're bound by law to do that. They have to.
So
They
you
can't just do
believe in the
things to you.
cloning? So
What's
you
the,
believe in the cloning and stuff like that? Like you
no
think that?
doubt. Not as just commonly taught on YouTube or anything that you see up on the social media spaces. I'm familiar with that conversation too.
Mhm.
But I won't say it's so far away as you know that's not necessarily impossible.
Well,
But I
what I
can't.
will say is
Yeah.
that it's been since this is 2026. It's been since 2003 that the FDA hasn't had to disclose that the meat that they're selling are cloned animals.
Oh, you're talking about in that regard.
I'm just saying, like in general, that even in that regards, we've been eating cloned meat
Right.
for at least 2003. Those that
Yeah.
I haven't ate meat since
Right.
2005.
Right. You're talking about
But
from a dietary standpoint. Yo,
yeah,
oh hell yeah, Trump. I follows that closely. I have to go through my notes, but within I think for Trump's first presidency, he came out and made it legit. He actually passed a law
yeah.
that says he got with the FDA and they got together and made it legal for human consumption of cloned meat. I was
Yeah,
blown away when I seen that.
yeah, that's why I said. So we've been doing that. So I'm just
Right.
like, so how close did we take it to the next step with actually human cloning? And I was asking for any instances because we have the conspiracy theories about like Jamie Foxx and those type of things.
Right. That's what I was referring to. Right. Right.
Yeah, but like not but like. Do you think that they've been integrated amongst us?
It's been a lot of speculation, man. We get into speculation. I mean, we've seen the movies.
Right. That's what it's saying. If they got us, can't do nothing without telling us first. I think the movies are always a good example of what they actually trying to do. You might have bumped into some, I don't know, because nowadays, I mean, even around here, we have a lot of self checkout to where they're getting rid of a lot of even, the employees. They don't need them.
Right. Right. Facts, bro.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah,
Yeah, they have to get rid because we can't be trusted anymore. We can't be trusted, and so when you're eating healthy now, you're jogging, you want to run, or now you want to get. I'm actually at front of Planet Fitness. You want to work out now. You want to read books now. Yeah, you get so confused now. We're so this and we're so that, particularly upon. So we start studying and enriching ourselves, and now they're just ready to kick us out of these jobs and out of the switch in the society
out of the matrix
to transfer from a human resource. I talk about this a whole lot into what we call a machine-based resource. It's so much to say about that.
The matrix. So
yes, that's a lot, man. Get into that so much. Yeah.
Those who are waking up, it's just like another tactic that they're implementing to try to get rid of us.
Right. And the black reality is part of that as well. By and large, evil turns on everyone at the end of the day, black and white and others. But we're noticing that with this onset of AI, as it takes on, particularly in different facets of society, namely law enforcement and its other military applications and things like that. It'll be rationalized through high crime rates.
Have you seen
unverified. Wait, I just wanted to run that point out real quick. Unverified immigration status. We're seeing the contributions from crime from immigrants, and we're seeing a lot of chaos. And that's not a lot of it's. Some of it's natural, but I would say most is artificially inflated, and in some areas overreported. And so we've seen AI being applied to the law enforcement arm of society. I think out of Texas a few years ago. I think Micah, they actually killed him with a robotic dog. AI ran dog. So, and we've heard about black folks getting run over by automated autonomous cars. So we're already seeing, and under the guise of mistakes, of course. Why we didn't do it. The car must have clearly had a bug in it. It ran over who? Oh my God! This is horrible. We definitely got to look more. We're seeing it now. We're seeing it now. And what was that you asked me, brother?
No, I was asking about. We're talking about like through movies how they possibly show us through things. I was thinking
totally
about movies like
right.
Total Recall.
Right. Yeah. The Matrix, all of them. Terminator. Yeah. They got to show that. Yeah.
That's something that they can do now as far as like implementing memories.
There's been speculation with the manipulation, what we call D-wave technology and other forms of electromagnetic manipulation in terms of rays and expelling rays through different covert apparatuses and things to manipulate the mind and artificially induce short-term amnesia We're seeing that also used through the pharmaceuticals, street level as well. A lot of your street level medication, drugs rather, all stepped on drugs, quote unquote stepped on drugs, right, are noticeably always inducing amnesia to some degree or another. A lot of people that's using this shit, everybody's losing their, no matter how they're doing it, it's a multifaceted onslaught, no doubt. But it's affecting memory. I know a lot of motherfuckers, young 20, 30 something, bro. Mine's like they can't remember nothing. It's starting to pop up in all your rap records now. Listen to some of those lyrics now. Yeah, I love when my mind go blank. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? My shit went all dark. I be listening to that shit like, damn. It's being popular so bad that it's getting into popular media on the rap side. I've been hearing quite a few tracks where there's lyrics alluding to mind going blank and all this shit. And so that's not by happenstance. And so to stop this awareness, we have to attack your memory banks. See, you have to attack the memory banks. And so there's elements of that in the Terminator and Matrix movies, where human intellect is being usurped and undermined. It's by a lot of mechanisms, one through extreme censorship. Right, you can't, like the things we're saying here now. A lot of this would be considered extremism and things like that. We'll, they're trying to tighten the noose on that, and copyright a lot of what we would do, copyright our creativity, or and try to block us from creating, and talking like this, because that's the greatest threat to the system. And this has all been shown, in, I would say, eloquently in the Matrix and in Terminator, and so forth. And even with some of our rudimentary understandings of AI, you see, it has to hang out, listen to everything we say, watch and see everything we say or do, whatever, so it can learn from us pretty much. They call it machine learning, and then thwart you and watch you, kind of stymie your creative, your intent, your natural nature to create. And then soon as you create something, they'll take it, upload it, rename it, and establish it to introduce to the masses kind of before you do, and then censor you, right? We're seeing a lot of elements of this, and this is also seen in the Matrix as well. And also the darkening of the sun. We hear about Elon and your boy Gates. They're talking about putting some kind of a grid around the Earth, and they've tried it before a few years ago under Operation Scope X. This is all public information. It was like a $3-4 million plan to help darken or cool the Earth down. Right? Yeah, I don't want to start that up again, right? To cool the sun down. Should I say which word should I use for sun, right? But they want to cool the sun down because we know that as we warm up, so does the sun intensifies. Everything's quickened. Everything's warming up faster, moving faster, vibrating faster, and the sun is part of that dynamic. And so that is also tied into the Matrix, and particularly was it Terminator? Was it the Matrix? I think it was the Matrix, where they had a sky darkening aspect as well played out in there, which is interesting as well. I could go into that if we want, but also there's a biblical aspect for those who subscribe to the Bible, that the sun will be darkened in the so-called final days. Here we are. Those days are here, guys. Whatever position, the perspective you subscribe to, it would pick whatever it's all saying the same thing. It just, it's interesting. I'll just stop there, but yeah, very interesting. Can you guys still hear me? I can't hear anything.
Out to Michigan's Natural Living for the super chat. He says, "Power to the panel. Great convo. However, let's use some decorum. Please proceed." Shout out to Michigan's Natural Living. Appreciate you, big dog.
Appreciate you, A1, man. Man, A1. That's my dude from day one. Yeah, brothers. But what do you think, King J? What do you think about the do you subscribe? Some people say that the truth is found in the movies beforehand. I remember, King J, that life imitated the movies back in the day. But now, are we seeing that the movie is now telling you what's going to happen in real life? What do you think? Hello?
Speaking of movies, I did want to do that movie review with you. I'm about to pull up that trailer so you could check it out real quick while we wait on King J to respond to you.
Okay. Yeah, for sure, bro. Yeah, we got to get into that. Okay, as long as you guys can hear back, let's keep on going, Eddie. And so, that this is why the
What was your question
preoccupation.
though that you asked? You said
That's King J, that we were talking about movies and how some truth is being put into places where
you cut out. I don't know if you can hear me. Are you there, Sadiq? You cut out. Okay. Sadiq isn't there. You might have to leave and come back, Sadiq. We can't hear you if you can hear us. There he goes. He popped back up.
Yo, hey, sorry
There you
about that. I don't know what that, man. That just, I don't even know, man. They mess with myself. I'm getting calls out of made up calls, ring once and go away. Ain't nobody there, whatever. But what I asked Brother King J earlier was like, we were talking about how movies are, truth are being put in areas where you wouldn't expect truth. And some would say the lies are being put in areas where you would expect to find truth, which is in universities. But another truth, or the unpopular truth, is often found in your comic books and in the movies. I subscribe to some of that to a degree. And with that being said, I was asking King J, I remember back in the day when actually living in real life or movies were made from true events coming from real life, and you would find in the movies. Now, are you noticing too, like I am noticing, that now all of a sudden the movie is telling you it's a total flip. The movie is telling you now what's going to happen in real life. What do you think?
I definitely think so. Oh, go ahead, King J. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say I agree totally, and I would also say that's something that we've also used even back in the day through comedy. We've used our comedy to not only mask our pain, but to tell a story sometimes.
Right.
So I definitely agree.
Trailer. I'm gonna play this trailer for you, Sadiq. This is one of the movies I wanted to do. I know you wanted to start the reviews up. I think we should do this.
Sir.
One. It's called Equilibrium. It's a 2002 film. I'm gonna just go ahead and play the trailer.
Okay.
The cleric is the final line of defense. If the resistance compromises it, we are doomed.
I hope it don't flag my channel for playing this.
We'll say fair use during the play.
There's nothing we can't
fair
do.
use, fair use, fair use.
It's real. Burn it.
They're destroying the artwork.
Right.
Cleric, I can only hope one day to be as uncompromising as you.
I can't remember that guy's name. I would.
You're a family man. Yes, sir, a boy and a girl.
It's the lawful entry. We have a warrant for your wife's arrest.
Remember me.
And this is about authoritarian society.
Right.
I'll read you the little.
They trained you your whole life to fight these kind of odds. What can I do?
The trailer is not telling what
I've heard the most disturbing rumor. Rumor, sir? A rumor maintaining that one of the cleric is actually attempting to contact the resistance. Then you know what I'm gonna do now. Preston, give yourself entirely.
Who is that guy right there?
That
What's
looks
his
like
name?
that looks like Ty Diggs.
Tay Diggs. That's his name. Okay, Tay Diggs is in this too. I don't think he played in a shitty movie yet. So.
No, not without incident.
Christian Bale. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna cut this short because it's not telling you anything about what this movie's about, which actually sucks.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any reviews already probably on YouTube where some people are breaking it down. Maybe they have a 10-minute, 20, 30-minute, whatever hour video where they just stop, they go scene by scene and maybe stop. I don't know if that's an option for us, to check
Oh,
it out.
so
But
A1, that's not the Matrix. I thought that was the Matrix.
No, it
right, that's
actually
it,
has the
right.
Matrix style graphics, which is why when it first came out, to me, I thought it was better than the Matrix.
You think it's better? I'm gonna check it out.
I still think it rivals
gotta
the
watch
Matrix.
it too.
Is it on where is it on Netflix or
You can catch it anywhere. It wasn't a hidden movie. It came out. I don't know why it didn't pop like that.
I'm finna
In
go
an
watch it
oppressive
anyway,
future where all forms of feeling are illegal, a man in charge of enforcing the law rises to overthrow the system and the state.
Right.
So it's about an authoritarian society.
Right.
They got the whole population forcing them on this medication that suppresses feelings.
Right.
So it kind of gives COVID vibes when they're trying to force something against your bodily autonomy, force something on you.
We got cancer vaccines.
Authoritarian society.
Right.
And Tay Diggs is like the man in this movie. So
yeah, I'm gonna go check it out.
It's funny they made a black guy he's not the main character, but he's the top dog in this movie. So I thought it was dope that they gave it to a black guy.
Do he play a Morpheus type of a role?
And you will know immediately when you see it. He's for the state. Tay Diggs is for the state. As you saw in the little trailer, I'll give you a basic baby spoiler alert. The dude who's enforcing the law starts to feel. So that's what happens.
Right, that's a problem. That's gonna be a big problem.
His wife and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Right,
and he was the top enforcer. So once he starts to feel, Tay Diggs starts popping up and shit. You got to watch the movie for the rest to see how it happens. So it's got a lot of stuff that's really going that we really dealing with right now. Back then, I couldn't have applied this because we didn't have forced medications on us at all. Now that's something that's definitely going on. This was in 2002.
So do you think that? So do you think kind of what you said, Sadiq? They was telling us before.
Yeah, they have to. Right, so it can be permissible, right? They can't just we would never agree to that stuff, right? They got planned for these people. I'm talking about in the real life side as well. Even in there, they'll show you that there's some rationalization in there. Sometimes the movies don't really articulate it that well. Some better than others, but more or less, like we see in real life, they're very patient with this stuff, and so they'll what we call create artificial, what we call synchronicities or artificial social engineering, different parameters and different events. Just to be quite frank, to get you scared out of your fucking socks. So when it's time, you just heard the other day, what happened? What did you guys see last night? A couple of nights ago, Trump, his dinner, his White House dinner was shot up. They shot that shit up. Yes, in the White House. That mother was shot from the inside. So that's like unheard of, right? Like what? Dude, yeah, they ran him out of there, ran him and them down in the basement or whatever. So what they're doing there, they got to, that's gonna scare a lot of his constituencies and black people too, if you think like them. It'll scare you, whatever. At any rate, in these movies as well, before they get to the draconian stages that these movies are predicated on, where you get an autonomous AI, authoritarian, environment, draconian environment. And George Orwell talked about. There has to be some things that has to happen. And so they have to set things up and tell you. So in other words, long story short, to get you to agree is the key word here. That's the bottom line. So they have to do all these different things and put things into motion. So when they want to put these things into play, you'll vote for it. You'll embrace it. We've heard some of the talk even during the pandemic. You don't want to get shot, so you guys crazy. This virus will fine you. The governor of New Jersey, you're crazy. You should. It was insane, gaslighting you and shit. And so this is all necessary to get you to sign up for it.
What bothers me about that whole COVID thing is the people who were pushing the vaccine on us. Like, I'm gonna flat out say it. No, the pseudo killers, man. The pseudo killers, when I talk about the lies that were told during COVID, they act like they didn't hear them. And granted, maybe they didn't.
Right.
But when I asked them about things like what the things that the government officers were saying, who were being directed by the who,
right?
They said that they didn't hear those things, that they were going straight to science. So like when Joe Biden says, if you take the COVID shot, you won't get COVID. That was a lie.
Right.
They knew that the vaccine didn't stop transmission, but they came out and lied to everybody.
Right.
So when I explained to them that the reason people doubt it is because they can't trust the information, they can't trust their source or the information that they're putting out.
Right.
Like, so
It's right. Facts.
that
Facts.
becomes a scary state of
It's
affairs, I
so
should
much to
say.
say about that
And
shit. It's so much, bro, to get it.
they
It's
literally,
so much. I could talk to you about that.
all of them say they never heard that. And they were like, well, we didn't go to the White House to get our information. We went to scientists. Like, well, what about the rest of the population? What do you mean? And they were telling us, don't trust the science. Listen to them.
Wow.
That anybody who's saying what the government isn't saying, it doesn't matter what degree they have, what college they went to, ignore them.
Yeah. There was mainly saying getting no. Well, yeah, true. But there was mainly for remember they had to spook you out and confuse you first. So President Truman said that if you can't, he said this back in his presidency, whatever, 50 years ago. He said if you can't convince them, confuse them. And so, yeah, that's online, guys. They're checking everything I'm saying, guys. Whoever's listening in the audience or whatever, just Google, check in, Google anything. So he said that. So what we're seeing now is an onslaught of a campaign that leave these mofo's totally confused, and so it would reach a fever pitch during the pandemic. Just in short, they said a lot of things. But remember, we was coming off of a goof spell with Biden. So people that turned their backs on a lot of the so-called science, but they had begun to go what they call under Trump, rather, I should say under Trump. Try got it backwards. Under Trump, he began to take on a lot of our talking points. They started shutting us down online. I remember the early 2018, 19, 20 to 23, 20, 21, 22, 23, when it was really at its fever pitch. They started shutting us down. We couldn't say anything about it at all. And we would find a lot of our talking points being pushed out through the mass media. And Trump was it was giving him some of the talking points too, saying that the news was fake and all of this. And there's a lot of reasons we can get into about what that was all about. But also he was like de-authenticating. He was part of it. But yet he was guys as a separate man outside.
He rolled that ish out fast as heck. He was a complete moron on the issue as well. That's one thing he did do though was that well, it wasn't even him. It was the Supreme Court that stopped Joe Biden from trying to mandate it on the population.
Right. Now, I want to say real quick that the Trump, if you're in their position, so remember, Trump works for the federal government, Biden works for the federal government. That's the common factor. If, some people pick along lines of political party. I would say look at the spider, not the web. And so he has a part of it as well. He was to do so after what Biden had, he was supposedly to bring us back to our rational minds, which we're bringing the pseudo killers. When we look at, we would honor the conventional scientific thought without question. But Trump came in office before Biden did. And so when Trump came into office, it was always predicated for 2017, 18 that we would deal with I forget who said, I think it was Fauci and a few others even predicted a pandemic would even occur years before it even occurred. They said under Trump, Google all this stuff. And so he said it would come shortly after his inauguration in first term. It did, 2019. So when it did, so he had predicted it out in the public. And so when it happened, had to happen. They had to use their contingency plan. Society have. They called it a meeting over there in D.C. at Johns Hopkins. It was a huge meeting there. I forget the name of the event, 201. And so they got together. It was like a symposium. Like, what do we do? This is right before the pandemic happened. About 3-4 months later, they met first, right over there in D.C. They said, well, before this, we got to figure out how we're going to operate society in a total fallout. It's an environment. So what kind of fallout? Maybe a pandemic. I don't know. And so they got together to figure out how will we handle a full-blown fallout from some possible. They actually practiced it a few months before it happened publicly. It's all online.
And a year later, we had COVID-19.
Man, barely a year. Yeah, it was so obvious what they're doing. It's extremely obvious to some, but not most.
And that's how the term the pandemic was coined.
Right.
By people who were aware of them doing this whole event 201. Obama, everybody was there,
Right. Pretty much.
So
And everybody from different aspects of society. You had labor experts there, medical experts, law enforcement experts. You had economists there. Obviously, you had to have a person from every healthcare expert. You'd have all these people from, because all those areas of society would be infected under catastrophic or pandemic situation. So going past that, so we seen it happen, and so they gave us the numbers real time. We found out that the inventor of the test for the COVID was actually killed shortly before the pandemic popped off. Dude won a Nobel Prize for developing it back in he created that test back in the 90s, the COVID test that was inaccurate. But he made a comment before he was killed that if ever this test was to be used for virus detection, it would be unreliable because it's not created for that. In the R&D statement, it's made for bacterial infections. But if you were to use it for viral detection, he said this is back there before he was killed. But I think the guy's name is on the tip of my tongue, but it's online. The COVID test inventor, it's online, and so he said if you do use it for viral detection, it would be inaccurate because quote unquote there's no golden standard for the test and under those circumstances. If you did, it makes sense. If you're using a test for something that's not designed for, what would you compare it to give you accurate results, right? There's no data in that regard for that test, right? So dude was killed, right, which is interesting. So moving on, now we're dealing with a test that's barely accurate, giving false positives, which some say that would feed the public narrative, the government's narrative to get you there. I'm a healthcare expert myself. What I do for a living, I don't talk about it too much online, but I have a terminal degree in healthcare. I'll just say it that way. And so I work at the very top echelons of the healthcare society in the urban setting, particularly, and around in the rural areas too. And that's a whole nother story what I'm seeing. But during that time, they was telling us to take temperatures, whether they were accurate or not, and just record whatever it was and to push the shot. We were told a lie. This is coming from somebody on the inside. And so I thought that was peculiar, actually. I started studying right about then. I was just coming out of the, it's Sunni Islam faith. And so, I started seeing some things, started studying. So at any rate, they were lying and we were going to different nursing homes and they were just giving people these shots and people under the guise they were getting vitamin shots or vitamin B12 shots. A lot of your seniors didn't want it because they had heard some things. Their younger relatives were telling them different things. And we were told to try to trick them to give them the shot. This is actually factual. Had black people come in, get those shots to keep their jobs, right? They had to get a shot to keep their jobs, and they would ask me, they would sit down at my shot station and say, dude, what would you guys do? They would sit there and ask me, they'd be pissed off, someone be in tears. Do I have to get this? I heard what it do. Is it true? They look at me. I can't say anything because I'm at work, right? And I would look at them, and those black folks. And I would look at them and I say, shit. I said, I'm not going to not say anything, and I say, well, I wouldn't get it if you just have to. Are you high risk? Do you have any high risk factors? If so, my job say I gotta get it. I can't tell the people everything up front at my job. They have to kind of get the hint. I would say that to the black folks, try to basically tell them don't get the shit. At any rate, just to skip on. So they were telling us there's a lot of things, like I said, going down the timeline up to get to current time where we're at right now. At any rate, they were telling us that you get the shot, it's localized. It doesn't spread. They was telling us that once you get the shot, this is all the clinical studies were saying. On the US side of things, US based studies, for the most part, that if you get the shot, it doesn't reproduce. If you get the shot, it dissipates pretty much in the course of a month or two or so, like that, and things like that. And it wouldn't really cause any side effects or whatever. What they're finding out now, since everything's kind of opening up now, the pandemic's kind of fell back. There's been post-pandemic research done, a lot of it, and so the U.S. is still kind of giving these shots out now. They're actually unbelievably still giving them out, and so now that your research now are not really divulging what that shot's really about in terms of illicit effects that wasn't purported beforehand. They're coming out from different parts or different countries that's abroad, like out of Europe. A lot of European studies are coming out now. Dude, the stuff they're saying in them studies, man, they're saying that for one, it's not localized. When you get a shot now, they say that shit goes all over your body within 30 days. They're saying it reproduces in the body. They're saying that it actually, we're dealing with mRNA, what we call gene therapy, right? Because we're dealing with a different type of construction for this particular shot that's different from the flu shot and the pneumonia shot and your typical conventional old school shots. This one's a different guy, guys. It's a different animal. And so it's called mRNA. Your other vaccines are not created that way. That's very different from flu shot technology. There's so much to say about that. At any rate, so this particular variety has been speculated to actually join and bond with you on a genetic level. Now on TV they'll say no, the conventional news outlets say no, that's not true. Da, da, da. They're finding out from the studies abroad that is true, right? And so we've seen on the state side, we've seen people fall out, particularly your younger people on the court in high school playing a basketball game, collapse from a damn heart attack, having strokes and shit. And that kind of threw everybody like, why are these healthy people just dropping like this? No one had an answer. Some people speculated it was because of the shot. Well, or maybe from prior health conditions. A lot of these people were healthy as hell. We've seen them. We've lost a lot of people under the pandemic, more than 3 or 4. Every time I ask somebody how many people have you lost between 2020, which was when it really started, up to the current, they always say 5, 10, 15, 20, 7, 3, 10, 4. Everybody, almost everybody. One person said 50 that she could think of off the top of her head. And so it's so much to say. So with this, it's so much. And so with the studies are coming out to show that what also why what was triggering a lot of these heart attacks and strokes and everything, and these other cirrhosis, liver cirrhosis of the liver, lung collapse, lung inflame, heart conditions, cardiomyopathy, different, all these different effects coming that was shown that Pfizer and Moderna and company, which are the shot companies, begin to slowly come out and disclose some causation from those vaccines, but still totally kind of still standing back of admitting outright fault as it relates to the vaccines. So what we started seeing throughout the studies on the foreign side is that the shot would actually bond with you on a genetic level. What we found out is that this is what was causing a lot of those effects. Check it out. So you got, just say for instance, a lot of people was dealing with liver failure. There's a lot of liver failure, like fatty livers and all this other stuff we were hearing about caused stateside attributed to the vaccine and our heart issues. And, so what we were finding out that some of the vaccine material would bond with your cardiac cells, cardiac tissue. Now, normally a cell, when it reproduces, it goes through a preparatory phase and then in sequential phases, it turns over a brand new cardiac cell. Now, we noticed that mRNA is basically messenger RNA, which is a pre-component or precursor step to creating full-blown RNA, or DNA rather, which is required, a full set is finally required to pass on to the next generation. What the mRNA would do, it would go into the cell, right? And so basically attaches itself to the cells, almost like a virus, right? And so it attaches the cell to your reproductive material in your cell, your machinery, right? And so your cell would reproduce along with the viral mRNA, right? Is what we're finding out, what we found out. And so when that happens, the new cell would contain aspects of the mRNA that was coming from foreign sources. It wasn't intrinsic. It didn't originate in the body. So given that it's technically a foreign material, some people say, well, they're going to try to patent people in the future off these vaccines and other, mRNA and vaccine modalities. That time where we'll see in time, but at any rate, and so when this new cell is turned over, it's technically a foreign tissue, technically, heart tissue in this case. When the immune system, what they notice in these studies is that people who receive these shots always dealt with a lot of inflammation in many cases. Particularly those who had, the liver, maybe your issue or whatever. You may have past liver issues. You may have a history, family history of liver. So you may be different susceptibilities depending on family history, right? So for those who, and I'm talking about the heart in this case, let's say I've had a heart, we got bad hearts or or whatever. I like to eat a lot of food. I take cholesterol medication, whatever, right? And so now all I need is this material to be injected into me and create a Frankenstein subsequent cardiac tissue. I'm already in trouble. A lot of people we know that passed already had health issues, right? And so they'll try to blame the health issue for their passing. Well, I won't go into all that, but I'm gonna give you the mechanism of how it happened as it relates to people particularly who receive these shots. And so this new Frankenstein cell is considered foreign tissue to your immune system. So now your heart is inflamed, right? There's a lot of an immune response there. This is what a lot of the studies are now showing that occur in different parts of the body in the head, just depending on the person, right? Depending how many shots they receive, it's dose dependent, right? A lot of different factors, but yet they received a shot. They all had that in common. So your immune system attacks your heart as a foreign entity, thus shut your shit down. This happened. This is if you know relatives that had strokes, or you heard some of them had pneumonia or whatever, they died from that shit, man, whatever, whoever, someone had heart attacks and all this other stuff, liver, that's what's happening. Kidney failure, we were hearing all kinds of shit. Wounds would actually go out, they would become sterile and all this other stuff. Now, this is something that Fauci and company stateside never disclosed to the public. See, they never disclosed that. See, and I'll just stop there for now, but it's more to go into, but.
And the scary part about all of that is they knew that this was happening.
Right.
And then they lied to the people again. And they'll
Right.
say they were saying it was 100% safe and effective. That was a lie.
Right.
That was a complete lie. And they had the data. They had the data. So they knew all of the stuff that it was doing. So it was just a real sad state of affairs. Then there was a group of people that actually had to sue Pfizer to get the data released.
Right.
Pfizer was trying to make us wait 75 years before they released any of the data.
Right.
The Supreme Court denied that what Pfizer was trying to do and said that you guys have exactly the same amount of days to release the data as it took you to roll out the vaccine. So that gave them like 100 something days. And that's when all of the truths started coming out. Once that data started coming out, then narratives changed. Then they started trying to tighten up what they were saying on the news to match the data that was being released.
Right.
It's just like, who do we trust and how can we believe what's being said?
Right.
Blind
Exactly.
faith isn't working, and yelling at me that about a vaccine and I need
Right.
to take one isn't helping if you can't answer these questions, which is what I dealt with every time I literally tried to bring this stuff up with
Really? Yeah, we were
anybody
they
back
say
here.
me too.
They couldn't
Right.
answer my questions, so they would just try to re-educate me on how vaccines work. And it's like, I don't
Wow.
need education on how vaccines work. You won't address the myocarditis. You don't
Right.
want to address these adverse events.
Right. Liver failure, strokes,
And this is what the pseudo killers
Bell
were doing.
palsy.
I put a name on it. Go ahead and tag them. Tell them we could do an episode on it. I want to.
What I would have to pull a lot of it if I get a chance. There's some foreign studies, German studies overseas in Europe where a lot of this. Remember, the U.S. is not going. They're not publishing a lot of the studies because they're still giving it out and even trying to get people back on it here now and introduce other vaccines now beyond the COVID game. It's kind of played out or it's dying out. People can't be tricked so much twice. Since what happened, a lot of people died. So now they're going to try to say we got vaccines for cancer now. We can cure cancer. They saying weird shit like that is hilarious. We can cure this. We can cure HPV now. You know what? Oh, let me just read the news. We got a mumps breakout in Texas. Oh my God. You're not getting these shots. Have we triggered an anti-vax movement so severe that we're going to die now from preventable conditions? That's what they're doing. They're all back. Measles is back. Clever. Mumps is back. Yeah. Whooping cough. I think the other day on the news, they said whooping cough is back in some parts. This is all by design, guys, because they know you're not going to get the shot. So they put it in other things, makes sense. Put yourself in their position. What would you do? And so you wouldn't just go absolute with the vaccine deal with COVID. Some speculators even in the flu. What happened if you don't get no shots? Okay, we still want to get you, right? We ain't gonna never stop that. So they may put it in the water and food. It's been postulated. I don't have any proof of that one way or any hard proof on that. But I wouldn't say I wouldn't write it off the table totally because these people are brilliant, wicked as hell, but they're brilliant. And so I'll just leave it at that. But so Trump, whatever, he came in at the right time after Obama, the so-called waked up the white America. And so he had a lot of the talking points that we're talking about here. He said it publicly. He said the quiet parts out loud. No, he said that the test may not be accurate. And so he said, he said this publicly, that more people we test for COVID, look like the more the cases are rising, more positive results we're getting. See? And so he said that he opened up the door. He didn't outright say it as a hoax, but then in some cases he did say it publicly that it was a hoax. He came out and said this stuff. And so this is then he would say something which he would, in my opinion, tell the truth, right, in that regard. But then they're not going to tell you the whole truth, right? And because this is the system we're talking about, they want to confuse you, like Harry S. Truman said. So what he would do to throw you out and to throw our talking points in the trash, worthy of deeming us insane, he would say something ridiculous after he said the truth. This is what the Joker does in Batman. What we kept seeing Trump do, he would say, I think this test is fake. I think the pandemic's probably a hoax. He would show up at different plants around the country during the election season at that time and make different public political appearances, not wearing a mask when everybody was mandated. He said, I don't wear a mask. I don't think I'm going to get, I'm not sick. Why would I have to worry about, vaccines, whatever? He would say these things repeatedly in the public. Then he would say something which is true, right? But then he would say, I think we can kill the virus internally. We just inject ourselves with bleach. They would write him off as insane at that point, like a lot of us. So he started behaving like us. When that
That's not
happened,
what he said though.
yeah, he would say if you pull up bleach and inject yourself with bleach, I think that would cut back on the actual positive results, and you could
That's
actually,
not what he said.
yeah. What
No,
did you
that's not
pick
what
up?
he said. But I mean, we'll get there. I'll bring that up as well
For sure.
because
And he
that's
would
not
say,
what he said.
I got many different examples. Another example, what he would say, he would tell the truth about about the test, about how he really felt about the COVID pandemic. Then he would say something after the fact. I think we introduced a new airplanes that could be turned invisible. We got a new technology to make planes fly invisible. We have invisible aircraft now.
Yeah.
That's by design. He would say weird. People kept saying, "What's wrong with this guy?"
No, see,
But like, this
Trump
guy
made
is
an
totally out
analogy
of it.
to bleach. He didn't say we should use bleach. He said something like COVID, bleach
I would have
kills
to.
COVID. We need something along those lines. And then people said, he said, put bleach in your thing. Like, that's not
Yeah,
what he
he
said.
said, I can't remember. He said on one interview, and he meant to sound foolish when he said it to throw people off. He
We're going
kept,
to pull that up too.
yeah, let's pull that up because he did said something about if we could inject with bleach or something like that. If the scientists could blah 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 create a injectable saver, something to that effect or whatever. And so
Now,
and that was by design. He's playing crazy. And
now
so my
this
point.
is
Go ahead,
the
brother.
U.S. Food and Drug Administration. They've come out and admit that, they're admitting this stuff now. And you can actually get the information about how these COVID shots cause myocarditis from their website.
Right.
I don't, when we were telling you in the beginning, we were conspiracy theorists and we were crazy, even though we were just reading the reports. The people who didn't read the reports, accused us of these things. And it's just very sad. Because I hate saying I told you so, because this injures a
Right.
lot of people. Let me go ahead and let this video play right here so we can get a little bite of this. And interject anytime so that way they don't flag me for playing a whole FDA video.
For sure.
I'm going to be discussing the safety label update for myocarditis associated with mRNA COVID vaccines, which we just put forward. This came out on June 25th, 2025. The FDA approved a required updated warning, which is a class warning for all mRNA COVID-19 vaccines in conjunction with the manufacturers. I'm going to walk you through the updated warning and the basis for the warning. First of all, I'd like to thank David Kaslow and the vaccine team and Richard Forshee and the.
This was June 2025, so less than a year ago this came out.
Now, I got an article from 2022 from when he said it back in 2020.
Yep. So we knew for about 4 or 5 years. Y'all just catching up though, but it's okay. Forget all the people who were injured.
Right.
Said we were crazy, loony, conspiracy theorists, and trust the science, even though they weren't giving you any science. They didn't give you any data. We had to sue to get it. So when people say trust the science, what science are we trusting? They held the data from you. But these are the talking points that people repeat.
Right.
Let me go ahead and let it play.
Writing, coordinating, and deploying this safety label change. Also like to note this SLC was initiated prior to my joining the agency. And note, I'm not using the FDA branch abbreviations in the hopes that this presentation will be more accessible to the general public. The updated safety label. The updated safety label for the mRNA COVID vaccines harmonizes the age range across products and adds additional data about the adverse event of myocarditis and what we know. It's based on two factors. It's based first on the unadjusted crude incident rate from the 2023 to 2024 formulation, and it's also based on persistent and concerning cardiac MR findings. So this is slide that we put together. This is the FDA analysis of the BEST system, which is an observational data system that captures myocarditis and pericarditis following immediately afterwards, the first 7 days, COVID-19 mRNA vaccination. And what you see here is that even in 2023, 2024, the last year for which we have data, you see a rate of myo and pericarditis of 8.
Hello?
Sorry. You see the 8.4% over there? Rate per vaccine doses of people getting injured. Now, people are going to say, well, that's such a low number. But what if I told you that the people dying was 1%?
Let's say
So we're going to injure
yeah,
8% of the people for, no, it's
30 out
what?
of 30. Yeah, yeah, that man, they need to go to the part where where it reproduces
They
and where
don't
it's
tell you.
still where it's not deactivated injection material really at all. They found that actually only living tissue, only living viral material reproduces. Not the dead inactivated what they was marketing. That right there causes a lot of issues right there. They lied about it's so much they lied about.
And we're going
And
to go into the actual death rates. So that way people
yeah,
can see, like, if you got COVID, you only had a 1% chance of dying and you had a 99% chance of living. So we're going to get into that as well.
I want to mention too, A1, just real quick before you go, brother. I want to get Trump's words right. He says during a White House coronavirus task force meeting, then President Trump suggested that scientists explore whether inserting disinfectants or UV light into the body could treat COVID. What was said by him, quote unquote, was while discussing studies that show disinfectants kill the viruses on surfaces, Trump said, quote unquote, and there is a way we can do something like that by injecting inside or almost a cleaning, because you see it gets into the lungs and does a tremendous number on the lungs. So it would be interesting to check into that.
Nowhere in that sentence does he say insert bleach. Do you see what I'm saying?
Not absolutely. No, he doesn't say it absolutely.
He doesn't. It's something that's
Right.
inferred by people.
Right.
What I say, people who are simple-minded, because
Right.
it's obvious that that's not what you can do. So I don't even know why people jump to that assumption.
He's given this. Remember, we're scared to death. And I was talking earlier about fear. We're scared to death at that time. Especially we're scared out of our socks. The president of the United States, as we look into him for leadership, he is more or less anti-vax. So a lot of people, he had the ear of a lot of us. I was listening to what he said, and it does, disinfectants like bleach and others do, and others besides bleach does kill the virus on top of the surfaces.
And
So he said we should look into something.
He knows that injecting bleach or consuming bleach will kill you. So when he says we're going to look at something along those lines, it means along those lines. It doesn't mean what's going to kill you. But people want to hold on to that.
And then he told truth
it
before
makes
he
me
said that.
question
He said
a whole
some
lot
truth.
about
Right.
them when they like really hold on to that. Even after like you read it, so you changed, you've let up a little bit. But when people read it and they still hold on to that, I'm like, now I'm questioning your intelligence, not yours.
Right. Yeah. We have to look at what was actually said. Right.
So, and the media is going to paint this stuff one way because they just want to slander the guy. So they don't want you listening to anything that comes out of his mouth. So they have to paint him like that every chance they get. And it's funny because the first people to foment vaccine hesitancy were the Democrats. When Trump was in office, they were telling us, hey, if Trump's putting out a vaccine, I ain't taking it. I don't trust it. Who were the first people to not trust the vaccine? The Democrats. So I also want that to be noted as well, because they'll be the main ones acting like everybody else is crazy for doubting something.
Right.
Very first ones to doubt it. To say
they were
take it and all of that. It was the whole Democratic Party, actually.
Right. They were your chief primary gaslighters.
Yeah.
Right.
They bait and switched, and then flim flam. They got in office, and then they wanted you to listen. It
right.
Was because now the money was going to fall in their lap. When you
but since we got rid of the crazies now, we got Trump out here, and this his crazy constituency. Let's get back to real life, back to the
charge
science
on healing the nation and saving all these people. Right. We didn't want it happening under his watch, so we had to. Yeah, they were the first ones. Fomenting vaccine hesitancy, and then
they made an about face under Biden, right?
Yeah, and said anybody was crazy for daring challenge it after they challenged it.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's,
Let
it's
me go.
wild, man. Yeah, he said a lot of Trump said he would tell the truth before he say these things and then say, wow. So if I can't remember all the things he said, I remember that about the invisible jets and some other stuff this year about the disinfectants, if we can internalize that. And something about some other things he said too. But he would tell, but beforehand, it was always predicated, in my opinion, on what was, what was the case to be true. He would have to say it publicly. And this was also to cast doubt on TV. So you can't trust the TV or whatever. You can't trust the news reports. If something authentically did happen, you can't find it, or you can't rely on the news to give you a accurate depiction. But even with some of these shootings and all this other stuff, they want you to, be in a blind state of affairs. So you won't be able to understand what's going on. And so now here we are here today, right? And we were right, for those who didn't get the we're called now pure bloods.
Definitely. Let me let
See?
this myocarditis video play a little bit more because I want to get in the part where he breaks it down. He hasn't really gotten into it yet. I think it's like 2 or 3 minutes in.
8 out of 1 million in all persons in this age range. And in the highest risk demographic group, young men between the ages of 12 and 24, it's about 27 per million. Notably, the best data set does not allow us to disambiguate the risk by product, and as such, this is a class mRNA safety label. The second piece of evidence that is captured in the new safety label update is some concerning findings we've noted with late gadolinium enhancement. Now, late gadolinium enhancement is a radiographic abnormality seen on cardiac resonance imaging, and this is how it's been described prior to in the literature in the context of myocarditis.
Yeah, and I just looked up the death rate for COVID. It says 2 to 3%, which again, a lot of people say the numbers are inflated. Even people from the WHO and the CDC, they came out and spoke against that because they registered anybody who had COVID when they died as a COVID death, even if COVID wasn't the actual cause of death. So the numbers, even at 2%, that's an inflated number. So we have this shot injuring 8% of the people who they give it to. I don't know if the shots did more good or more damage. It seems like they've done more damage to the population than what would have happened with just COVID. But I digress, and it's something that we can debate if anybody doesn't agree with me. I'll take it to any platform. We don't got to do it on here. If you feel like my platform may be biased to me, I don't blame you. So yeah. Damn, he didn't get to the good part yet. Let me see if I can
patchy myocardial and focal subepicardial and among hospitalized patients with COVID-19 induced myocarditis, a high proportion, the majority, had initial late gadolinium enhancement on cardiac MR. But most concerningly, at 5 months of follow-up, 60% of these patients continued to have LGE. And our results for late gadolinium enhancement are consistent with many, many others, as I'll show you here. This was a study from Australia that followed post 6 months for post-COVID-19 vaccine-induced myocarditis. Over half of the patients were still reporting symptoms. 67%.
How many people did this shot actually unalive, do you think? Do you think people took this shot and heart attack, this? Like, this is what was going on.
You know what? From my
and then they label it a COVID death.
Well, it happened in both directions. On that latter part you said, where you could die almost from motorcycle accidents, even were assigned to attribute it to COVID death. We've seen a lot of that. A lot of unrelated deaths were all. Well, I mean, we got to look at some of the modalities as to why, particularly where financial incentivization was concerned. We found out that a lot of your hospitals, if not all of them, the government were paying an additional monetary incentive for a COVID diagnosis, right? If the hospital, this is all online, for COVID diagnosis to the tune of around $13,000 or so, just for the COVID diagnosis, positive COVID diagnosis, not negative, because you can't get any, it's not going to do anything with negative. We need to, for a positive COVID diagnosis or COVID diagnosis, you were given about 13 grand or so, as I think was the latest number on those sites. Now, it's a few, if we need to get you the hell out of here, whatever, we need to get you on that ventilator. And so we know it's a lot of people who did die, right? May not be contributed directly to COVID, but we can follow the pipeline. That's how we got them in there. It was the COVID situation, and then they died from pneumonia, hospital-induced pneumonia, whatever, some kind of lung pathology, right? We see a lot of people die from that. I noticed people die. I know people personally who went in on the COVID diagnosis, but died from something else. But they would count that as COVID as well. But my point is that now once you get the COVID diagnosis, then they would actually get you on the ventilator. There was another financial incentive for ventilation use. I believe that was about 30 to 60 grand.
Everybody they put on a ventilator, it killed them.
Right. It's online, family, whoever's listening, just Google it. Yeah, it's all online. Yeah.
We need to have a real panel on this. We need to get the pseudo killers over here because I know they vehemently advocate for vaccines, and it would be a dope conversation to have. Maybe they can bring some education and correct some of the misinformation that's out there, but they would have to actually let us land our plane and finish our sentence to actually do that. They couldn't jump in, cut off, tell us we're wrong, and try to re-educate us. They have to meet us where our problems are, listen to our concerns, and actually address them.
Yeah, a lot of the especially when you needed to keep your job or whatever, they would make people. It was a big loophole I had found out. They were making people they were blaming like people who are unvaccinated as the chief primarily the main vector, pushing out being bags of disease for COVID because we didn't get the shot right. They said unvaccinated, the people who are really at risk, high risk of spreading the disease are mainly the unvaccinated. But now, once you get your shot, whatever, you go back to work, whatever, you're fine. And they'll just kind of make the unvaccinated guys at your job take tests, I think, once or twice a week or whatever. They did it at my job. But the thing is that how did they do that? They mandated, oh man, so my notes. They wanted everyone to be tested, but not the ones who were vaccinated. It was a loophole we found. We were like, what kind of shit is that? We found out a lot of the clinical information found out that the vaccinated was the main carriers of the disease, but they weren't required to be tested. That's what we found out. We was like, what? So they wanted only the unvaccinated to be. It was like, what the fuck? And a lot of the studies showed that the vaccinated was the primary vectors of the disease. Ultimately, towards the end of that pandemic, they found they was primarily the ones who were actually spreading it, right? And not only that, but they stayed sick consistently, even if they didn't give it to nobody. They was always have runny noses and they couldn't smell shit and taste shit and all.
The vaccinated were the ones who created the variants, because once the virus ran into a host that had vaccinated, the virus mutated and stayed inside the body, and then they were passing on a mutated version to the new people, and that's how the new variants came out. So I was trying to figure out, so what are we going to keep doing? Just keep taking vaccines and have an endless cycle of mutations? And like what is the plan here? This could have went so bad. Let's say it mutates in the worst way.
Yeah.
Like, and into something that we can't stop. Like, this could have went so left, and it was real scary.
Hey, what was so deadly is that if it was half as deadly as they said it was, well, what happened, eh?
Well,
anybody? None of us are wearing
infection fatality rate was only 0.1 to 0.5%.
But check this out, eh? I mean, what we all stopped wearing masks. What did it do? Just go away?
Bro, I never wore a mask.
What did it do? Just go away? Right?
Where
is it?
I went vegan. And I
just went away.
I used to wear a shirt that said "All viruses matter."
We had multiple variants since its inception, since it made reared this ugly head on the scene back in 2019. Out of the original strain and all of its subsequent variants, where did it go? None of us are wearing. I haven't found one mask yet. Where I'm at, where did it go? It don't just go away. And the pro-vax guys can't explain that. It don't just go away. I made this comment too back even when it's at its peak. My buddy went in to get a test. Just a couple. I'm gonna tell you these quick stories. One quick story is that it was really bad. The numbers, we've seen the numbers rolling on real time, whether you're at the gym watching TV, whether you're at home watching your favorite movie with the fam or whatever. They had the numbers so-called rolling up in real time on the right side to give you a constant state of awareness of supposedly how lethal this thing was. Now, Now we watched the news reports showing that they had body bags lined outside of some of your local hospitals because the ER was stuffed with people coming in or whatever, and they'd have we've seen the reports and they didn't have enough hospital beds and they were running out of body bags. Even they had people out lined up in the hallway, even out in the parking lot. EMS is all out in the parking, all out in the park. Body bag, just trucks and semi trucks almost filled with body bags. They were saying these things for a while. Now, I'm actually in the healthcare field, and so I knew a lot of people worked at different hospitals around the country. And I would talk to some of my buddies. I was in a particular group called Facebook group called Young Black American Doctors, and so we would talk to each other. They had this one hospital over in California that was featured on this one particular news station, and he kept saying, "I said, dude, I texted you. I said, dude, they got you featured on your medical facilities featured on the news." Say, "Hey, man, you got people laying out in the damn parking lot, damn near." He laughed at that shit. He said, "Dude, but we slow as hell, man." He said, "Ain't nobody over here, dude." He said, "We over here slow." I said, "You see, you don't have no ambulances and shit." He said, "Man, but we're slow. We got ambulances. We got plenty of them. They over here thumbling their thumbs and shit." So I was getting inside intel on that. Okay, we caught the news lying a lot. Number two, another thing is that they would talk about people dropping in different, even countries. India, namely, they said people just dropping dead, laying in the streets, all dead, all around the hospitals. So I knew people over there who say that wasn't the case on the ground, not just on the news, but not actually out on the outside. With that said, I began to ask people locally in different cities as well, was that the case in their cities? What I started to find out was, I began to ask people, I said, have you guys, given that this thing's hitting everybody at the same time, as Fauci put it, we're under attack by an invisible enemy. You remember that guy who said that shit? I said, why don't we see people dropping dead at the gas pumps when you out and about? Why are you not seeing people just drop dead behind the steering wheels on the freeway driving, just crashing into the wall? Why you not? I'm talking about in big places where you see a lot of people during this time. Why you ain't see nobody just drop dead shopping in the supermarkets? Nobody, every time I asked, they said nobody never seen none of that, as if it was never happening at all. You only seen it on the TVs, or either if you've been in the hospital, you died either after you've been in the hospital, for those who died, either they went to the hospital before they died, or they had a home visiting doctor, or both. They were mainly the only people that primarily the biggest chunk that died from the coronavirus. If you never went in the hospital, you technically didn't die. We start noticing that. And I can go on and on about the timeline. If you did go in there, like how many weeks you got left before you probably will die, even if it's nothing wrong with you. We was clocking a lot of different variables. Just privately ourselves, just me and my buddies were. We found out some shocking shit. And we came up with a timeline, but at any rate, so it wasn't really a societal threat like that. It was only on TV. And so I asked some doctors that when my buddy, he went and get a drug test one day, and I asked this one doc, I said, "You've been in here this is a pretty big building. We live, you're in here, whatever. How long you been working here?" He's like, 20 years. It's a pretty big medical facility, big medical system here in Detroit. I said, "How many people, including your employees, have you seen this drop in here, given how lethal this thing is?" He said, "None." I said, "You drive around a lot and you're out and about. Have you seen anybody drop dead at all from this thing, given the news reports?" He said, "Nobody." I said, "I haven't either." He said, "I hope y'all not out here telling people that shit." That was his response. He said, "I hope y'all not out here telling people that stuff." I said, "Yeah, well, of course we are." So nobody's seen anybody really drop from this out in public. It only happened on TV or personally if you got some sick relatives that went in the hospital primarily. From my experience, I've seen it like that too.
Formal clinical consideration on the website. The rates of post-vaccine myocarditis in men between
I'm over here muted. You can't even hear me.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything. I was like, I guess my brother's still there.
What did I just say? Dang, I done lost track of what I said. But shout out Ill Doctoring. First, the CDC stated, based on research, we don't recommend and listed 6 studies. Later, the CDC stated, based on available research, we recommend face masks and pointing to the same 6 studies. It's actually funny that you mentioned that because when Dr. Fauci is asked why he lied to the public, he says that he actually admits to lying. He says that He misled everybody because they didn't know if they had enough masks for the
He lies again.
so everybody runs out buying masks. They lied to
He
us.
lied again. Shit.
Like, wait, what? And that's supposed to be okay?
Right.
It's a pandemic, and you're lying to us about our health. And
Every
you think
time
you
you
can just
see him
double back a
talk,
few months later and say that? We're gonna play that clip too here. In a
yeah, let's
second,
play it right now.
actually.
Why not? A1. Hey, A, man, every time you seen the guy talking, man, he was always smiling on the cameras.
Dr.
In
Fauci,
almost
yeah.
every broadcast. Dude, I kept telling people, I said, look at this. Man, I was like, look at this dude. I said, look, turn it on, man. Let's see. Channel 4, MSNBC. There we go. He's gonna come on tonight in about 30 minutes. Okay, let's hang out and watch the interview. He come on there. I said, look at this guy's face, man. He was on there smiling while he was talking about how many motherfuckers died over in Colorado or whatever, you know. Oh man. Hilarious.
Between the ages of 13 and 24 from 2021 have been documented in a number of publications and public documents. In August of 2021, in an FDA regulatory action, we document that based on the health insurance claims Optum dataset, the rate of post-vaccination myocarditis from the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine was approaching 200 cases per million, or approximately 1 in 5,000. Prospective study in Hong Kong published in 2021 showed post-vaccination myocarditis was approximately 1 in 3,000 for the second Pfizer dose in 13 to 18-year-old men.
I'm sorry, I keep muting myself. 1 in 3,000 people were getting myocarditis, according to these studies. Let me rewind this for the people who kept saying 100% safe and effective. Why don't you want to take it? Hold on 1 second. While I let this play, I got the cable guy at my door in my store.
And using the VSD, Vaccine Safety Data Link data, Scharf and colleagues showed approximately a 1 in 2,000 risk of post-second mRNA dose in 18 to 24-year-old men. There's an elegant analysis put together by the team led by Tracy Beth Hogg and others of post-vaccine myocarditis rates reported in 2021. And basically you see across different demographic categories, with the far right being men between the ages of 12 and 17, an elevated risk that in some publications exceeded 300 per million. Active surveillance from Hong Kong confirmed a broadly similar risk. Men between the ages of 13 and 18, a 1 in 2,700, had experienced myocarditis and were hospitalized following dose 2 of the Pfizer product. And the Vaccine Safety Data Link, in a very interesting analysis by Scharf and colleagues, was found to have initially missed 64% of myo and pericarditis cases. The authors note, quote, an incomplete list of ICD-10 codes and delays in hospital claims data were responsible for the difference between the VSD reported estimate and a careful chart review estimate.
They wild as hell.
Stratification by demographic factors is key to unpacking the myocarditis risk from COVID-19. In an analysis led by Benjamin Knudsen and myself prior to joining the FDA, we analyzed publications that examined the risk of vaccines and myocarditis that had 0 stratifiers, in other words, looking at all the doses given and the entire population, all the way to 4 stratifiers, which include looking only at men in certain age ranges and only certain products and certain doses. And as you can see, there is an association between looking in the right subpopulation where this is a known safety concern and the actual rate with which you'll find the safety signal. VSD chart review for myo and pericarditis for the first Pfizer booster documented a rate slightly lower than I think the initial estimates, but 1 in 6,800 in another analysis led by Scharf and colleagues from Kaiser Permanente. Some analysts based on these.
Sorry about that. That was the cable guy at my door. Did you catch those statistics?
Yeah, but you know, I mean, look like this information is coming from the FDA's YouTube site. I probably wouldn't hold on to too much of it. They're going to cut those numbers somewhere. The FDA was one of the main proponents of that motherfucker.
I'm holding on to it because for the longest they said now they're admitting the truth that it causes myocarditis. We can hold on to that.
True. Okay. That is the federal. That's the
if
federal.
Anything, we know they're going to over exaggerate how good it is. So if they're admitting 1 in 3,000, we can hold on to that. If it's more, cool.
Right.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying? But at least we got this now. So now that people can't say 100% safe and effective. What are you tripping about? Like,
yeah,
the
you got
FDA's
them on the
admitting it.
absolute, right? You got them on the absolute for sure.
Yeah. So,
but
now
I would say
they're
if they admit that though, it's probably way worse. I'll just put that out there.
Exactly. But that's enough to hold on to. That's enough,
right?
There to be like,
Facts.
I'll trust God before I trust science. And that's coming from the agnostic atheist. You feel me?
Hell yeah, I gotta represent my agnostic bros.
Yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it. You feel
right?
me? They're about to hook me up with a new modem here at my convenience store, so I'm going to be down for like 20 minutes, but the stream will still run. If you wanted to stay up here and conversate, I don't know if anybody else wants to hop up here and keep Sadiq company for maybe 15 minutes.
Only what up, Only?
Upgraded the business internet. They're about to hit me up with some super high speed stuff, so that way I can stream and do all this stuff for y'all while I'm working.
Nice, bro. Getting that high speed, boy, huh?
Yeah, while I'm ringing up, that's already high speed, but I wanted the super high speeds because I'm about to be streaming, ringing up customers. I'm gonna have multiple TVs showing stuff for sale and advertisements I need.
Nice,
I want to make sure nice.
Facts, bro. I'm rooting for you, man. Hell yeah, man.
It's been a long grind, man. It's been a hard grind.
Indeed. We hold it down. I mean, I don't know if Only's still here. I don't know if you went to sleep.
Quantum, you still there, Quantum? Let me drop that link in the chat. Somebody else hit this link, man. Come up here and keep Sadiq company. Cable guy said I got about 5 minutes.
Okay, ain't that long.
I'm trying to add somebody else up here real quick. Let me call Humble. Maybe he could come hold it down too for a second. But go ahead though, while I pull up that Fauci clip of him lying real quick.
For sure. I mean, I might put up a study too. I don't know how to use this. I'm not got it anyway, but yeah, that would be a good thing to discuss in the future too. Like you said, you make a show off of it. You know, that's a good idea. Yo, Only.
I'm gonna play this video real quick. Here's Fauci admitting he lied about masks.
Public health community, and many people were saying this, were concerned that it was at a time when personal protective equipment, including the N95 masks and the surgical masks, were in very short supply. And we wanted to make sure that the people, namely the healthcare workers, who were brave enough to put themselves in harm's way to take care of people who were infected with the coronavirus and the danger of them getting infected. We did not want them to be without the equipment that they needed. So there was not enthusiasm about going out and everybody buying a mask or getting a mask. We were afraid that would deter away from the people who really needed it. Now we have masks. We know that you don't need an N95 if you're a ordinary person in the street. We also know that simple cloth coverings that many people have can work as well as a mask in many cases.
Well, with the scare of the coronavirus, many people have been running to the store to buy face masks similar to this one to protect.
These masks were proven not to be effective repeatedly during the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
They used the words, medical health experts were using the words and analogies like it's like trying to throw a BB through a steel fence. You know, he said as soon as you throw the BB, it's gonna go right through a fence. He said that's like the viruses are so small in relative terms to the mass crosshatch construction of the material.
Now watch this one.
Right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with masks.
You're sure of it? Because people are listening really closely to this.
Right now,
look at them laughing and shit.
Walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel
look at this guy's face,
better, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect.
Look at dude's face.
Cut me off here shortly, but you will still be up
and
here.
Often there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask and they keep touching their face.
And can you get some schmutz sort of staying inside there?
Of course. But when you think masks, you should think of healthcare providers needing them and people who are ill.
So yeah, that's him saying, yeah, you don't need them. They don't work. Every time you touch it and readjust it, you're compromising your protection. You know, you get a little schmutz in there.
Oh
They're
my
funny, man.
God, bro, my man did a total 180 on that, man.
He definitely did a total 180. He slid in there again though. He said, when you think masks, think healthcare professionals. They're the ones who need them. Man, you know.
Yeah.
But still, you can't get on national TV, lie to the American population in the middle of a pandemic about something that we could have made our own. We could have been using T-shirts. Why lie?
Right.
That does not help us. It actually puts us at a disadvantage.
Right. Facts.
And these are the people who we're supposed to have blind faith in. It's scary.
Right. My buddy, there's one game where another I got a lot because we was doing our own independent research with my buddies. It was off the record, but it was between us as we begin to create a parallel timeline. And so we would also share our own experiences as if some of us had to go to the ER, through the times, whatever. One of my buddies in New York, he went to the ER with a fever. He walked in. Dude, you ain't gonna believe what happened. He's like one of us. He's aware as hell going to the front door. So he walks in the ER, right? You know how they triage you. You sit down in the waiting area. He sat down, he signed his name. He wanted to sit down. So they took his temperature out there. Now, mind you, the temperatures, a lot of our thermometers, we were given most healthcare thermometers, particularly at the retail pharmacy level, and a lot of them were found deemed to be inaccurate, including the ones we were using in my facility during that time, routinely inaccurate. And it was overlooked and greenlit to push the vaccine anyway. At any rate, he walks in. So he knows this coming through the door. Something we talk about all the time. Even back then, we were talking like we are now. And so he walks in, right? And so he goes in, they take his temperature saying, 90, not with 99. It's a slight temperature, right? So he sit there, look at it like, he look at it, look away. She's okay, like you had a little temperature, Mr. Covington. So he sits there. So so they call him to the back. The nurse calls him to the back. And about 30 minutes later, he goes to the back. Dude, you ain't gonna believe this shit. You're gonna be cracking up, bro. So he goes to the back, right? He probably made a Facebook post about this. He came in a live. He went live. He said, do it. So he goes back to right. So he sit down. So they take his temperature again. This time it's like 102. It's like 102, 101, 102, which is very high, right? And so he took the temperature. And she said, which was about another, 35 minutes later, man. He says, look, she said, we got temperature, Mr. Casey. Look, I don't have no temperature. Y'all took my temperature out there, and it was 99, whatever, 98, 99. He said, now how the hell my temperature gonna go up that fast, that quick? Man, y'all thermometers don't work anyway. That stuff is inaccurate anyway. Well, okay. Well, I'll tell you what, we won't worry about that. You definitely, you have chest pain or whatever. He said, well, slightly, a little bit. Well, we're gonna go ahead and get you started. We're gonna run some tests and figure out what's going on, and the doc will be in momentarily. So we're gonna take some blood, right? We'll take 3 vials of blood so we can get it going for the test and see what we can do. I'll be right back. He's okay. So she walks out. Here he goes. So she walks out and comes back with 3 tubes. He glanced and he just glanced real quick at her hand. And he sees she got 3 tubes. So she put the little strap on his arm, right? The little rubber band tourniquet, right? Rolls up his sleeve. She put the tourniquet on. She inserts the needle, takes in, fills up 1 tube, set it down, and then she leave the needle in. They leave the needle in so they can insert another tube, fill up another. She inserted the second tube, filled up the second tube. She put the 3rd tube on. The motherfucker was already full. It was already full, bro. He says, whoa. He said, wait, when she picked up the grip, he said, man, what the heck? He said, what is that? He said, what's what? She said, this is our, see, when they get the hint, or if you write down your paperwork that you don't want to be injected, or you anti-vax or whatever, something to the effect that you don't want to, they had on some of your triage paperwork that, if you're not, if you just want to get this or whatever, whatever, they write down if you have any kind of qualms or whatever. He wrote on there that he had a phobia of needles. And so basically he went in there, and so he told him that he just wanted a prescription of Tylenol so he can go. He put that on his forms or whatever. So he walked in there and whatever. And so she was trying to inject him with what he did. She told him, he said, what is that? She told him it was I had to go online and Google that shit. I wasn't aware of that tactic to give people the shot. They had another alternative that a lot of people are not talking about. For those who didn't want to get the injection, they would give you an infusion of a experimental COVID vaccine in another form through an infusion. And they were giving, a lot of people in the hospitals were getting infusions, not shots per se. So they might have missed that shit. They may not tell you. They didn't tell. She was going to infuse his ass right there without even telling dude. He says, I don't want that in me. He said, no, we should take that out of here. She said, well, if you don't want to get to, for protection, you have a very bad fever, Mr. Covington. Given that's going on right now, a lot of people are being hurt. We're dealing with a very dangerous situation. I don't want none of this. I told him my doctors want me a prescription for Damn horns going off. I just wanted there we go. I just wanted a prescription for Tylenol just for my fever I got. And so I'm gonna park right here with the horn blowing. Get your ass out of here. Somebody gonna sit right here in front of me with your horn, but man, you don't get your ass. I'm sitting here parked. This gonna pull up to me in the parking lot and just blew his horn, sitting here blowing his horn. Anyway, so yeah, get your ass out of here. Anyway, so I said, so we all in, like, dude, what happened? Dude, what the hell? So guess what? It's about to get more interesting. Guess what? It's gonna get more interesting here. So check it out. Check this out. This is over in New York, over that thing in Queens. Forget which hospital it was. I have to ask him. At any rate, so he says, I'm not getting this. He says, okay, fine, Mr. Covington, no problem. He said, I don't want no infusion or whatever. I don't want any shots. I just want to get what I asked for so I get out of here. So he said, nothing wrong with me. I don't have COVID. I don't have your COVID, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So she says, I'll be back with the doctor. She takes her stuff and leaves. She comes back momentarily with the doctor and the nurse. They both come back. See, 'cause they come with him and the doctor walking with her, right? So the doctor, so she walks in, she leaves. And the doc walks in. She leaves him in the room with the doc by herself. The doctor asks him one question. He said, are you on these online health nuts? He said, yes, I am. He smiled and pulled out his pulled out his script pad and a pen, and Roy said, what can we do for you, Mr. Cummings? I just need a prescription made for Tylenol. I just got like a slight fever. I'm good. I don't know what the nurse is talking about, trying to infuse me with shit. I don't know what she tried out. He was getting all amped. He said, well, don't worry about it, Mr. Cummings. Don't worry. She's not going to infuse you. So you wanted what? A prescription? Okay, look like you just got a fever. I'm going to write a prescription for Tylenol. He said he wrote a prescription for Tylenol, gave dude a prescription for Tylenol, and told him to have a nice day, dude. I was done, bro. I was so done. He came out right out of here. I made a video and posted online, man. We was in tears, bro. Yep. So that's another modality what they were doing, because we're trying to find out how are they giving it to people besides just the traditional way. So they were doing that as well. And when you go online, you'll find out there is for those who want to double Google any of this stuff, there was a kind of experimental kind of infusion COVID shot they were giving people too that weren't hardly talked about that much. Just want to put that out there for the family.
getting it like this on the. They ain't getting it like this on the. Yeah. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No, I'ma grind till I can grind no more. I'ma shine until I blind your glow. Gotta grind until you out that hole. You can die from being down so low just to cleanse your soul. You forgive and let go. Gotta dress warm in the world so cold. Gotta keep your eyes on your friends and your foes. Gotta stack bread till that shit don't fold. Cause on Tuesday, hard work, no play. I'ma bulldoze everything in my way. Cause on Wednesday, spending time with my babe. Cause ain't no getting in the way of hump day. And Thursday, I'm working, my pockets ain't hurting. Friday, I'm fly, my co-workers be flirting. Saturday, that's when I'm flexing my muscle. Sunday, I'm thanking my God for my hustle. Cause they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No, they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No. Work until I turn to a boss. Gotta stunt until it turn to a floss. Gotta learn from every time that I lost. So that little note you got, you about to pay it off. Now they hating now, cause you made it now. Took a long time, you was patient now. Work hard for it, want no handouts. Like some braces when they done, pull them bands out. Remember on a Tuesday, all work, no play. I'ma bust a doubles for them haters that was fake. Cause on Wednesday, spending time with my big cuz ain't no getting in the way of hump day. And Thursday, I'm working, my pockets ain't hurting. Friday, I'm fly, my co-workers be flirting. Saturday, that when I'm flexing my muscle. Sunday, I'm thanking my God for my hustle. Cause they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No, they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No, Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. I know they gon' hate, I'm letting that go. Cause one thing I know, they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. I know they gon' hate, I'm letting that go. Cause one thing I know, they ain't getting it like this on a Monday.